very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join in this third international ICMS conference on behalf and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Happy, as I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sector.
Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second international summit on educational management.
Invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and today we're here in a second International Summit on Educational Management, Emerging Technology in Kuala Lumpur.
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for a Sustainable Society. We shall begin with the playing of the national anthem of Vietnam.
Việt Nam đi chung hàng cứu quốc bước chân dồn vang trên đường hồng người xa cờ in máu chiến thắng hàng hồng nước súng quay sang trên cung quân hành ca đường vinh quang xây xa quân thù thắng sang lào cùng nhau lập chiến công vì nhân dân chiến đấu không ngừng hiến máu ra xa trường tiến lên cùng tiến lên nước non Việt Nam ta vững bền.
Good day, everyone. Warm greetings from Academia Research Lab and mabuhay from the Philippines and Xin Chào, Vietnam. To our distinguished keynote speakers, guest speakers, respected researchers, esteemed guests, and participants from around the world, welcome to the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. I am John Christopher Trias from the Philippines, and it is my honor to serve as today's conference moderator. This year's conference brings together researchers and industry practitioners joining virtually and those who will convene on site for the physical sessions at the Radisson Hotel in Da Nang, Vietnam. This approach, of course, reflects our commitment to accessibility, inclusivity, and global collaboration. Please be advised that this virtual research conference is being streamed live via Zoom meetings and YouTube and will remain available for documentation and reference. The 4th ISEMA serves as a vital platform for scholars and practitioners to engage in a rigorous academic exchange on the multifaceted challenges involved in building a sustainable society. By uniting diverse disciplines and perspectives, we strengthen our capacity to generate knowledge, foster innovation, and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development. The richness of this conference, of course, lies in the diversity of its contributors and the depth of discourse that will unfold throughout the program. On behalf of the Academia Research Lab and Gracie Foundation, it is my honor to formally acknowledge our partner institutions whose support and participation have made the 4th ISEMAS possible. Please know that your continued commitment to interdisciplinary scholarship strengthens the foundation of this very conference. It is my honor to recognize our co-hosts from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, my alma mater, together with PUP Pulilan Campus and PUP Santa Maria Campus. We also have Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines, Shinawatra University, Thailand, Walchand Institute of Technology, India, Central Philippine State University, Siquijor State College, Bulacan State University, Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Kabangkalan Catholic College, and the Association of Professional Teachers and Researchers Incorporated, Philippines. Thank you so much for your continued support and participation. We also extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished keynote speakers, our respected session chairs and presenters, and esteemed panelists and reactors who have graciously accepted our invitation to share their expertise and scholarly contributions. We'd also like to acknowledge the dedicated members of the organizing committee who have worked tirelessly to prepare and coordinate this hybrid conference across multiple platforms, including our on-site venue at the Radisson Hotel in Da Nang, Vietnam. Finally, to all our conference participants, presenters, and delegates joining us from various countries and disciplines, thank you so much for being part of this academic gathering. Please know that your presence truly enriches our discussions and reinforces the collaborative spirit that ICMAS upholds. As we begin this research conference, I should say it is only fitting that we hear a message from one of the leaders of our organizing institution. Delivering his welcome speech is none other than the Executive Director of Academia Research Lab. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Darshan Surya Sahu.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chris, for such a warm welcome. Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, researchers, practitioners, and participants from around the globe. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to the fourth ICMAS. It's my privilege and honor to address this distinguished gathering as the Executive Director of Academia Research Lab. And on behalf of ARL, I again welcome you all. We are delighted to welcome academicians, researchers, industry professionals, policymakers, and students from across the globe and who have come together and share their vision for the advancement of sustainable society. Now it's our fourth edition of ICMAS has evolved into truly global platform for the exchange of knowledge, innovation, and ideas and best practices around the world. This conference reflects our collective belief that today's complex social, environmental, and economical challenges cannot be addressed in isolation. They demand integrated thinking across disciplinary research and international cooperation. The theme of this conference highlights the critical role of the sustainability in shaping the resilient societies. The science and technology to management, social sciences, and policy frameworks. The discussions over the next 2 days will emphasize how collaborative research and practical innovation can create meaningful and lasting impact. We are honored to host the conference in Vietnam, a country known for its dynamic growth, culture richness, and commitment to the sustainable progress. The diverse perspective presented here today truly embody the spirit of global partnership. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our keynote speakers, session chairs, reviewers, and organizing committee for their tireless effort in making this conference possible. I also thank you all, authors, presenters, for sharing their valuable research and insights. At Academia Research Lab, we strongly believe in empowering knowledge, fostering innovation, and supporting platforms that encourage inclusive dialogues. We are proud to be associated with ICMAS and its mission to bridge research with the real world solution. I encourage all participants to engage actively in discussion, building meaningful network, and explore opportunities for the future collaborations. May this conference inspire new ideas, partnerships, and actions towards more sustainable and equitable society. I will also extend my grateful thanks to all of the co-hosts who have made this event possible. And we are totally in a standard where we want more researchers to join us from across the universities, across the societies for this mission. With these words, I officially welcome you all to the fourth ICMAS conference. I wish you a productive insights and memorable conference experience. Thank you. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Engineer Darshan, for your very warm welcome message. Your leadership and vision truly continue to guide us in the direction and purpose of this conference, and we are very grateful for your steadfast commitment to fostering multidisciplinary collaboration for a sustainable society that, of course, led to the creation of this very conference, the ISMAS. Of course, with the ever hardworking Ma'am Susmita Priyadarsani. Now, from one visionary leader to another, we shall now move forward to, I would say, one of the highlights of our program today, the keynote presentations. It is my honor to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day. He is a distinguished academic and industry leader in computer science and data science. He serves as a U.S. industry-based director for data science and is a professor at Mapua University and Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology Research Project Head. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and a Master's in Information Technology, and is currently a PhD candidate in Computer Science, specializing in artificial intelligence at the Mapua University. His expertise is reinforced by numerous international and local IT certifications, including IBM Certified Database Associate, Microsoft Certified Technology Specialist, Oracle Certified Expert, Certified Lean Six Sigma, holding yellow and green belts, and TESDA National Certifications NC2 in Computer System Servicing and NC3 in Visual Graphics Design. Wow, amazing resume in that. His research interests span from artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, convolutional neural networks, image processing, and modeling and simulation. He has, of course, published internationally, collaborating with scholars worldwide, and has presented his research at conferences in Thailand, Singapore, Japan, Malaysia, South Korea, Egypt, London, Washington, D.C., Vietnam, and India. Among his notable accolades are Best Paper Presenter Award at the ICCR 2023 in Tokyo, Japan, Excellent Oral Presentation Award at ICSCA 2021 in Malaysia, Best Research Paper Award at the ICCAI 2021 in China, and Best Paper Presentation Award at the ICAAI 2021 in United Kingdom, and holding the Cardinal Excellence Award from the Mapua University, Philippines in 2022. Currently, he serves as an international keynote speaker, technical committee member, peer reviewer, panel reactor, and session chair at various global conferences on AI and data analytics. Additionally, he conducts AI and data analytics training for institutions such as Bayan Academy, sponsored by the BPI Foundation and JP Morgan, Mapua University, and Philippines Government Service Insurance System, GSIS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Jefferson Costales.
Hi, good morning. So, yeah, I am audible. Morning. Okay.
Yes, sir. Good
Yes, sir,
morning.
you are
You're all
audible.
here.
Okay, thank you. So, allow me to share my screen. Okay. So, is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
visible.
Okay, thank you. So once again, so good morning. So through ICMAS, so the fourth multidisciplinary approach for sustainable society. So and also the Academia Research Lab. So thank you for inviting me here to have some keynote speech regarding the innovating for sustainability, leveraging machine learning and deep learning in multidisciplinary solutions for a resilient future. So once again, I'm Jefferson Costales, your keynote speaker for today. So to begin with, of course, currently we are facing a poly crisis. So as we all know, so there's a lot of disciplines in a different research, and through that we actually has a multiple card connected challenges that cannot be solved in isolation. So these actually existence that give us threats that requiring immediate and coordinations with certain actions. Who, of course, we stand at a critical juncture where multiple global challenges that demands to integrate that solutions. So those solutions that are actually facing right now is, of course, it's beyond with the SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, wherein the climate change accelerating beyond predictions. So predictions wherein wherein depends on how it predict based on accuracy. Okay. And also, we dealing with social inequality across nations. So inequality covered again with the SDG, economic system under strain, and some access gap expanding through education. So a lot of programs that offered, but of course, we need to focus some methods that we can use for enable for attain those sustainability. And also, when in terms of resource depletions threatening future generations, because right now we're heading with AI technologies, but then again, at the end of the day, it's an aid. Okay, so moving forward, so in terms of the transformation, so of course, according to UNESCO's Educational for Sustainable Development framework, demonstrate that every dollar invested in quality education yields returns across all 17 SDG or the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But traditional education models designed for the industrial age were in insufficient. Okay? So we need education in terms of transformations. Of course, we could embrace those complexity. So giving those interdisciplinary thinking wherein we could leverages the emerging technologies to scale those impact. Of course, the impact for that is a part of the solution is through education. So we need to educate, although we are educator, but the point is how we could transform it. Okay? Of course, to the different process. The first one is through knowledge transfer, wherein we could build some foundational understanding across different domains. Okay, because there are different domains, there are different discipline across those process of innovations. The second one is that the critical thinking wherein we could develop some problem solving wherein we are capable with or based on our expertise. Okay? And then through that, we could foster some creative solutions out of those capabilities that we have. Because every discipline has different capabilities and every discipline has different solutions to show up. Okay? And of course, to sustain those part, we have behavioral change that we could sustain based on our mindset on how we could live in, and also through equity driver wherein we could democratize some opportunities that we are currently have, those opportunities that are everywhere, but the point is how can manage all those things. We can manage it, but we need to collaborate with the different disciplines. That's what I'm transforming those education part when in terms of solutions. Okay? So with that, of course, I have here the AI or artificial intelligence in terms of revolutions. So as we all know, artificial intelligence are there, machine learning are there, deep learning, all of them are there, but it's not just a tools. Okay, so a lot of tools right now we're using, but it's not enough. Okay, we're still here to get those informations, but they still a guide. Then we can come up with appropriate solution out of those particular solutions. I mean, a particular process. So, what are those transformation enablers? Of course, the first one, we have a pattern recognitions. So, based on behaviors, okay, based on a particular trends. Okay, so we could see some pattern that the AI recognize. Okay, that images, even the analysis, the such predictions. Okay, the predictive modeling also used for.
Pwede ko 'to gamitin kay Nala. Bakit? May ano pa ba 'to, yung mangungusap?
Okay, so when in terms of predictive analysis, we do some
Maganda
predict
nga yun,
model.
eh. Hangin lang, walang kilig.
Okay. Thank you. So, analysis in a sense that, like for example, in my case, so I do a lot of research in terms of predictive analysis. But the point is that how can I get those data? So I can train those data, okay? I can extract those data into meaningful informations. But then again, the insights comes with us. Okay, although AI could generate a particular graphs, interpretations, but at the end of the day, we could choose all of those suggestions. It's just a suggestions. Okay, but of course, we could predict based on its accuracy, meaning based on how many percentage that we need to acquire. Okay, enable for us to enable on a particular tools. We could do some optimizations, personalizations, and the scalability. Okay, so how would this intelligence shaping our daily lives? Simply because we can actually encounter it, but the point is that how can manage to transform it into research? Okay, so I myself I'm doing all those tools, but then again, the insightful experience is different. Okay, because we're the one to process everything. Then AI could aid us on helping to gather those data. Okay, that's how the revolution of AI works. And then dealing with that, so we have some multidisciplinary across integration of those framework. I myself I'm computer science, but I can collaborate with the different disciplines when in terms of their needs. Okay, like for example, enable for them to attain their automations. They need the solutions out of those traditional way. So the pressing challenge that we could intersect those disciplines based on how the systems thinking works, the cross-pollination when it turns those disciplines, those methodologies, because there are different frameworks across those fields, the subject domain, some solutions that break down to problems into smaller chunks like collaborations when in terms of big problem. Like for example, a big problem and then those problem would could cater with the sub problems, meaning we will what particular discipline will cater on that problems. So all of those are across, then breaking down with this part of assessment to evaluating those impact. So the impact factors are there. The integrations of innovation that create synergy solutions wherein we could dive in, especially in how the impact factor that sustainable of this society would work on in a different disciplines. That's what I'm actually talking about the multidisciplinary. Okay? So I engage technically I engage with the industry sector with the data science, but I want to touch in every aspect wherein the framework with the different domains or the different subjects that we need to integrate an AI. So wherein it really helps. So based on my experience, it really helps, and I can teach in the different applications on what's needed in the company, either in the public, private, or in every sectors, because the integration is still there. That's the main point. Okay, and dealing with sustainable business models, so as you can see, so they have the environment impact, employee well-being, equality, diversity, ethics and governance, supply chain, innovation collaboration, value of customers, community contributions. All of those has a business models that we need to integrate. Okay, like for example, um, how you can come up with value to customer without having those insightful experience. Okay, the data that they have. Okay, so we need to check to validate if it's appropriate okay, to see some sentiments of the customers. So therefore, AI will generate some sentiments, or that we call sentiments analysis. We also have some supply chains based on the predictions. Like for example, the increasing towards is 20 to 40% increasing based on the supplies, or it might be decrease. So somehow, they could predict based on what they have, the models, okay, based on its accuracy. Then AI works, but at the end of the day, you still figure out what the sources of data it came from. Then ethics and governments take place when in terms of course, in every organization, in every country, there's different law pertaining with ethics. Okay, as in the Philippines, we strictly follow the RA, or Republic Act of the Philippines, RA 10173, for data privacy. So in terms of dealing with ethical standards. So just like in US, we also have HIPAA pertaining with the data privacy. That's a part of the ethical way. Governance, equality, diversity. So all of those are processed between these models. We're not simply have the SDG 17, but we need to integrate that with the different models that pertaining with sustainable business. So all of those are has an impact factor wherein we could have those model to incorporate those SDGs. Okay? Because I myself I using that the business model, okay, in our organizations dealing with that industry in a practical way, then theoretically I could apply also with my students through educational sector. So through that, we could have some innovation and collaboration. So that's the example for the sustainable business models. Okay. And then when in terms of the environmental protection, so as we all know, we have some climate modeling. So of course, there's a as we seen in the news, so they will see some predictions. But then again, they still research that. So into what extent, okay, into what extent that the particular model will be accurate, or it's sufficient enough based on that data that they have. So dealing with the big data, still they will see some models, some biodiversity tracking also needed, pollution detections, ocean health, and some optimization through agricultural settings. So all of those are a focus on all transformations dealing with AI. And also, with that, so we need engineering and technology, okay, to come up with the sustainable cities and industries. Okay? So, like for example, we have smart cities, or the smart grids that are powered with renewable energy. So, as you can see, right now, AI are integrated with some resources. Okay? So across those disciplines, we also have some green energy when in terms of buildings, systems, manufacturing, all of those has needed when in terms of predictive maintenance, and some waste reductions are also part of sustainable manufacturing. Okay, so of course it's a collaboration between those disciplines. I'm saying that not only engineer using that, of course the technology also needed to incorporate those output. Like for example, they had a hardware, then we have a software. Okay? So we cannot have some output without having those process and without those interactions. That's what I'm saying these slides. Okay? So in order for them to be sustainable, we need them. Okay? And of course, through the power of AI. So when in terms of personalized accessibility and educational sectors, so right now, so AI revolves with tutoring systems like it 24/7. So you can access some materials, okay, so through educational platforms. Also some populations across in nations, the real-time monitoring. Okay, so you can see that in the real-time process, like the data set or data like in the Philippines, they have the data.gov.ph or the DOST.gov. So all of those informations supplied with particular data. Okay. Then also in terms of the predictions for future needs. So, but then again, prediction occurs depends on the level of accuracies. So that's what I'm used for. Then some automations so that requires systems and a global learning communities that needed in order for us to equip with that learning. Yes, we can search that everywhere, but then again, um, we need to make sure that those applicable data is reliable or not. Okay? But somehow, the synthetic data will train us on how we could predict a certain problem or a certain result on a particular problem. Okay? So, if there's no primary source of data, then we could integrate some secondary source of data as alternative way to come up with the part of those solutions. But then again, those are part of experimental method. Okay? And then with that, um we come up with the theory, then from theory to impact. So in technology, we guided with, of course, the social sciences, the ethics, and humanities to prevent the algorithms. So those are a part of the algorithmic bias that we could ensure that sustainability has an impact and it is well implemented. Okay, like for example, in real world case scenario, we have smart agriculture. So as you can see, machine learning has a crop predictions to see how many crops that they yield or they can harvest or in a particular sites. Okay, so therefore we need to monitor that through satellite. Okay, then through that they need to integrate the microfinancing enable for them to come up with that sustainability. Okay, that's one way has an impact from theory. Then also in through education we have mobile education programs with respect with the local knowledge. So right now some curriculum they integrate an AI as part of educational part of enhancing or add-ons under particular topic or subject expertise. And also example of also that is when in terms of result dealing with 35% yield of increase, somehow the water has a 50% and it improves livelihood. So how they come up with that figures? Simply because they train those data. Okay? They come up those machine learning techniques. So technically, there's a lot of techniques or there's a lot of domain knowledge when in terms of machine learning because all of those are a subset of AI. Okay, and also deep learning is that with something to do with the analysis on how we construct those data. Okay? So, all of those has an impact. We're in right now we could see that everywhere. But the point is how we can sustain those part of those scenarios. Of course, it's not only the IT expert is there, it's not only the engineers there, but we need you guys. We need all those discipline to incorporate those sustainability. That's what I'm heading to. Okay? Then, of course, the last slide is that this is the last slides. The path forward based on the challenges. So we have some critical challenges and some strategies imperatives. So you can see in the slides, we have digital divide, some data privacy occurs, the biases, the gaps for the skills. Some skills are not applicable with that, but we could collaborate some part. Okay, the inertia of institutional, and of course, all of those are encountered or are still countering this part about struggle in funding. Yeah, so that's the moving forward. Okay? And some imperative strategies through again through AI literacy. Some government need digital infrastructure and some ethical air frameworks that they need to implement, or somehow they have some draft, but they need to make sure that well implemented. Okay, and in some sectors, business models are acquired through private sectors, civil society, and of course through advocacy and accountability. Okay, so to giving you that part, the integration across the real success requires, again, it requires technology, economics, education, and social understanding in order for us to make sure that those are to make sure that's more sustainable. And of course, to end of those part, there are three pillars of success: the knowledge integrations. Again, even if you are confined with that discipline, you can still keep breaking those part. We need to collaborate to integrate some part of discipline across those part. Technology responsibility in how we could share those insight or those domain knowledge on how AI works. Okay, dealing with collective actions. So every sector, every person, every choice matters. It's your choice. Again, you can start it now as part of an action. So to end with, so dealing with those fear of success, we can start with ourselves to motivate ourselves. Okay, that not to confine with that discipline, but we could go beyond. Okay, in able for us to sustain our product. So with that, so once again, the innovating for sustainability, leveraging machine learning, deep learning in multidisciplinary solutions for a resilient future will be sustainable if we could collaborate in every sectors or any domain knowledge, okay, across the disciplines. Once again, so I'm Jefferson Costales for as your keynote speaker from Apoyo University. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Jefferson, for that comprehensive and thought-provoking keynote presentation on innovating for sustainability, leveraging machine learning and deep learning in multidisciplinary solutions for a resilient future. So your insights that you shared today truly highlighted the transformative potential of emerging technologies in shaping sustainable pathways across diverse fields. Because in discussions around sustainability, definitely technology cannot be separated from the equation, especially given the rapid pace of innovation today. It feels like everything is constantly changing. So rather than resisting these advancements, we must recalibrate how we can use them, ensuring that these technological progress supports environmental preservation and long-term sustainability instead of compromising it. And that's the very goal of Port ICMS. So once again, thank you so much, Professor Jefferson Costales. We deeply appreciate the expertise and your inspiration offered as our keynote speaker for the day. Before we proceed, we would like to take this moment to formally recognize and express our appreciation to you as our keynote speaker for today. In grateful acknowledgement of your contribution to the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, the organizing committee is pleased to present this certificate of appreciation to Professor Jefferson A. Costales. This certificate is awarded in recognition of your keynote address titled Innovating for Sustainability, Leveraging Machine Learning and Deep Learning in Multidisciplinary Solutions for a Resilient Future. I think the certificate is being shared right now on the screen. So once again, Sir Jeff, we go by Sir Jeff actually on a day-to-day basis. Thank you so much for graciously accepting our invitation today as our keynote speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir. At this juncture, we will now proceed to session one of this research conference. Allow me to briefly share the session guidelines. Each presenter will be given the allotted presentation time as specified in the program. A question and answer segment will follow each presentation moderated or to be moderated by our session chair. We kindly request all participants to please keep your microphones muted unless recognized by the session chair or the moderator. For our virtual attendees, you may utilize the Zoom chat box to raise questions, feedbacks, or comments as the presentations go on. For this session, we have two reactors. Please allow me to introduce them. We have Dr. Catherine Joyce Castro, the head of academic programs at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Maria campus. We also have Dr. Filipinas Maria Jareño, Associate Professor 5 and Director for Curriculum Planning and Development at the Central Philippine State University. Ma'am, good morning. We are grateful, of course. Good morning. So we are grateful to you, ma'am,
Good
for
morning.
agreeing to provide full contact for our session. So they are both here on Zoom, as we have confirmed. To formally lead us through session one, it is my honor to introduce our session chair. She is known affectionately as Chin Chin to many and is a highly accomplished academic leader, educator, researcher, and consultant with over 25 years of experience in higher education and professional training. She has an extensive background in quality assurance, research, extension services, risk communication, and leadership training. Currently serving as the Vice President of the Quality Assurance Research and Extension Office at Dr. Philemon C. Agalar Memorial College. She has held various leadership and teaching positions in multiple educational institutions. She is a sought-after speaker, mentor, and consultant specializing in communication, risk and crisis management, technical writing, and stress management. She has conducted numerous training programs for local and national government agencies, educational institutions, and corporate organizations such as the Zulag Pharmaceutical Family Foundation and Global Power under San Miguel Corporation. Additionally, she serves as a risk communication consultant for various provinces and cities across the Philippines. Up until now, she makes a significant contributions to public service and professional development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Joanne Christine Solon.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this session of the Fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research for a Sustainable Society. I am honored to serve as your session chair today, and I extend my warm greetings to all our distinguished researchers, presenters, panelists, and participants joining us from different institutions and disciplines. This conference highlights the vital role of the multidisciplinary collaboration in addressing the complex challenges of sustainability. As we know, building a sustainable society requires the integration of knowledge from science, technology, health education, social sciences, governance, and the environment. Only through shared perspectives and collaborative inquiry can we develop solutions that are inclusive, innovative, and responsive to global and local needs. The papers to be presented in this session reflect this very spirit, bringing together diverse approaches, methodologies, and insights aimed at promoting sustainable development and social responsibility. I encourage everyone to actively listen, engage in meaningful discussions, and share constructive feedback that will further enrich our collective learning. As we begin, let us foster an atmosphere of respect, curiosity, and academic excellence, where ideas are openly exchanged and innovation is inspired. I hope this session will not only inform us, but also motivate future collaborations toward a more sustainable and resilient society. Thank you, Sir Priyas. And without further delay, let us proceed with our first presentation. We have the first presenter is by Ms. Claudia De Luca. She will be presenting Embedding Education for Sustainable Development in Australian Education, an exploratory stakeholder study on exclusive and equitable practice. Please take note that you have 10 minutes to present your paper. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and thank you for having me. Can you hear me well? Yes. I'm Dr. Claudia De Luca, and I have conducted this preliminary abstract and research proposal together with Dr. Sayed Mohamed and Dr. Sheila Capodanno. Today, we are going to present a study or the attempt for a study for embodied education for sustainable development in Australian education. And this is an exploratory stakeholder study on inclusive and equitable practice. Just a short introduction about myself. I'm Dr. Claudia De Luca, and I've been working in higher education academic research for the last 18 years. I have a combined background with professional experience in marketing, management, and academic experience as well. I have an MBA, a Master of Education in Innovation and Leadership, a doctorate in Education Career Development, and I'm at the moment pursuing my second doctorate in Psychology of Marketing. As you can see, the study will be conducted together with Dr. Sayed Ahmed and Dr. Sheila Capodanno. Now, this study wants to try to examine how education for sustainable development, so ESD, is conceptualized and implemented within the Australian education landscape. So basically, it's try to explore how ESD contributes to advance quality education aligned with the SDG number 4 and 10. As you know, within the Sustainable Development Goals scenario and landscape, there are specifically these two goals that try to reduce inequalities internationally. Specifically, in this case, the context is the Australian educational system, but also try to improve the quality education accessibility. So the study is trying to merge these two big framework, an important framework. One is the ESD policies and practices together with specifically the SDG 4 and 10. So although ESD is gaining prominence in national discussion, there are still significant gaps that remain both remain in both its understanding and practical application. So the problem is that there is a lot of discussion that's going on, and there's been a few studies conducted to minimize the gaps or to propose a solution for a good implementation of ESD and SDGs, specifically in the Australian background. But the problem is that these gaps is still remaining, and specifically is remaining for a specific group of people in Australia. So the problem with these gaps is that it's mostly focused on people with disability, people which comes from a minority background, so they are part of a minority group in Australia. It could be like Indigenous, or it could be like students with at the moment living with the solo parent family or a household, or it could be like people with disability, where a disability can be physical or is probably even only cognitive or psychological. So the problem with the integration and the reduction of inequalities is that it's mostly impacting on people coming from minorities and with the disadvantages. We like to call these disadvantaged communities. So while ESD policies are increasingly well articulated, the translation into practicable steps. So that's here where I want to stop. So the practicability of all the studies and solutions that have been explored so far until today has not really put in place, has not been taking place with those minorities because of the translation between from the solution, the study, the proposed framework, and the practical steps, put into action these practical steps is still difficult. It could be because there is a lack of sustainment probably from the government.
Hello, Dr. Claudia.
Yes?
Dr. Claudia, I'm so sorry for interrupting. May I request for you to full screen your presentation so we can see it better on
Yes,
our end?
absolutely. Can you see it better?
Yes, thank you.
Good, no worries. So the problem is not the solution and frameworks and study conducted, but the translation of this study into practical steps for these minorities. So this part is still under-examined, and for those studies that has been conducted, the practicability is still lacking a good results that we can at least track. Now, we conducted the first preliminary findings, of course, trying to understand what has been done so far, what are the actions in place at the moment. So much of the existing scholarship emphasizes environmental or curriculum focus aspect of ESD. So there is still a very good potential for examining what is the intersection between ESD and social inequity. So basically, what is the translation of this quality of education for minorities when it comes for then their social impact? So how these minorities will have access to a quality education will be creating impact for a social in a social context, and that's the main purpose of this study. Studies addressing SDG 10 often focus on access or attainment disparities. They don't focus on specific minorities, and they don't focus on intersection between SDG 10 and the SD policies and practices. These analyses rarely position their findings within the SD framework. So there is still like a misconception, a misunderstanding, a lack of understanding that probably the golden rule or probably the good potential study, a good potential study could study the intersection between ESD framework and SDGs as a winning solution for this, specifically for these minorities. There is a lack of research exploring how embedding ESD principle could actively contribute to reducing educational inequalities. The research methodology proposed for this study is in two phases. So to address these gaps, the study adopts an exploratory research design that combines a systematic literature review, so the willingness of reviewing studies conducting between 2015 and 2025. So we on purpose remain on the last 10 years where there have been quite a good research conducted and increase of awareness about the potential for ESD and SDGs. And a qualitative research with inquiries, so interviews for stakeholders. So the first phase involves the comprehensive review of peer-reviewed studies published between 2015 and 2025, and then to establish a conceptual and contextual foundation upon which we can proceed to the next phase with qualitative interviews. Now, the second phase involves conducting semi-structured interviews with a purposive sample of stakeholders, and these stakeholders will mainly be, of course, actors of the target market of the section that we want to investigate. So, for example, for educators or school leaders, we will look for educators and school leaders who have contact with minorities, which could be indigenous of Australia, or it could be like a disadvantaged family or people with disability, students with disability. So we will look for actors of the market, of the target market, but who have a contact with these minorities, of course. Education policy makers, participants will be drawn from diverse educational contexts, such as regional communities, indigenous contexts, and low socio-economic settings. So this phase aims to capture stakeholders' perspective, experiences, what they have been their observation in the last 10 years, or attempts as well that have been conducted throughout the last 10 years, solutions or probably also pilot programs that have been run in order to minimize the inequalities or in order to create this synergy between ESD and SDGs. Interviewed data will be analyzed thematically to identify common patterns, trends, enablers, barriers, and these insights will help illuminate the factors shaping inclusive ESD practices across different educational environments. 3 research questions that we drafted in order to be as much as specific as possible on the specific gap that we want to discuss. How do Australian educators and education stakeholders conceptualize and implement ESD to foster inclusive, high-quality learning and reduce educational inequalities? What are the main barriers and enablers influencing the integration of inclusive ESD practices for marginalized learners groups? And in what ways does inclusive ESD influence students' experiences of equity in education, particularly regarding engagement, belonging, and academic achievements? Given its exploratory nature and the limited sample size, this research serves as initial phase to be expanded through future studies involving broader stakeholders groups and longitudinal analysis. So it aims to contribute to new insights into how ESD can function, of course, as a transformative pathway through the integration also of SDG 4 and 10 for Australian education. There are, of course, some risks and ethical concern that we need to mention. So some risks are related to participant vulnerability. When we talk about qualitative research, we always need to mention the vulnerability of participants and participants for the interviews specifically. A cultural and community ethical consideration, so perspective biases can also play a crucial role for this matter. Power dynamics and consent, confidentiality and data protection risk, ethical risk in interpretation and representation, which is always worth to mention, methodological risk and ethical implications of ESD and equity framing. In conclusion, we strongly believe that this study will help and support further clarification on how ESD can serve as a practical mechanism. So not anymore as a discussion, but with the potential call to action or prompt steps to improve both educational quality, so SDG implementation in Australian educational context, specifically with minorities, and the equity, so with the SDG 10 within the Australian context. The research addresses gaps between policies intentions and how the ground implementation can happen, and findings are expected to illuminate the key challenges, enablers, and patterns shaping inclusive ESD practices, particularly marginalized community. And 2 appendixes to provide further interpretation, but also understanding for the basic framework that will be part of, upon which we will draft our discussion and research. Thank you.
Now the floor is open for questions.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Permission to speak.
Hi. Hi, ma'am. Do you have a question?
Hello, Dr. De Luca, Dr. Claudia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Actually, I'm very interested in what you have presented because interested too on inclusive education. I am just interested on what are the inclusive criteria that you have included in your systematic literature review. Inclusion criteria in your systematic literature review.
Yes, so we use, can you hear me well? As our inclusive criteria, we use keywording, as in my presentation. Some of the keywords that have led our preliminary literature review is education for sustainable development, so ESD, as a major, of course, framework. And then SDG 4 and 10, inclusive education, specifically with minorities. So people with disabilities, the disadvantaged community, or for example, Indigenous of Australia. Educational equality, equity, stakeholder perspectives, Australian education framework, and qualitative research and systematic literature review. So the key wording is, because the first preliminary findings that we have actually run have been much around, there is a lot around like inequity or probably educational gaps in Australia, or between private and public bodies or framework, but there is not much conducted for specific minorities. And so that's the key, where the key wording and the criteria will be basically rely on to find, for the first part of the systematic literature review to be very valuable and create a conceptual framework that's strong. And then, of course, also for the second part with interviews.
Thank you very much, Doc. Because if I will be having that kind of research based on the Philippines, I will have very limited studies having those kinds of keywords, because there are limited studies for inclusive education in the Philippines. But I believe in Australia you have much. You have
Yes,
enough.
there is a lot conducted in Australia, but again, like the minorities part is something that we are very curious about. And we want to find more, and there is still like limited research conducted in that area. So these, I believe, from a first search, these, I believe, have been the strongest keywords and criteria to include. But we are still in evolution with the study, so we might also implement something else. But I can let you know, I can keep you in the loop.
Thank you very much. I would like to connect to you later. I'm
Absolutely,
very
absolutely.
interested with your study. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. May I request everyone to please mute your mics so we can hear the presenters better and the questions from our panelists. I believe Dr. Ahmed rose his hand. Do you have a question, Dr. Ahmed?
Thank you so much. No, I didn't have a question, but the problem was there was a lot of echoing. So the question, I mean, we were not able to hear properly the question. So I would request what you just requested, to mute all the mics so that we can hear properly what the presenters are doing and how we can question them. So it'll be a great thing, a request. And thank you, Dr. Claudia. It was a great insight. Happy to be a part of your team.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and honor for me to partner with Dr. Sheila Capodanno and Dr. Syed Ahmed. It's been a great collaboration so far.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you, Dr. Claudia. Are there other questions? Hearing none, can we move on to the next presenter? The next presenter is by Ms. Sheila Capodanno, and she will be presenting AI as digital well-being coach. Can chatbots support mindful learning habits? Let's welcome Ms. Sheila Capodanno.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Clearly.
Thank you so much for being here today. And so, as mentioned today, I will present our research, AI Digital Wellbeing Coach. Can chatbots support mindful learning habits? So a little bit of introduction of who I am and what I do. I'm Dr. Sheila Capodanno. I specialize in digital marketing, media, and AI-enabled learning designs. And I'm associate professor and deputy dean of Surrey Academy of Higher Education based in Sydney, Australia. And today I joined this research with Dr. Sahid Ahmed, who is, an expert in hospitality, tourism, and curriculum innovation. And you have just heard there, Dr. Claudia De Luca, who works across marketing, education, and digital transformation. So together, we bring complementary perspectives on how AI and well-being intersects in learning environments. So let's start, shall we? AI as a digital well-being coach. So this project started from a very simple question. Can AI chatbot genuinely help people to cultivate healthier habits? We focus especially on one app called Replica, which is very different from all of the other typical apps of AI companions. Its whole purpose is to witness you. So it creates a safe environment, a not judgmental like space for people to express their emotions, to reflect on their day, and even explore parts of themselves they don't share to anyone else or elsewhere. So it was built to act as a friend, as a mentor. And so unlike traditional social media, they push, to look at the best version of ourselves. It all focus on image. Replica actually leans into vulnerability and self-discovery. So what we wanted to understand was, does this emotional intimacy with AI translate into better mindfulness and well-being? Let's start a little bit of diving into Replica itself. So here you can see the core concepts that sits behind this research. So users often describe the interaction with Replica as a moment of pause, micro reflections, and how they help them to regulate their emotions, to be more self-aware, to rethink their digital routines. So it really brings in mindfulness, the opportunity to feel vulnerable and connect with themselves into a different, in a different way. So these themes, vulnerability, self-discovery, emotional connection, are central to the experience. And they are precisely what differentiate Replica from other AI companions or conversational agents. They're more task-based, they're more transactional. So our study, we use a qualitative exploratory approach because we were more interested in depth and so understanding the reason why rather than scale. So participants in Sydney interacted with Replica over a period of time and engage in self-assessment surveys and semi-structured interviews. So we analyzed their experiences through frameworks in digital well-being, mindfulness, and human AI interaction. So we were looking for patterns, and our questions were: does emotional regulation improve? Do people become more digitally fatigued or less? Do mindful habits appear spontaneously? So this approach really helps us to understand the emotional and behavioral shifts that emerge when someone builds a relationship with an AI companion rather than a human being. And of course, it was pretty interesting what we found. So our findings show a dual pathway. We have a positive side where many users reported increased self-awareness, more reflective habits. They felt more calm, and like they had this very like positive approach by using the platform. On the other side, we see the risks, and one, like some users, they really form strong emotional dependencies or kind of like a blurred patterns, blurry boundaries between human and AI connection. So these tensions, they really raise important design questions. So we are thinking of if there are positive ways to build and to have an amazing a relationship with an AI companion that really brings in positive effects. On the other side, how do we build AI companions that support well-being without replacing human relationships? How do we make AI empathetic but still transparent about its artificial nature? So here there are ethical issues that arise. So to conclude, AI companions like Replica have a real potential to support the mindfulness and digital well-being, but only if they are designed with ethical integrity, transparency, and humanity in mind. So the goal shouldn't be like to substitute the human connection. I really hope this is not going to happen, but to promote healthier digital habits and help people understand themselves better. So, as AI becomes increasingly integrated in our lives, in education, in work, this research reminds us that empathy and boundaries must guide design. And saying this, I'm open to your questions. I think there have been, I hope I have managed to be within your 7 minutes of presentation. I did my best. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. Capodanno. Now, the floor is open for questions. Or perhaps if you don't want to go online, you can just message it through our chat for questions.
All right, let me get the chat. I lost the chat here. The chat is here. Okay.
Anyone?
You're including.
Hello, Doc.
Another one.
It's me again, Dr. Castro.
Hi, Dr. Castro.
Hello, Doc. Your study is very interesting too about AI. So it's about the AI app Replica, right? So it's limited with Replica. Um, you mentioned that there are some risks, right, in using this, especially replacing human connection. I'm not sure, but in the Philippines, I forgot that the country where AI was used. And then there's some news about uh, that specific AI suggested self-harm to the user. So what's your opinion about it? Using AI.
Dr. Castro, I missed a part of your question. So you were mentioning that in the Philippines, you have a different type of AI companion app.
No. It's a news. In the Philippines, I have watched a certain news discussing some AI. I forgot which country, which specific country, but that specific AI suggested self-harm to its user. So that's one of the major risks, I think, if we will be pushing through this kind of. Yeah. I don't know which specific AI, but I have heard it in the news.
Sorry, I'm still a little bit confused about what was the question. So, like the people that are using AI companions apps.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
It's one of the major risks because you mentioned that it might replace human connection, especially maybe some of its users, especially the children, might just rely on AI instead of talking with a psychologist, a psychiatrist, something like that. What's your thoughts about it?
Exactly. Well, I think you might be aware of the fact that, for example, in Australia now, there is a social media ban on children. They are, they haven't reached the age of 16. And same thing should happen with the AI companions because they haven't developed yet those skills for interacting with an AI companion. Later on, if they do use AI companions, there are certain boundaries that needs to be set. It could be even set a specific time frame. So people, they're not allowed to use AI companions more than this period of time because otherwise they're missing the opportunity to have human interactions with their peers. Or another very important, like we need to focus a lot on transparency because when we share all of this personal information, we need to be sure that this information haven't been shared with others, haven't been shared with other platforms, which is what is happening these days with the majority of OpenAI tools that we are using. We don't know where this information are going. So in this scenario, when we use an AI companion, we need to be sure that it's a closed system where this information are not leaving our app. So transparency and having a time frame and also the having a kind of like I think this is the next step for sure in Australia. Once AI companions they will become more popular, if there is a social media ban, there will be most likely a ban for teenagers or for like over 16, etc. Thank you for your question. Yeah, sorry, I took a little bit of
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I see a question here. What protective actions can be suggested for this replica, which could promote the well-being of our users and prevent their tendency for self-harm? Well, definitely, I think based on the research findings, we did realize that it gives people the opportunity to be more self-aware and to understand themselves better. So it should definitely like help from this point of view in posing and understanding what is inside me, what I'm feeling in this moment, what should be my next step. It's completely different than talking with another human being, a psychologist, and where exactly like the psychologist, if you think of from this point of view, the interaction doesn't tell you what you have to do. It just asks you the right questions to find the answers within yourself. And the same thing happens with the AI companion. But the self-harm can happen when these boundaries are not set. When you do feel like that you must talk with your AI companion to find these answers, where you need to talk with your AI companion to take the next action. So we wanted to be sure that these boundaries are set in a way that there is, there is no abusive or self-harm behavior. It's not an easy task, and definitely like a replica as many AI companions tools, they are moving in this direction where they're becoming more ethical and they are defining like boundaries. This is a very unexplored area, so they are improving and to use it in a positive way. But definitely we found that there are risks as we just mentioned. Thank you for the questions. Thank you.
I believe there are no more questions. Sir Priyas? I guess you are on mute, sir. Sir, we still can't hear you.
Hello, how about now? Can you
There.
hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Thank you so much. This only proves that we are live. It's bound to happen. Thank you so much for being patient, Dr. Solon. And thank you to Dr. Sheena as well for her very insightful presentation about AI as digital well-being coach. At this point, we will momentarily pause the program for a quick virtual photo session. I invite everyone to please open your cameras and please give me your brightest smiles as we capture our first official conference photo. This will be posted at our official Facebook page, Academia Research Lab. You may visit our official Facebook page, or you can also find us in LinkedIn and Instagram if any of that interests you. I hope. I hope so. We will be uploading these pictures on our social media. All right, please hold your brightest smiles. I think my team in India is already capturing the screenshots as we speak. All right, there you go. Thank you so much, everyone. For now, we will take a quick break. We'll be having a 15-minute coffee break, and then we will resume promptly after the break. So we encourage everyone to return on time, please. Thank you, and see you later.
I want to go now. Mama, wait kita. Papa.
Nara pagpangugas pa. Ulat lang. Ay imo nga vitamins to kaon to saan?
Papa.
Hello, everyone. Can you please confirm if I am still audible on your end?
Hello, Sir Chris.
Yes,
You are
Chris.
very audible.
All right, thank you. I hope you had a refreshing break because now we will resume our conference sessions. We are still being moderated by our session chair, Dr. Salon. Doc, please take over.
So, welcome back, everyone. So, our next presenter, we're off to our next presenter, right, Sir Chris?
Yes, Doc, you can
Okay.
proceed with the next presenter.
Okay, our next presenter is presented by Dr. Scott Tibayan, in LPT and FBE. He will be discussing harmonizing K1 to K3 solid moral transformation studies as the sole curriculum all across the 11 ASEAN member states before academics embarkment. Let's welcome Dr. Tibayan.
I'm Dr. Scott Tibayan, a visiting professor and a Southeast Asian educator in member universities of the ASEAN University Network. Currently an associate professor, Professor 5 at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City campus, and a graduate school faculty at the College of Political Science and Public Administration of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Mesa, Manila, and a graduate school professor at the Graduate College of Management at Fiat University. So I've also served as chairman of the Department of Business and Public Administration of Fiat University, Philippines, and deputy chief for training in Social Strategy Institute in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Also served as a distinguished guest professor for ASEAN Business Integration at the Universitas Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. A public service educator, human resource professional, Chinese metaphysics practitioner, and a national security analyst. So as we all know, ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, now composed of 11 member states. So for the past many years, we are just 10, but as of October 2025, we became 11. The newest member is East Timor, Timor-Leste. So ASEAN emerged as one of the world's superpower blocks economically and socioculturally, and has transformed into a lively community that offers rich resources in tourism, technology, and talents that contributes to the world's societal advancements. So to ensure the ASEAN sustainability and further growth in its natural and human resources are well preserved and well managed by its present and future generations, it is best to implement a synchronized values education framework in all the member schools of ASEAN that will mold, nurture, develop, and discipline the children of Southeast Asia to be responsible and integrally formed individuals rich in humanization, ethics, and morality. Since, as we know, ASEAN is growing, ASEAN is now becoming an influential regional bloc, an influential world leader someday. That's why it's very critical that we develop our youth as early as now. So the best way is to introduce an educational framework that can help the youth be awakened of their shared responsibilities to further spark awareness of their hidden talents and capabilities as they later on choose their identified field of specialty, making them more quality assets of our beloved ASEAN. This translates into a more responsible citizenry in the ASEAN community, effectively minimizing and eliminating irresponsible citizens by shaping Southeast Asian youth and future generations as partners for continued progress. So the solid moral transformation studies, the main concept of this research, is focused on the years Kinder 1 to Kinder 3. So basically, the goal here is before they embark into academics, they will be socially and morally transformed into a more disciplined individuals. So the research undertaking aims to identify and promote an educational framework that will synchronize one ASEAN character and value systems of all Kinder 1 to Kinder 3 students. Due to the lack of granular K1 to K3 moral curriculum mapping and an alarming absence of assessments in monitoring of foundational moral skills of our youth. The research methodology that is used in here is the content analysis method, and I executed a focus group discussion via Zoom with targeted participants and the representatives from the ASEAN Secretariat officials, from these sectors, because as we all know, most of our participants are from the member states, educational experts, curriculum engineers from the 11 member states of ASEAN. So practically, we identified them from these different agencies. So from the ASEAN Secretariat officials, which is based in Jakarta, Indonesia, specifically the education representatives, which is authorized by that organization. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Directorate staff, and of course the ASEAN University Network, which is based in Thailand, which is also a quality assurance group of all member universities in Southeast Asia. The CMIO, Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, they dedicated experts from the directorate staff and Inotech specialists, which is based in the Philippines. And we also targeted participants from selected employees from specifically education supervisors from the Department of Education Philippines, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology from Indonesia, Ministry of Education in Malaysia, and tuition center owners, pioneer tuition center owners from Selangor, Malaysia, and Bangkok, Thailand. So far, these are the results and discussion. So teachers and specialists report a decline in foundational character and social skills. So an increase in negative behaviors of the youngsters, like bullying, aggression, rules violation, and lack of honesty, integrity among younger students, which are directly linked to a lack of early moral grooming and insufficient emotional regulation skills. So how can they excel in their academics, for example, if as early as this critical young early years of their life, Kinder 1 to Kinder 3, they don't have the discipline, they don't have the proper behavior. So this can lead to massive failure. The discussion also argues that K1 to K3 stage is the critical window for developing grounded morality and internalizing values. The absence of this curriculum, of course, will leave a moral vacuum that is often filled by less constructive external influences, such as unfiltered media, negative social environments that can be found in their respective communities, and the digital world, such as social media. So meaning, if we just let the kids, Kinder 1 to Kinder 3, immerse on their own in the dangerous community, the dangerous digital world, without the proper curriculum, without the proper guidance, then the more that they can be influenced negatively by this unfiltered media. Of course, academic success requires more than intellect. It relies also on character skills, the determination, the study habits, which can only be developed if there is a solid moral transformation studies curriculum. The discussion argues that moral formation cannot be a secondary objective, but it should be the primary goal or the primary foundation of everything. So recommendations: adopt the SMTS or the Solid Moral Transformation studies framework as a regional prerequisite standard and as a universal foundational standard in a mandated curriculum from Kinder 1 to Kinder 3, of course. A policy shift to redefine the SMTS core as a set of regionally certified character competencies that all children must demonstrate before formally embarking on complex academic curricula. So which means before we send them to kinder 4 or grade 4, they should have passed these regionally certified character competencies and establish an ASEAN-wide or AUN or CMEO-led initiative focused solely on building teacher capacity for values-based instruction in early childhood education. Because as we know, many teachers are not trained with values education. Some of them may be experts when it comes to their subject matter, but when it comes to molding or creating the proper character of the youth, sometimes they lack it. That's why it becomes a domino effect. So hopefully this curriculum will be adapted to all the 11 member states and specifically Kinder 1 to Kinder 3, similar to what they have in Japan. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tibayan, for the presentation. May I ask if there are questions for Dr. Tibayan? You may use the chat if you want. Anyone?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good
I am
morning.
actually assigned as a reactor for the first session this morning.
Okay.
What I have apprehended with the presentation of Dr. Tibayan was when he emphasized about strengthening the K to 3 learning competencies probably of our learners, prioritizing or focusing more on the moral development of these children in the ASEAN countries. And I agree to that, no, because as we have also observed that in Japan, no, before they would introduce to their learners, the young learners with complicated abstractions, they would train first their learners with how to socialize with other kids, how to clean up the environment, know how to be responsible citizens. And probably that's what we should also cascade to all of our neighboring countries. No, specifically here in the Philippines, we would notice that we also would really suffer with our irresponsibilities, no? And most of these children would encounter difficulties in strengthening or developing life skills because in the home, parents would also not reinforce this moral development that we teach in school. So I think we should also have a lot, no, of educational programs to be reconstructed, reframed, or be aligned, no, with all other neighboring countries with good practices or benchmark also with other countries aside from the ASEAN countries. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights. Are there any reactions or questions before we proceed to the next presenter? Hearing none. So let us proceed with the next presenter by Mr. Barak Alkaldi. His topic is about AI-supported adaptive learning for enhancing sustainability competencies among university students in higher education. Let's all welcome Mr. Alkaldi. Sir? I believe let's wait for him for a little while. Perhaps he's having a technical problem.
Yes, Doc, I believe so. Maybe it's a technical difficulty on his end. So for now, we can proceed to the
For
next
the next one.
presenter.
All right, thank you, Chris. So our next presenter is Ms. Pooja Taplial. His topic is about a sustainable leadership framework for human-centric AI adoption in small and mid-sized businesses in New South Wales.
It's pretty, you know.
Can
Hello,
we
everyone.
request for everyone to please mute your microphones so we get to hear the presenter properly? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Lovely. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Pooja Taplial, and I'm delighted to present my study on a sustainable leadership framework for human-centric AI adoption in small and mid-sized businesses in New South Wales, Australia. This study aligns with Australia's national focus on safe, responsible, and human centered AI, making the research both timely and policy relevant. Before I begin, I would like to thank the conference organizers and sponsors for creating this platform and giving us an opportunity to share with us the work and engage in a meaningful dialogue. Sorry, I'm just going to forward that. By way of introduction, I have worked in Australian tertiary and education industry for more than 15 years, currently working as a head teacher at State Government Education Department at TAFE, New South Wales. Most of my previous work around is delivery management, people and capability development, and organizational culture. Through this experience, I have seen how quickly technologies like AI are entering the workplaces and how uneven the readiness is, especially among the smaller and mid-sized organizations. That reality is what motivated this study of understanding how leaders can adopt AI responsibly while protecting the well-being of their people. Let me start by framing the landscape of Australian SMBs. We are seeing a significant rise in an AI adoption across mid-sized organizations. The tools are more accessible than ever, and many organizations feel really pressure to digitalize quickly to stay competitive. But this acceleration has outpaced the development of clear governance structures. While large organizations have robust ethical framework and compliance team, unfortunately, the MBS really have that kind of support available. And this governance gap introduces real risk like algorithmic bias, widening skill shortages, and psychological impact such as stress, anxiety among the employees. These challenges point to a clear need of a sustainable leadership model that understand not just the technology, but the human experience around it. At the same time, Australia has recently strengthened its national position on safe and responsible use of AI with the launch of its national AI plan earlier this month. The government policy direction emphasizes fairness, transparency, and human centered adoption. These priorities align strongly with the core focus of this study, which makes the research particularly timely and relevant. So, the aim of my research here is to develop a sustainable leadership framework that supports human centric and ethically grounded AI adoption in the small and mid sized businesses. When we look at the literature review from last 5 years, several strong themes emerges. Study highlight the growing need of ethical leadership as AI becomes embedded in decision making across SMEs. There is a recognition that many leaders want to adopt AI responsibly, but the guidance available to them is fragmented or very difficult to translate into small business context. Research also draws attention to the tension between the performance pressure and social responsibility. AI can improve efficiency, but if the leadership doesn't prioritize inclusion, communication, and staff capability building, employee may experience uncertainty, reduced trust, or diminished psychosocial safety. Another key theme which has emerged from literature review is organizational resilience. Many authors mention that learning cultures, innovation capability, and transparent communication help organizations adapt more effectively to digital change. What is striking, however, is that very little research connect these elements together, like leadership, AI adoption, psychological safety, and organizational culture, particularly within the Australian SMB environment. That gap is what this study seeks to address. The research gap. So these patterns from the literature review leads to three clear gaps. The first gap is the lack of sustainable leadership in the context of AI adoption remains under examined in the SMB space. We know that sustainable leadership looks like in an environmental or a corporate setting. However, we know much less about it, how it guides technology transition. The second gap is the human experience of AI adoption, including psychological safety, trust, self efficacy, and digital resilience, which are not sufficiently explored in the SMB space. And the third gap is a significant contextualized gap where Australia's SMB operate very differently from Europe or in Asia, with smaller and tighter teams and resources. Yet the literature rarely reflects these unique conditions. Hence, collectively, these gaps substantiate a need of a sustainable leadership framework which is required for successful AI adoption. Methodology to explore these research questions, I'm going to use a mixed method, multiple case study approach. The study focuses on SMB across different service sectors, especially tourism, education, hospitality, and the creative industries. The data collection will include three components: a quantitative survey, which will specifically measure psychological safety, digital resilience, and perception of ethical leadership, and the semi-structured interview with the leaders to capture the insights into the leadership behavior and employee experiences, and also the cultural readiness of the organization. Plus, we can do some document analysis of the organizational, reviewing the internal AI strategies, training content, which will help us to triangulate the organizational intent and AI maturity. The study is also guided by two theoretical foundations: the triple bottom line, which supports a leadership that balances economic performance with social responsibility, and the stakeholder theory, which emphasizes on the inclusiveness, transparency, and shared decision-making. Expected contribution from this study, there are three important contributions that we are seeking. First, theoretically.
Excuse me, ma'am,
Yes.
may I request that it seems that your screen it's not it went out of the screen. The slides went out of your screen. Are your slides okay?
Yes, it's all right at my end.
Okay. Can you
Are you
please
not?
check, Ma'am Herenya, please, if the slides are okay now?
Not yet, ma'am. It went out of the screen and it did not come back until now.
You
can try sharing
the screen.
Is it okay now?
Because it's in my end, I could see the entire screen.
Would you
Yes,
like me
it is
to
also
reshare it?
visible on my end. It's also visible on my end. Yeah, you may
Yes.
proceed.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's visible. Perhaps.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry for butting you. Thank you.
That's
You
all
may
right.
proceed.
Thank you. So I was discussing the expected contribution. So there are three contributions that we are expecting out of this study. First, in a theoretical space, we are hoping to develop a sustainable leadership framework tailored to AI adoption in SMB space, something that doesn't currently exist and fills a recognized gap in literature. Practically, the contribution will offer leaders actionable guidance on how to strengthen psychological safety and reinforce ethical governance and build digital resilience within small teams, especially in the organization where we lack the HR resources and there is a limited digital resources. At the policy and the sector level, the research will align closely with the Australia's national AI plan, and the findings will have the potential to support the policy implementation by offering practical leadership insights to the organization where they can focus on building an human-centric AI adoption strategies and can apply without any need of heavy infrastructure or complex technical needs. There are some references. And thank you very much. That's all from me. I truly appreciate the opportunity to share this work with you today. And I look forward to your questions, reflections, and insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pooja. Now the floor is open for questions and reactions. Anyone? Any questions? None? So thank you very much. I believe we should be going to the next presenter since there are no questions or reactions. So
Thank you, Dr. Joanne. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Welcome. Our next presenter is Dr. Zaira Adnan. She will be discussing the integration of Sustainable Development Goals in business curricula, a case study from Australian business schools. Let's all welcome Dr. Adnan.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Just let me, sorry. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Just let me share the screen with you so we can start. So I'm Dr. Zaira Adnan. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'll be sharing insights from our study on how Australian business schools are integrating the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into their curricula. The research is co-authored with my colleague, PhD scholar Pooja Thapiyal and Dr. Syed Mahmood Ahmed. I thank them for their contribution, and I thank you for this opportunity. Starting off with a little bit of background. I have a PhD in economics with the focus on technological diffusion through FDI and trade. My research spans productivity, technological diffusion, foreign investment, and now increasingly towards sustainability in tourism and education. I have more than 7 years of teaching experience across economics, finance, and business. And my recent work has focused on how we can embed sustainable development goals into teaching practice. So we'll just start. What are the Sustainable Development Goals? So they represent a global commitment to inclusive, equitable, environmentally sustainable development by 2030. They're constructed by United Nations. These are 17 interconnected goals, but for business education, 3 goals are particularly important. SDG 4, which is quality education for all, SDG 8, which focuses on decent work for all, and SDG 12 on responsible consumption, and which are particularly relevant for our study. It's important to note that education is central, not only as a standalone goal, but as a driver of progress across all the other goals.
Doc, I'm sorry. Here I go again. I believe your slides are not in a slideshow. Can you please?
Can you see them now?
Yeah, but it's not in a slideshow. Sir Chris, you were raising your hand earlier.
Yeah, I think now. Is it fine now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you so
No
much,
worries.
Doc.
No
Thank you.
worries. Thank you. Uh, so education is a foundation of these sustainable development goals. Education underpins progress across poverty reduction, health, gender equality, and climate action. UNESCO emphasizes that education must go beyond literacy to include sustainable competencies such as critical thinking, systems thinking, and collaborative problem solving. Business schools are uniquely positioned to prepare graduates as sustainability change makers. Now, talking about Australia in Australian context, because our research focuses on Australian context. In Australia, business schools play a foundational role in shaping future leaders. Many universities have already begun aligning their strategies with the Sustainable Development Goals, supported by initiatives like Sustainable Development Solutions Network and Principles for Responsible Management Education, which are both initiatives and networks constructed by the United Nations. So we have the networks, we have the frameworks to guide the integration of SDGs into the business curricula. However, the integration remains uneven. Too often, sustainability content is confined to electives or isolated case studies rather than embedded across the programs. So, in context of research, we have three main challenges: limited integration. Sustainability is often treated as optional rather than core. Secondly, we have pedagogical gaps. Students rarely engage with scenario-based learning or reflective assessments. They prepare them for complex sustainability dilemmas. And third, we have industry misalignment. Curricula don't adequately reflect the needs of small to medium enterprises, indigenous businesses, or emerging sectors like circular economy, where the business graduates are actually going to go and work. So this highlights the need for a context-specific framework. So talking about a research methodology, our study will use it uses a mixed methods approach. We begin with the curriculum audit across Australian universities to assess the presence and depth of sustainable development goals related content. We will then conduct semi-structured interviews with faculty, students, and industry partners to explore perceptions and barriers. Finally, we'll analyze course outlines and policy documents and use these insights to develop a pedagogical framework, which we aim to get validated through academic and industry panels. We have reviewed global literature. Global research offers us valuable insights. Collier et al. Show that quick integration, embedding SDGs into existing courses can be effective. There are some other studies that highlight the power of experiential learning in deepening sustainability awareness. Research literature also demonstrates that systematic curriculum audits are essential to prevent SDGs from being overshadowed by competing demands. We have reviewed extensive literature, but most relevant are 7 studies with particular focus on Australia and Canada and some European North American studies. We have found uneven integration and a lack of consensus on the core sustainability competencies that are needed to design the curriculum design. So the research gap that we have identified is the lack of consensus on core sustainability, and this gap underscores the importance of developing a systematic context-specific framework. Based on the reviewed literature, we propose a pedagogical framework which includes 5 main pillars: systematic SDG alignment across curricula, scenario-based learning that embeds real-world sustainability challenges, thirdly, reflective assessments to promote ethical awareness among business students, Then interdisciplinary education across various faculties, and then strong industry partnerships, especially with SMEs, indigenous businesses, and emerging sectors. We hope that this framework offers Australian business schools a practical model for embedding sustainability systematically. It aims to strengthen policy alignment by bridging national sustainable development goals, commitments with higher education practice. Most importantly, it aims to prepare future-ready leaders, graduates that are equipped with ethical, sustainability-driven mindsets to advance Australia's progress towards successful achievement of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So in conclusion, embedding SDGs into business curricula, it's not just an option anymore. We need future leaders who can navigate global challenges responsibly. Then this is what our research aims to do. Thank you so much, and I look forward to whatever any questions or insights.
Thank you, Dr. Adnan. Other questions? That was a very good presentation, a very good study. Now, may I have reactions? None? All right, thank you very much. Sir Chris, may I ask if Mr. Alcalde is ready? You are on mute.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
All right, it happened again. So sorry about that. But yeah, I think, Doc, we can conclude the session at this point. I think our next presenter will be moved on a later schedule once he's already available and the connection is already good. So for now, we can conclude with your closing message as session
All right.
chair.
So as we conclude this session, I would like to sincerely thank our distinguished presenters for sharing their valuable insights and our participants for their engagement. The discussions today clearly reflect the spirit of multidisciplinary collaboration that is essential in advancing a sustainable society. May the ideas exchanged here inspire further research, partnerships, and meaningful action beyond this conference. Thank you all for your time and contributions. And I thank you, ICIMAS and Academia Lab Research, for inviting me to be your session chair. And I wish you a productive continuation of the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary for Sustainable Society. Again, this is Dr. John Christine Salon signing off. Good afternoon. Sir Chris?
Thank you so much, Dr. Joanne, and we hope that we can see each other very soon at maybe one of our upcoming conferences.
All right.
So thank you so much, Doc, for accepting our invitation to be our session chair for today.
An honor and a privilege. Thank you, Sir Chris.
Thank you so much. For now, we would like to
Thank
hear
you.
from our reactors. May I request our reactors, Dr. Catherine and Dr. Pilipinas, to give their insights about the presentations. Dr. Catherine, I think you can go first now, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sir Chris. So, all of the presentations this morning are very interesting and very comprehensive. That's why I don't have any questions on the latter part. So, I'm very interested to collaborate also on some of the presenters. I'm very interested in their topic, especially in inclusive education and also the use of AI, the first two presenters. And I also would like to commend the presentation of Dr. Uh, Yeah, Dr. De Luca, as well as the presentation of Dr. Zaira, wherein she also presented the integration of FDG, especially in business curricula, since we believe that uh, it is not it is the trend now, no? It's a need to include SDG in our curriculum, especially if we would like to have business leaders, right? As well as the presentation of Dr. Puja. I would like to commend him also. Uh, okay. That's also congratulations also to Dr. Scott. I forgot to mention, no, the harmonizing the moral K2, K1 to K3 solid moral transformation. Okay, it's very important also, especially in the Philippines, right? Not just in ASEAN countries. It's a need for us to follow the footsteps of Japanese curriculum, not just focus on academics, but also on moral integration, especially on discipline. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you very much to all the presenters. We learned a lot on the first session of the fourth ICMAS. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine or Dr. K. Thank you so much for your insights as one of our reactors for today. Much appreciated. And for Dr. Filipinas, I think we can get her insights later on once she's already settled on her end. But for now, again, I would like to thank all our presenters and our session chairs, our reactors for your insightful contributions, your scholarly contributions. You have surely set the mood, I would say, for the vibe or the what do you call this? The initiative that we are running here at the fourth ICMAS. So I think for now we can proceed with the next session as our first session was definitely cut short. So we have still more time. We can begin with the next session. But before we do that, may I just quickly confirm if our participants for the second session is on board here at Zoom right now. Let me do a quick check on that. Please bear with me. And yeah, while I am confirming this real quick, and I thank you so much for being patient, I would like to inform everyone that tomorrow will be the second day of our fourth ISMAS. That one will be a hybrid setup. We have presenters in Da Nang, Vietnam, and still the conference will be broadcasted live via YouTube. So we are inviting everyone to join us. Even if you have presented your papers today, we are definitely looking forward to have you join us tomorrow for the day two. So same time with the time indicated in the agenda that was in Vietnam time zone, by the way. So if you are in the Philippines, that's I think we are 1 hour advanced. So it's already 12:40 p.m. here. And we are also inviting everyone to please visit the official Facebook page of Academia Research Lab, or you may follow us in LinkedIn and YouTube so you can see the recorded uh, virtual conferences there. All right. And how is everyone feeling right now? Can I see a heart reaction if everything is all good in your end? I hope everyone is well and safe and cozy as I am now. Wow, I am being showered by a lot of hearts. I love that. Show me some love. As we say in the Philippines, maraming salamat po for joining us, and we really appreciate your contributions and your participation here at the fourth ICMAS. Wow, I am receiving nonstop hearts here on my end. I really appreciate that. So I think we cannot proceed with our second session right now. So maybe it's time to do our lunch break. I think everyone needed a break after that. Although the discussions are very, comprehensive, I would say that it really took a toll on us. You can't really just process too much information, but we really appreciate all our presenters for that. Good resume on our presenters, our keynote speakers, and our session chairs. So this only proves that the fourth ISMOS, it's really an inclusive and forward thinking conference. It's very we are very privileged and grateful enough that Academia Research Lab has created this platform where we can share your papers, right? Because learning doesn't just stop at school. It should be shared, it should be practiced. And you being here with us today is already one step forward, right? Because it doesn't really end in publication alone, it doesn't really end in journals alone. These papers should be heard, these papers should be shared, and these papers should be practiced in actuality in accordance with the SDG set forth by the United Nations, of course. Does everyone agree with me on that? Wow, I am being showered by hearts here. But before we take our break, we are going to present the certificates to our participants for this session. So I think we are ready for that. We are extending our sincerest gratitude to our session chair, Dr. Joanne Christine Solon, for expertly guiding the session and ensuring a smooth and productive discussion. Also, would like to offer special thanks to our keynote speakers for sharing their valuable expertise and inspiring perspectives earlier. At this point, we are about to present the certificates to recognize the efforts and contributions of our session participants. So the organizing committee is pleased to present the certificate of appreciation to our session chair, Dr. Joanne Christine N. Solon, for her moderation and guidance during the session. Can we flash the certificate on the screen, please? Yes, again, we are presenting the certificate of appreciation to our session chair, Dr. Joanne Christine N. Solon, for her moderation and guidance during the session. Dr. Joanne, again, thank you so much for graciously accepting our invitation as session chair for today, and we hope that you can join us soon in our future conferences physically also. Let's give her a virtual applause, please. I think you can do that in the reaction. You have a clap reaction and the button. And we also present, can we do a full screen, please? All right, there you have it. Thank you so much. So this certificate of recognition is presented to Professor Jefferson A. Costales that recognizes and honors as keynote speaker Let's give him a virtual round of applause, please. Thank you. And the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Joanne Christine Salon for being our session chair for today. Thank you so much, ma'am. And the organizing committee is honored to present the certificate of presentation to Dr. Claudia De Luca of Kaplan Business School, Australia, for her paper entitled Embedding Education for Sustainable Development in Australian Education, an exploratory stakeholder study on inclusive and equitable practice. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Sheila Capodano of Southern Academy of Higher Education, Australia, for her paper titled AI as Digital Wellbeing Coach, Can Chatbots Support Mindful Learning Habits? And the same certificate of presentation is presented to Dr. Scott Tebayan of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City campus for his paper, Harmonizing K1, K3 Solid Moral Transformation Studies as the sole curriculum all across the 11 ASEAN member states before academics embarkment. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Pooja Tapliao of SP Jain School of Global Management, Australia, for her paper, A Sustainable Leadership Framework for Human-Centric AI Adoption in Small and Mid-Sized Businesses in New South Wales. And lastly, the certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Zaira Adnan of Southern Institute of Higher Education Australia for her paper, Integration of Sustainable Development Goals in Business Curricula, a case study from the Australian Business Schools. Once again, congratulations to all the recipients of the certificates, and thank you so much for your participation and presentation here at the 4th ISEMAS. May I invite everyone, please open your cameras for another photo session. Okay, there you have it. I think my team is already capturing the photos. Please give us your best smiles. Wow. Come on, you have just presented your paper at an international conference. That is already an amazing feat. You should give us your brightest smile. Come on, give me your best 4th ISEMA smile. Wow, I'm seeing some familiar faces here, and I'm seeing new ones as well. Welcome to the family. We call everyone here our family because our connection does not end here. Definitely, I am sure I am gonna see most of you on our upcoming conferences. Maybe not here in the Philippines, but let's see. Because next year we have multiple conferences for sure, and I am sure I'm gonna see you in one of those. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. And for now, we will be having a lunch break. This is going to be a 1 hour lunch break. So in Vietnam time, it's already 11:50. We shall resume after an hour from that. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Happy, as I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sector.
Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second international summit on educational management.
Invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
University of the Philippines Parañaque City Campus, and today we're here in a second International Summit on Educational Management, Emerging Technology in Kuala
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
happy, as I have mentioned earlier in my speech. I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sector.
Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second International Summit on Educational Management.
Invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
From Multidisciplinary University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and today we're
was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Happy, as I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sector.
Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second International Summit on Educational Management.
invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
From Multidisciplinary University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and today we're here in a second International Summit on Educational Management, Emerging Technology in Kuala
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Happy, as I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sector.
Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second International Summit on Educational Management.
Invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and the India.
From Multidisciplinary University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and today we're here in a second International Summit on Educational Management, Emerging Technology in Kuala Lumpur.
was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join on this third international ICMS conference on behalf us and also as the representative of the research.
Well, first of all, I am very happy. As I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sectors.
I feel like after, especially after the COVID-19, when the whole world kind of putting a stop on the hospitality and tourism industry, now having a lot of researchers actually continue their study on hospitality and tourism, it has a huge impact on the future in terms of the diversity of topics. They're looking into not really the data impact, but also the practical one. So in my opinion, it's gonna contribute to the growth of the industry in the future.
It was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
To everyone involved. Thank you.
Looking
forward that these seminars should be initiative of the researcher and of course educator and the other entities who will be working for the progress and development in order to improve the reform educational landscape in our Philippine setting. We are looking forward to forging more cooperation, closer cooperation, and sustainable agricultural practices as well as sustainable research practices to foster the relationship between different countries.
Looking forward for another collaboration, more of an internationalization, globalization, as well as a more specific academic discipline in the upcoming researches.
Jasmine de la Cruz Poff, fourth year nursing student from Bulacan State University San Rafael campus. So I am expecting now about other research from other research.
Participate in the activity, and I'm very much grateful to be here. To all of the facilitator and to all of the members and partners of this activity, thank you so much. The learning that I have gained in here, hopefully it will be utilized and contextualized in the context of our university.
I am delighted being part of this very important gatherings in the field of research. I am looking forward also that with this from Olivares College, Philippines, that it will continue to propagate the result of the research in various disciplines such that it will contribute to the improvement of the existing systems and practices across levels of governance, across the organization.
Selamat Petang, Malaysia. Sayangi Kuala Lumpur.
Today I'm joining a very prestigious conference here that provide a platform for all the researchers and scholars in a multidisciplinary action where they provide some collaborative platform.
And I'm really delighted to be here. This is actually the very first conference where I am giving a presentation, coming together, sharing their research and their ideas, but most importantly, looking at the human factor in education.
I'm very happy to this conference and look very nice and people are very happy in the conference like a family.
With this seminar, we really learn about the different approach on sustainability. This is a very good platform for us to meet as academicians and learn about.
This is my first journey as a researcher where I found that ICMAS is a very good opportunity for a new researcher to share the ideas to the world. So I'm very happy to be here.
ICMASS events today. This is a great platform for the associates to exchange valuable data, to apply in their research area, and also to their real-life work.
Yuk. Sekon.
was very informative, full of information and collaboration, and you can look at the industry from different perspectives. And I believe you are doing a very good job, and I hope that I will be participating in any future activities with the Globe Summit. In one word, I can describe the Globe Summit as informative.
Thank you so much for giving me time to join in this third international ICMS conference on behalf and also as the representative of the Rizal Memorial Colleges of Davao City, Philippines. I am so thankful that the organizers do it well.
Happy, as I have mentioned earlier in my speech, I am very amazed with the different topics which were presented in the first session of our international conference. Most especially, these diverse topics are actually essential in the tourism and hospitality sector.
Memorial State University from the Philippines, and I am here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for this second international summit on educational management.
Invite me to join today. Today we have a lot of academicians come to the Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and India.
Campus, and today we're here in a second international summit on educational management, emerging technology in Kuala
forward that these seminars should be initiative of the researcher and of course educator and landscape in our Philippine setting. We are looking forward to forging more cooperation, closer cooperation, and sustainable agricultural practices as well as sustainable research practices to foster the relationship between different countries.
Looking forward for another collaboration, more of an internationalization, globalization, as well as a more specific academic discipline in the upcoming researches.
Hello, I am Charisse Jasmine de la Cruz Poff, fourth-year nursing student from Bulacan State University San Rafael Campus. So I am expecting po na I will gain a lot of knowledge about other research from other researchers po around the other school po. And also I am expecting po or wishing po na ma-publish yung aming research study internationally.
So this is my second time around to participate in the activity, and I'm very much grateful to be here. To all of the facilitator and to all of the members and partners of this activity, thank you so much. The learning that I have gained in here, hopefully it will be utilized and contextualized po in the context of our university.
I am delighted being part of this very important gathering in the field of research. I am looking forward also that with this from Olivares College, Philippines, that it will continue to propagate the result of the research in various disciplines such that it will contribute to the improvement of the existing systems and practices across levels of governance, across the organization.
multidisciplinary approach for sustainable society. It is a great pleasure to be here today with esteemed research scholars, academicians, and students.
So that's directly here again now. Top 10 of cities being impacted by race.
Beyond the Oro City, a pathway to the center for this afternoon's
Ampo. And also I would like...
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Again, thank you so much, everyone, and see you on the second day of our conference at 8 a.m., same venue.
Welcome to the second day of the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society.
President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Louis Pardon, and of course, the dear...
Joy Martinez from the Philippines, and I am a licensed professional teacher. And
those working night shift that suggest the organization
to the distinguished panel reactors and to my colleagues in the academe.
like website quality, information quality, security, communication, among others. And based on...
There's no way that, in fact, one of our directors asked me, can we add more tests as part of my recommendations?
And the gross...
For one, it's a massive issue. Most parents, unfortunately, grandma didn't teach their daughters
Thank you so much.
Chris, we are not able to hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I start now?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I start?
Yes, yes, please. I'm ready for my talk.
Wait, I need to talk with the organizer. Can we start? It's able to.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, shall we start? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, researchers, and collaborators. I warmly welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for a Sustainable Society, or ICMAS 2025, proudly brought to us by Academic Research Lab. It is an honor to gather here with global minds committed to turning knowledge into action for thriving equitable future. Today, we dive into rich tapestry of research topics such as illuminating pathways to sustainable society.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to cut off in between. Actually, we have a session's keynote speech before this session. And actually, our moderator is facing a little of internet issues. So, sorry for to interrupt you. But
But according to the program, the keynote speakers will be will will be presented on the s- third third presenter.
Hi, hello. May I be given a chance to speak?
Yes,
Actually,
you may.
I really could not wait for that
I can see your face.
because I am here in the airport and I have to rush to another meeting. So may I be allowed to deliver my keynote message? Sorry to ruin your program today. If it's okay with you, I
Keynote
just
speech,
arrived
Dr.
from
Priyanto.
my trip
no,
from.
it's
Wait,
Honorable.
No, I'm a Dr. Apag.
Apag. Wait, I need to talk with the organizer. I am a session chair for session 2, which will start at 1:20 p.m. And these are based on the program they have sent to me. These are the following presenters. We have Mr. Jun Pajarillo, Mr. Rondol
Ma'am,
Bondaon.
sorry to cut you in the middle. Actually, we have to allow sir to have his keynote speech due to the timelines we have provided earlier, and sorry to interrupt in the mid. He requested for, as he has a schedule, some different schedule in the mid. So I hope we may allow him for one keynote speech, and after
Okay,
that we can start your session.
who will introduce Mr. Uh,
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, there's no need to introduce myself.
Okay, so you may
Yeah,
start now,
yeah.
Miss Professor or Dr. Apag. for your
I'm Dr.
thank you.
Apag. Yeah, I'm the commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education. Okay, again, once again, sorry to ruin your schedule today. I was supposed to deliver my message this morning, but I already had my trip from Davao City to Manila. I just arrived here in Manila, and before I go to another meeting, I have to stay here to get a stable internet connection here at the airport. So mabuhay, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respective organizers, team colleagues, educators, researchers, and students from around the world. It's truly an honor to join you at the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, or ICMAS. Allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the Academia Research Lab and to the dedicated organizing committee for bringing us together to reflect, to share, and to reimagine how education can lead the world toward a sustainable and equitable future. I have my slide. May I request the organizer to flash on screen my second slide. Uh, thank you so much. So in moments like this, I am reminded of the words of Paulo Freire, a visionary Brazilian educator and philosopher who believes, Mr. Freire once said, education does not change the world, education changes people, and people change the world. That statement captures everything that this conference stands for, because at the heart of sustainability, whether environmental, social, or economic, is the human being. And education is the force that changes the way people think, the way people act, and ultimately the way people sustain. Freire's message reminds us that education is not passive, it is participatory. It is not just a transfer of knowledge, it is a transformation of consciousness. And when education transforms consciousness, it transforms society. When we talk about sustainability, we are not just talking about protecting trees or oceans, community life, and the life of our planet. Sustainability is about ensuring the progress we enjoy today does not come at the expense of tomorrow. It is awareness. And education, as Freire taught us, means of achieving that balance because it shapes how we see the world. Creative society does not only ask, how can we prosper? It also asks, how can we protect, preserve, and give back? That mindset, that shift from self-interest to shared responsibility is the foundation of sustainable development. Next slide, please. This year's theme, Divergent Paths to a Sustainable Development in Society through Education, perfectly reflects the spirit of our time. It says there is no single formula for sustainability. Different countries, disciplines, and communities walk different paths. But through education, these diverse paths can converge one vision, which is a world that thrives in balance and harmony. Education allows us to adapt solutions to context. A solution that works in Manila might look different in Mumbai, in Hanoi, or in Helsinki, but the principle is the same. When people are educated, they can build, innovate, and sustain. This diversity of approaches is not a weakness, it is our strength. Next slide, please. Education is at the heart of sustainable development. According to United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG 4, places education at the very center of all 17 goals. Why? Because education is the enabler of every other goal. Without education, we cannot end poverty. Without education, we cannot achieve gender equality. Without education, we cannot protect our planet. Education simply cultivates critical thinking, empathy, and innovation. When young student learns not only how to read, but also how to reason, that student becomes a responsible citizen. When a university promotes research not only for publication, but for public good, that institution becomes a driver of change. And when governments invest in inclusive and equitable education, they invest in peace, progress, and planetary health. Next slide, please. UNESCO's concept of education for sustainable development, or ESD, calls for a new paradigm of learning to equip learners not just with knowledge, but with values and action. ESD encourages us to teach students that not only how to succeed in the world, but how to sustain the world. It promotes three crucial dimensions of learning. First, learning to know, to understand our interconnected world. Second, learning to do, to apply knowledge in solving real problems. And third is to learn to live together, to nurture peace, respect, and global citizenship. Education for sustainable development empowers people to live responsibly and act purposefully in harmony with others and with nature. Next slide, please. As we continue to walk these divergent paths towards sustainability, allow me to share three guiding commitments that I believe are essential for making education truly transformative. These are the three pathways toward a sustainable future. First, next slide. Relevance. What is this? Learning must respond to reality. Education must always connect to the real world. It should not only prepare people for jobs, it should prepare people or prepare them for life. Here in the Philippines, we are working to make higher education programs responsive to the needs of our communities, integrating local wisdom, cultural knowledge, and indigenous perspectives. When students engage with farmers to promote sustainable agriculture, and when they help local governments create environmental solutions, they experience what unresponsive or unresponsible. As I often tell students, what would you learn? What you learn should stay in your notebook. Should not only stay in your notebook, it should live in your neighborhood. Second, research and innovation, turning knowledge into impact. Sustainability needs silence, needs science rather, but science must serve people. Research is not just about publishing papers, it is about producing progress. And innovation is not just invention, it is intention. At the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, we encourage our universities to align the research with the Sustainable Development Goals, from renewable energy to digital governance, from community development to mental health. We believe that knowledge must not end in the classroom. When research becomes a tool for inclusion, it becomes a tool for sustainability. Third, collaboration or walking together. Next slide, please. The world divergent may suggest we walk different roads, but the truth is we are walking together. Our challenges are climate change, conflict, inequality, knows no borders. So our solutions must also cross borders. Next slide, please. We are now on number three. Through international collaboration, academic partnerships, and shared research, we strengthen one another. In ASEAN, for example, we are working to build a community of learners and researchers who share not only expertise but empathy. Next slide, please. Because the future of education is not about competition, it is about collective action. Next slide. The Filipino and global connection. Coming from the Philippines, a nation of over 7,000 islands, I've learned that sustainability begins with connection. Each island has its own culture, challenges, and beauty. But when connected, they form a stronger, more resilient whole. In the same way, this conference connects us. Different nations, different ideas, into one shared vision for humanity. Education here is the bridge that links these islands of knowledge, turning isolation into integration and diversity into strength. Next slide. In closing, education as humanity's greatest hope. Paulo Freire was right. Education changes people, and people change the world. But let us remember, the world does not change through classrooms alone. It changes when what is learned in classrooms transforms into compassion, commitment, and collective action. May we walk on divergent paths, but our destination is the same: a sustainable, inclusive, and peaceful world. Let us therefore teach not just for employment, but for empowerment. Let us not lead not only with intelligence, but with integrity. Let us educate not just for success, but for sustainability. Because in the end, the true measure of education is not just how much we know, but how much we care, how much we act, and how much better we leave the world for those who will come after us. Next slide. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. May our divergent paths continue to lead us toward one sustainable and united world. Mabuhay!
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apag, for that insightful discussion about education.
You're most welcome. May I be allowed to leave now? Thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apag. Okay, shall we start with our second session?
Ma'am,
Eh,
please wait for the Chris. Sorry for the interrupting. Chris, are you there? Actually, moderator is facing some technical issue.
Hello, everyone. Please confirm if you can hear me now, if I'm back online.
Yes,
Yes, we
yes.
can hear you.
Finally, I am so sorry, everyone. I had an unexpected, I don't know what happened really, but there was a loud sound in my area and then everything was shut off, including my internet and the phone for a few minutes. And then I was kicked out of Zoom already. So I'm so sorry. I am so sorry really to everyone. I understand how important your time is. Please understand that this is totally beyond my control. I was really trying my best to get back as soon as possible, but I think I am loud and clear on your end. Please confirm.
Indeed, you are.
Okay, thank you. So I think my team has informed me that Commissioner has already presented his keynote speech. Is that correct? Please confirm.
Yes,
Yes, yes.
sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So, once again, I apologize for the inconvenience and thank you so much for staying with us. And thank you so much for the patience. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry for the delay. And yeah, we are so privileged that we are joined today by the Commission on Higher Education Commissioner from the Philippines, Honorable Desiderio R. Apag III. Engineer, maraming salamat po. Thank you so much for graciously accepting our invitation to serve as one of our keynote speakers for the day. Please know that we really appreciate it and we are beyond thrilled and honored that you are joining us here at this momentous fourth ISAMAS. Honorable Desiderio, are you still with us on the bridge?
Hello po,
Okay.
good afternoon.
Hi,
This
Sir
is Albert po,
Albert.
staff of Commissioner Apag. Sorry po, Commissioner Apag left na po.
All right, that's okay, sir. Please relay our apologies and our gratitude at the same time for accepting our invitation as keynote speaker. And I do apologize that we were not able to introduce him formally before he delivered his keynote speech, but I'm sure that he really gave all of us an insightful and comprehensive discussion given the amazing resume of our very own commissioner from the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, in the Philippines. For everyone's information, Honorable Commissioner Apag is a distinguished engineering professional and academic leader with extensive expertise in mechanical engineering, computer engineering, and quality management. He holds a Doctor of Engineering degree with a major in mechanical engineering and is also a certified professional computer engineer. Currently, he serves as the commissioner at the Commission on Higher Education, and his extensive background in academia, administration, and quality auditing really highlights his dedication to advancing higher education and professional excellence here in the Philippines. So to have him as one of our keynote speakers is truly beyond an honor for Academia Research Lab, for Fourth ISAMAS, and for everyone here on Zoom today. So Sir Albert, thank you so much for assisting us all throughout. And to Honorable Commissioner Apag, thank you so much.
Yes sir, we will relay this to Commissioner po. Thank you so much po.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I believe we are back on track, and I am just trying my best here to, really catch my breath, I would say. But yeah, I would say that we are back on track, and I think everything's working here on my end. So we shall officially resume our program as we continue to build meaningful insights and discussions, right? So when we talk about sustainability, since this is fourth ISMS all about is, universities and educational institutions like yours back home undeniably play a pivotal role in shaping the knowledge, the values, and innovations needed to achieve it. So today, we are honored to be joined by another visionary leader who will further enrich our discussions as we continue to explore different approaches towards a sustainable society. Before we proceed to our next session, please allow me to introduce our next keynote speaker for the day. He is the president of Shinawatra University in Thailand and the first non-Thai national to lead a Thai university. With over 20 years of experience in higher education, he has served in Malaysia, China, and Thailand, playing key roles in academic leadership and international strategy. Prior to his current role, he has held senior positions at Hope Education Group and INTI International University, contributing to the international expansion of Chinese private higher education. His researches focuses on international higher education, cross-border student mobility, educational leadership, and cultural adaptation. He is particularly interested in the experiences of Chinese postgraduate students in Southeast Asia. His case-based and empirical work has been published in the International Journal of Evaluation and Research in Education and has been cited in international academic networks. He also holds a PhD in management from INTI International University, an MBA from Southwest Minzu University, and a bachelor's degree in English from Sichuan University. He is also active in the ASEAN China research collaboration and global higher education development. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for Professor Zhu Fei.
Hello, everyone. My name is Associate Professor Zhou Fei, and I'm very happy here to attend the ICMASS 2025. And this actually is not the first time we working together, and I'm very sorry. This round I cannot be at the things physically, so I have to record online. But I hope that after this we can do some more deep communication according to our topic. And our Shinama University also we present some speakers at the site, so I think we can do something in the future. So I'm going to share my screen. Hello, this is my topic. It's artificial intelligence in the AI era, reshaping the future of universities. So the topic, why I choose this topic, I think right now actually AI is a very popular topic and also a unending discussing for everybody need to discuss about that. But before that, please allow me to introduce our Shinawa University first. Our Shinawa University is the one of the most international university in Thailand. We recently just get the QS Asia ranking 250 in 2025, and also we are QS 5-star, and also in our QS world rankings, we have the art and design in subject QS rankings world 150 to 200, and we are very proud to announce that around our 5,000 students, 74% are from international, and they come from 21 nationalities. These are some other honors of our university. For us at the Sinawa University, this transformation has been an opportunity rather than a threat. In addition, these achievements are not just rankings, they reflects our commitment to build a university that can compete on the global stage. On the unique surroundings and the circumstances of our university, we do utilize AI through all aspects of our management and teaching methodologies. AI is no longer a supporting tool in classrooms or laboratories. It's a transformative force, reshaping the economy, industries, and other things. In 2022, the Thai government introduced its national AI strategy and action plan 2022 to 2027. Built in 5 pillars. Number 1 is establishing clear legal and ethical frameworks, developing infrastructure from high-performance computing to nationwide big data platforms, nurturing AI talents and embracing AI literacy across society, supporting innovative and cutting-edge research, expanding industrial applications with priority in agriculture, tourism, and healthcare, which together account for more than 30% of Thailand's GDP. This strategy places universities at the very center of the transformation. We are expected not only to transmit knowledge, but to serve as incubators of future talent, engines of innovation, and trust partners of government and industry. Of all disciplines, art and design are perhaps the most visibly reshaped by artificial intelligence. Generative AI now composes music, paints images, and produces design prototypes with seconds, pushing us to redefine not only the process of creation, but the very meaning of creativity itself. At SIU, we have already started reshaping our curriculum to respond to this change. We launched new modules such as AI art labs, digital interaction design, and agrosomatic aesthetics. We encourage our students to blend AI tools with VR and AI technicals and traditional artistic practices, creating entirely new forms of creativity impression. We break disciplines boundaries, enabling cross-department collaboration between arts, computer science, and data science. In the screen, you can see this is one of the most important projects we called it Corporate Case. In the Corporate Case, which means we just cooperate with Corporate, which is a small island in Thailand. We help the locals to sell their local products by designing their products and using AI tools to polish and even use the AI algorithms to produce more better sales strategies. This already achieved quite a good result, which we already helped them to sell millions of worth of products. And also, in the AI era, information is no longer secure. It is instant, abundant, and valuable at the click of the button. Students can now produce answers through AI systems in seconds. This is really compels us to ask, what then is the role of a teacher? It demands nothing less than a fundamental transformation. The answer lies in reminding ourselves. From knowledge transmitters to learning facilitators, from classroom-centered lectures to project-based mentors, from single-discipline specialists to interdisciplinary coordinators and collaborators. But beyond the skills, teachers must also serve as ethical guardians. We must guide students to confront issues of integrity, data privacy, and academic integrity in this new age. After all, AI can generate content, but cannot instill values, critical thinking, or human empathy. This remains the irreplaceable missing of our educators. At Shinagawa University, we have embraced AI not as a distant trend, but as a living experiment in our campus. We are actively exploring how AI can reshape both education and research, and let me highlight 3 areas where the progress is already visible. First, our collaboration with Peking University. Together, we established the School of Information Resource Management, which has become a platform for joint teaching and applied research. In tourism, we collaborate with the Smile Bus, one of the largest private bus company, to build an AI-generated research center to monitor from their customer flows, service satisfaction, to coupling bus routine arrangements. These projects show how AI can connect the classroom to the real needs of society. Second, in teaching and research integration, we launched AI master classes and integrational workshops, which have brought together students and scholars from more than 12 countries. These events are not only academic discussions, but also hands-on laboratories when the participants design AI-driven creative projects, from digital art exhibitions to clever city prototypes. Third, integrational student support. SIU provides English medium construction, but also offers supplementary Chinese language support and dedicated academic writing centers. This unique model helps integration students, especially those from China, adapt quickly, bridge the language gap, and succeed in an AI-driven environment. The development of AI is not only a technological challenge, it's also a historic opportunity for international cooperation. No single country can master this transformation alone. Progress depends on our ability to share resources, talents, and vision across borders. Take China-Thailand collaboration as an example. In 2025, both governments signed new agreements on the digital economy, innovative education, and AI-related initiatives. At Tsinghua University, these policies are translated into practice through our partnerships with leading Chinese universities. Together, we are co-developing AI-based projects in small agriculture and digital tourism, showing how high-level policy can be transformed into tangible benefits for students, industries, and communities. Colleagues, let me end with this reflection. Artificial intelligence is not only a technological resolution, it is a revolution of educational philosophy and university's very mission. Our challenge is to balance technology with humanity, to nurture not only technical expertise, but also the values, creativity, and crucial thinking that defines us as human beings. We must integrate academic disciplines with industries, that students learn not only from books, but also from solving real-world problems. We must also beyond national borders by fostering cooperation across China, Thailand, and ASEAN. We can cultivate a generation of talents who are not only skilled, but also globally competent and regionally rooted. At Tsinghua University, we embraced this responsibility. Our QS recognition and our global subject ranking are not just achievements to celebrate. They are commitment to uphold. We see them as proof that a university from Southeast Asia can stand tall on the world stage and as a call to do even more. So let us move forward together, not merely to adapt to AI, but to lead its integration into future of higher education. Thank you all. So this is my presentation, and there's just some humble opinions on me. So I'm expecting we can hear more valuable and precious opinions via all the presenters. Thank you all. Kapunka. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhu Fei, for that very forward-looking keynote presentation. Your reflections on how AI continues to transform teaching and research in institutional management really offers a deeper understanding of the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. And I love that you mentioned that we should move forward toward AI instead of, going against it. So it's good that the universities are able to adapt to this rapidly evolving era, embracing AI responsibly and strategically becoming essential in shaping a more sustainable future in higher education. So thank you so much, Professor Zufe, and we hope to visit the Shinawatra University very soon. All right, so at this juncture, we will now be proceeding to our next session. For today's first session in the afternoon, we have two reactors. Please welcome Dr. Catherine Joyce Castro and Dr. Joanna Marie Bernardo. And to guide us through the next set of presentations and discussions, it is my pleasure to introduce our session chair for the second session. She is the current Dean of the College of Human Kinetics at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, holds a master's in physical education, sports, and recreational management, and is pursuing a doctorate in educational management. She is highly familiar with the program with 36 years of teaching and 16 years of managerial experience. Her journey at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines began in 1989, leading to various administrative roles, including chairperson of the Master in Physical Education and Sports program and director of several offices of the university. As a faculty member, she has developed instructional materials for physical education programs and produced significant research. She is an active community volunteer and is affiliated with numerous volunteer organizations. Likewise, she serves as an accreditor for the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities of the Philippines. Everyone, please welcome Professor Luelhati de la Cruz. Good afternoon, Dean.
Good afternoon, Dr. Yes. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, researchers, and collaborators, I warmly welcome you all to the session 2 of the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, or ICMAS 2025, brought to us by the Academic Research Lab. It's an honor to gather here with the global minds committed to turning knowledge into action for a thriving, equitable future. Today, we will dive into Research Phase 3 of research topics. It's illuminating pathways to sustainable society. These studies span diverse fields, blending from innovation with a real-world impact, from evaluating the performance of the Philippine state universities as catalysts for promoting our nation's stunning natural treasures, to advancing protection for migrant workers in vulnerable global contexts. Our agenda also spotlight breakthrough in sports science to enhance human wellness, the indigenous garbage cafe, model for waste resource in transformation, and vital exploration of wellness strategies for women living with HIV. These aren't isolated efforts. They are interconnected threads weaving together social fabrics, healthier communities, and resilient environment. The outcome of these researches promise to shift our mindsets from passive observers to active architects of change. They equip us with evidence-based tools, foster positive attitudes towards sustainability, and inspire a scalable solution that transcends border. As we embark on this discussion over the coming days, let us embrace collaboration, challenge assumption, and commit to multidisciplinary synergy. Together, we will not just study sustainability, but we will build it. This is Ruel Hati de la Cruz from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, College of Human Kinetics, and I will be serving as your session chair. So before we begin our first presenter, may I remind everyone that each presenter is allotted 7 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 3 minutes question and answer segment. Okay, Sir Chris, shall we start now? Our presenter will discuss a research paper titled Performance of Philippine State Universities as an Education Tourism Destination. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Junio Pajarillo. Mr. Pajarillo, kindly share to us your slides. Tech team, is Mr. Pajarillo here?
Hello,
Hello?
Dean.
Yes
We
po.
have to cancel first the presentation of Dr. Pajarillo. We shall proceed with the first presentation first with the one that was not able to present earlier in the morning. He is first on the score sheet, Dean, the first presenter on the score
Okay.
sheet.
Is that Mr. Barak Alcaldi?
Yes,
Am I
Dean.
right? Who will present a research topic on AI-supported adapted learning for enhancing sustainability competencies among university students in higher education. Okay, a warm welcome to Mr. Alcaldi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you, distinguished guests, researchers, and members of the conference. I want to welcome you and thank you at the same time for having me here. So my name is Barak, and today I'll be presenting my research that is titled as AI Supportive Adaptive Learning for Enhancing Sustainability competencies in higher education. If you allow me, I would like to share my screen. I want to double check also whether you can hear me correctly. If there's any issues.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So to begin with, I am the co-author for this paper, and with the help of Dr. Sayed and Dr. Sheila, of course, they're supportive with this paper, get to help me for the advancement of this paper. Oh, sorry. All right. So this is me to begin with. My name is Barak. Started researching in 2023. A little bit of a background of IT, of course. Did my master's, finished in 2019. Before that, my bachelor's in Macquarie, 2016. I started doing a lot of research, but this is my first paper to present it here in this graceful conference. A little bit of background of Dr. Said, which is well known, and there's nothing to say more about Dr. Sayed and Dr. Sheila, of course. They both are my bibliography for this paper. Okay, let me jump into my paper to be exact, which is part of the purpose of my study is to examine whether AI and intelligence adaptive with learning systems can be strengthened with the universities' student sustainability competencies. These studies actually include system thinking, anticipating skills, normative reasoning, strategic planning, and interpersonal collaboration, all of which they are important for educational sustainable development. Now, to explore more into this, I will implement a quasi experimental research design, get to be comparing two different groups of students. The first group get to be using AI supportive adaptive model, and another get to be receiving the traditional instructions. So basically, pre and post assessments along the side. The concepts of mapping, scoring, a student participation survey get to be established, will be used to evaluate the learning outcomes. Now, this study actually aims to contribute the empirical evidence of AI, or how AI get to be a tool for ethical and effective supportive sustainability education for the higher education level. As part of my description of my paper, this research actually is part of the grounded in the global needed for stronger sustainable education. Universities such as part of the expected to prepare graduates who can understand complex environmental, social, and economic challenges. However, a traditional teaching methods often get to be a struggle to meet the diverse of learning, get to be or needs to require to develop these competencies. Now, AI, or let's say artificial intelligence, offers the ability to personalize learning content, providing a real-time feedback, and creating adaptive pathways based on learners' performance, because sustainability concepts require deep reasoning and system thinking. AI has a strong potential to support improved competencies and development. Now, as I mentioned in this study, there are going to be two different groups get to be compared. So the first one, controlling group receiving a traditional instructions, as the second group get to be an AI adaptive group of engaging with a personalized sustainable content generated through artificial intelligence. Now, both groups get to be complete a pre-assessment measuring a baseline sustainable competencies. Throughout the model, students will participate in activities such as a system mapping tasks, or even scenarios analysis, and reflective responses. After the model, they will complete a post-assessment and a participation survey examining their experience with the learning process. The study also includes tools such as concept mapping, scoring rubric to evaluate the system thinking, and a design survey to measure the students' participations of AI fairness, usefulness, and ethical acceptability. In conclusion, this research seeks to determine whether AI-supported adaptive learning can meaningful enhance the sustainable competency among university students, while AI increasingly used in higher education. A very little empirical evidence exists showing how it impacts educations for sustainable development specifically. Based on a literature, I expect the adaptive AI model to lead a greater improvements in system thinking and anticipating reasoning compared to traditional instructions. Moreover, the participation survey will help us to understand whether a student feels AI tools are fair, helpful, and ethically responsible. The same time, important factor given by the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization for guidance on human-centered AI. Now, ultimately, the founding of this study may support universities in responsibly integrating AI tools into sustainability curriculum, improving the students' learning outcomes while maintaining ethical and integrity. Before I close this research presentation, I would like to briefly highlight a couple of materials, including the appendix, where there are a couple of a sample of pre and post assessment questions designed to measure sustainable competencies for the measurements of the ability of students, whether they are able to identify the relationships and what are the interdependencies. Alongside the evaluation of future scenarios, as I said earlier, and the outcomes, it will really help us too. And lastly, this part of the question, which is value-based ethical reasoning, which understanding the normative competency of justifying the use of AI. And lastly, the survey questions get to be part of the measurement of participation of AI usefulness, fairness, and ethical acceptability, which help to establish the paper with fairness, as I said, and making sure that AI is one of the biggest tools that would help to thrive students into the future. So these tools actually support the validity and reliability for the study and ensures a clear, ethical, and transparent research methodology. So I thank you all very much for your time and attention, and I welcome any questions and looking forward to any feedback for my proposal.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Al-Kahid, for your very for shedding lights on how adapted learning technologies can transform higher education and foster culture of sustainability among future leaders. So now let us proceed with the question and answer portion. We are inviting our audience to share any questions or thought if they have.
Good afternoon, Dean.
Good afternoon po.
So I am Dr. Castro from the Philippines.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sir Bala, for your very comprehensive discussion, and I really appreciate on how you use technology, not just to for efficiency, but rather you also use it for to build essential future competencies. Now, I'm interested on understanding more about it. What do you think will be the biggest challenge in implementing the adaptive learning system in the classroom setting, and how will you possibly address it?
The biggest challenge might face me for using AI in a classroom would be integrity, as it's a big thing, and also alongside with being part of a research, which I actually adapted a method in one of my classrooms, which is a flipped classroom. So allowing the students coming prepared and or even using AI tool to help them to address a couple of questions, whether it's a lab or even a tutorial questions. But no matter what they get to use, they would have to adapt their own system thinking in order to understand the whole scenario of AI and how we get to use it. So I've faced a couple of scenarios where students not fully understood the whole concept, and they start reading the answers straight away, which is not what I was expecting especially from a scenario. And I told the students that it get to be a flipped classroom scenario. Now, you might think this might help or be useful for a theoretical subject, but to be honest, I used it in a practical subject, coding, and it worked really perfectly. and I reused it again for a different method, which of course theoretical subject, and it worked perfectly.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think you muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Castro, for that engagement. Do you have from our audience, do you have any question? If none, so we would like to thank once again, Dr. Alcaldis
Thank
for
you.
that wonderful
Ma'am,
presentation.
ma'am, we
Yes?
have one question in our chat
Yes.
box.
In our chat box. Let me see. In the chat box. Oh, so we have this I think question coming from Dr. Cheryl Morales from PUP Quezon City. Dr. Barak, your discussion is both on the existing generative AI and the emerging edge of AI. As an IT specialist, enlighten us please on how we can harness both this concept.
Both concepts are really practical at the same time. These concepts, adapting the AI or even having using AI as part of the harness as well, is really a thin hair that comes in between them, which enlightening us that this is the point that we need to enlighten the students that there are usefulness AI, there are the fairness, and there are the ethical part as well. So we would give all the opportunities for the students, and they get to choose. All we have to do is just enlighten them what is the right way or the pathway for them to choose.
Thank you again. So, Dr. Morales, would you like to share more? Yes, Dr. Morales, you are raising your hand. You are acknowledged.
Yeah, actually, the answer was the question. Thank you, Dr. Barak. I will take note of that thin hair that we referred to research on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Morales, and to all our audience who share us some thoughts and questions. So, again, a warm up applause to Dr. Alcalde. Now let us proceed with the second presenter. So I have already introduced him later. So now our second presenter will discuss a research paper titled Performance of Philippine State Universities as an Education Tourism Destination. So once again, Mr. Pajarillo, Mr. Juno Pajarillo. Hello, Mr. Pajarillo. Are you here now?
Yes, Dean, we need to skip Dr. Pajarillo. We can proceed with the next presenter, Dr. Roel Bondaon.
Dr. Roel Bundao. Okay. So, wait. So, our next presenter, Dr. Roel Bundao, to discuss the growth performance of is this wine? Braham calves fed with Nappers grass with commercially available yeast. So, our warm-up applause to Dr. Bundaon. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Yes.
Roel E. Bundaon, instructor at Central Philippine State University, Candoni Campus. This time, I am going to present to you my completed research entitled Growth Performance of Post-Wind Brahman Calf Feed with a Pear Grass supplemented with commercially available yeast tonic concentrate. This is my abstract. Okay, for the introduction, ruminants consume feed that is digestible by microbial biomass leading to increased metabolism. This microbial community within the gastrointestinal tract has a significant impact on physiological processes, nutritional well-being, animal productivity. Gut microbiota regulates food safety and aids in stimulation of the immune system, shedding against infectious pathogens, interaction with organisms, resource competition. A live microorganism beneficially influences the host by enhancing microorganism flora of its intestine, become a helpful and economical technique to enhance the health and productive performance of the animal. For the conceptual framework, from yeast supplementation, growth performance, then production performance. Time and place of the study. This was conducted from December 2, 2021 to March 15, 2022 at Negros Occidental Research Outreach Station or NORUS, La Carlota Stock Farm, La Granja, La Carlota City, Negros Occidental. This is a 90 days feeding program, and the Brahman calves were given ad libitum Napier grass. Methodology: cutting of Napier, weighing of Napier, mixing of concentrate, chopping of Napier, weighing of yeast, and then feeding. Vitamin supplementation, feeding of concentrate, weighing of fecal materials, deworming, weighing of animals, preparing the sample for lab analysis. Statistical design: the randomized complete block design or RCBD was employed to allocate post-wean calves with their weight used as basis for blocking. Statistical analysis was carried out using statistical analysis system. All results were presented as mean, SD, and level of significant at 5% level. For the treatment, treatment 1 negative control, 100% raphates, and for the treatment 2 positive control with 30% of concentrate plus the raphates. Treatment 3 supplemented with brand A live yeast, and for the treatment 4 supplemented with brand B live yeast. Data gathered are the average initial weight, average final weight, total weight gain, average daily gain, and feed conversion efficiency. These are the results for the average initial weight, average final weight, average weight gain, average daily gain, and average feed conversion efficiency. For the initial weight in kilogram, treatment 2 recorded the highest average initial weight at 207.66 kilogram, followed by treatment 1 at 203 kilogram, treatment 4 at 202 kilogram, and treatment 3 with the lowest average initial weight at 200 kilogram. The average initial weight of the chosen experimental calves, intentionally selected to closely match in size and age, exhibits minimal variability. This careful selection process was undertaken to maintain the study's integrity and minimize the potential bias. ANOVA analysis indicates that there was no statistically significant difference in the initial weights of the experimental animals at the start of the study. Average final weight in kilogram, treatment 2 yielding the highest final weight at 270.67 kilogram, followed by treatment 3 at 267.67 kilogram, treatment 4 at 260.33 kilogram, and treatment 1 at 231 kilogram. The analysis of variance demonstrated a significant difference among the treatment means, underscoring the notable influence of the particular yeast supplementation provided to the calves on their final weight. Upon examining the means, it became apparent that treatment 2, 3, and 4 did not exhibit noteworthy distinctions. implying that these treatments had similar effectiveness in facilitating weight gain. Remarkably, treatment 2 and 3 displayed statistically significant variances from treatment 1, while no substantial difference was observed between treatment 1 and treatment 4. Diaz et al. 2018 asserted that yeast is thought to enhance the growth performance of the ruminants by stimulating the proliferation of the fiber digesting microbes. Total weight gain, the greatest total weight gain was noted in treatment 3, followed by treatment 2 and treatment 4, while the least weight gain was seen in treatment 1. This implies that the yeast supplementation in the concentrate has an influence on the weight gains of Brahman calves. ANOVA revealed a noteworthy distinction among the treatment means, signifying that the yeast supplement significantly affects the weight gain of Brahman calves. The examination of the means indicated that there is no notable distinction among treatment 2, treatment 3, treatment 4, whereas treatment 1 significantly differs from the other treatments. This implies that yeast supplementation enhanced the weight gain in Brahman calves compared to treatment 1, which did not receive any commercially available yeast supplementation. Galbao et al. 2005 documented enhanced weight gain, decreased diarrhea incidence, increased feed intake, improved growth rate, and promoted rumen development in calves supplemented with yeast. For the average daily gain, treatment 1 resulted in the lowest weight gain at 0.32 kg, while treatment 3 displayed the highest weight gain of 0.75 kg, followed by treatment 2 and treatment 4. ANOVA revealed a significant difference among the treatment means, underscoring the notable impact on the yeast supplement on the average weight gain of Brahman calves. Tukey's HSD test confirmed that treatment 1 is significantly different from treatment 2, 3, and 4. This aligns with the findings of Dominguez Ibarra et al. 2009, which reported that yeast diet in ruminants lead to improved feed intake and weight gain. Feed conversion efficiency, it was established that the highest feed conversion efficiency was achieved in treatment 3 with a value of 6.73 kg, followed by treatment 4 with 7.43 kg, and treatment 2 with 8 kg. In contrast, the least efficient conversion was observed in treatment 1, which had a value of 13.62 kg. The ANOVA analysis revealed a significant difference among the treatment means. Upon comparing the means, it became evident that treatment 2, 3, and 4 showed no significant difference among them. Conversely, treatment 1 displayed a significant difference from the other treatments. This emphasizes that the yeast supplementation included in the concentrate had an impact on the feed conversion efficiency of the Brahman calves. The improved feed conversion efficiency observed in treatment 1 could be attributed to the various factors, such as the type of yeast used or the yeast concentration in the concentrate. This is my summary table. And for the results and discussion, highly positive relationship, average daily or average dry matter feed intake and average final weight, ADCF, IDM, and average weight gain. A highly negative relationship for the feed conversion efficiency and average weight gain. Positively very low relationship on average final weight and average daily dry matter feed intake, and also for the feed conversion efficiency and crude protein digestibility. Negatively very low relationship for the feed conversion efficiency and average final weight. For the conclusion, the researcher concluded that yeast supplementation in the concentrate feed to Brahman calves during fattening positively affected their weight gain. Presence of yeast likely enhanced the digestibility and utilization of nutrients, resulting in improved growth performance. Yeast supplementation in the concentrate feed of Brahman calves showed potential in improving Brahman calves' growth. The brand of yeast supplement used in the study, treatment for brand B, and generally resulted in the higher growth performance values compared to treatment 3 or brand A or no yeast supplementation. For the recommendation, it is important to consider the quality and composition of both the concentrate and forage components of the diet, as they can affect the overall feed intake and digestibility. Farmers should give thought to the inclusion of yeast supplementation in the concentrate feed of Brahman calves as a means to enhance their feed intake and digestibility. Future studies should explore the underlying mechanisms behind the effects of yeast supplementation on feed intake and digestibility in Brahman calves, as well as its potential long-term impacts on growth and health. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bundaon, for your enlightening presentation. Your research on yeast supplementation for Brahman calves offer valuable insight into improving growth performance and feed efficiency, which are essential for enhancing livestock productivity and promoting sustainable practices in the Philippine agricultural stocks. So I am calling our actors. If you have any additional information or questions to Dr. Bundaon. Or our audience, if you have any insights or additional information regarding the topic that was discussed by Dr. Bundaon. If none, hello, ma'am. Hello, Dr. Bernardo.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
So, congratulations po, Sir Well Bundaon, for that wonderful presentation. So, this study provide practical insights into livestock nutrition, bridging science and agriculture for sustainable cattle production. So, this study is different aspect, no? Unlike the previous or early discussions about technology. So this aspect is about agriculture, and it is very timely and very nice, no? So for this one, sir, so how can these findings be scaled to benefit rural cattle raisers across the Philippines and other countries?
Dr. Bundaon, can you hear the question? Were you able to get the question? Is Dr. Bundaon okay? Dr. Bernardo?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please repeat the question? I think Dr. Bundaon.
I'm looking for
Hello,
him.
everyone. Sorry to cut off. I think Dr. Bundaon is no longer here in Zoom. So if we have questions, we can just relay that to him via email maybe or WhatsApp. But yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Bernardo. That's much appreciated.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Anyway, this is a good study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bernardo. Once again, thank you to Dr. Bundaon and of course to our reactor, Dr. Bernardo. To all our presenters, so let us pause for a while to give way for another interesting topics. Right, Dr. Prias?
Yes, Dean.
Yes
Yes,
po.
Dean Dela Cruz, thank you so much. At this time, we will momentarily pause the presentations as we welcome our next keynote speaker, our last keynote speaker for the day. Please allow me to introduce our third keynote speaker is an associate professor, editor, and scholar with over 18 years of teaching and research experience in political science and government. He is a dean at the Faculty of Social and Political Science at Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar in Indonesia. Previously served as vice dean and head at the Department of Government Studies, Faculty and Political Science at Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar, Indonesia. Also served as a visiting research fellow at the Department of Politics and Economics, Center for East European Studies in Universität Bremen, Germany, and as well as Chief Editor for the Autoritas Journal Ilmo Pemerentahan in Web of Science and Sinta Indexed. Please welcome Dr. Andy Luhor Trianto.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me and join to a very prestigious event. Firstly, I wanted to thank to the conference organizer who helped give me chance to join this very interested forum. I am Andy Luhur Prianto from Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar, Indonesia. I think the second join this the conference. Yeah, previously I have joined in the last conference in the Kuala Lumpur for I think 2 years ago related to ICMAS. The second one I will try to present my yeah, this is our presentation, yeah, related governing protection of Indonesian migrant worker in Malaysia. Yeah, this study is part of a technical report based on our task as a Marie Curie Staff Exchange in Universität Bremen in Germany last years ago, in the last years. With my colleague Akmal Reza Amri, I will try to explain how to Indonesian government and Malaysian government to collaborate governing protection related in migrant worker and particularly in Indonesian migrant worker in Malaysia. And from years to years is increasing very high. Yeah,
Sir Andy, sorry for cutting off. Can you
yeah.
please put your presentation on full screen so we can better see
Okay.
here on our end? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I am in the way, so that I think the signal is not very clearly, but I will try to explain. Yeah, previously my research has to publish in another platform with a book chapter and a journal, and yeah, I think it's a reputable journal. But some part of our study still under review in the another journal and book chapter. Include this our presentation at this event. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think for this session, I just want to explore about several content related in Indonesian migrant worker protection in Malaysia. Yeah, related how to overview Indonesian migrant worker in Malaysia and ke isu social policy dan how to bilateral collaboration with Indonesia and Malaysian government to maintain protection between of us. Yeah. Introduction, Indonesia, I think the same is another country with India and Bangladesh or Philippines, I think one of the largest sender of migrant workers in the world. Yeah, the significance Indonesian worker in Malaysia is both in countries. The situation to challenging to protecting Indonesian migrant worker. Yeah, importance of bilateral cooperation and related how to social policy to shaping protection mechanism between of Indonesian Malaysian regulation. based on our data, Indonesian migrant worker increase from years to years. Particularly in Malaysia, our population, migrant population related 1.5 million. 50. I think it's now is almost in 2,000, 2 million people in Indonesia, in Malaysia is a worker. It's a very high number and very critical issue related on Indonesia and Malaysia. What kind of contribution of migrant worker to our country? Based on the data from Bank Indonesia or Indonesian Central Bank. In data in 2022. Remittance or money transfer from Indonesian worker, it reached 2.39 billion. I think it's a very high number to regarding our high population in the world. This amount increased in 1.80% compared with previous quarter from years to years. Now based on the data, the most remittance come from our migrant from Arab Saudi, and the second one from Malaysia and Taiwan and so on. Migrant worker in Indonesia, migrant worker in Indonesia in Malaysia, based on our data is is a part of 30 million foreign worker in the world. They have activities in the several several job related in manufacturing, construction, services, plantation. In Malaysia is a very high, very large plantation, palm oil plantation, and need more a high number of worker from another countries, and including in domestic help. Based our Ministry of worker is Malaysia and Saudi Arabia and Taiwan is the third country where our migrant workers send from the Indonesia, and is the third the third largest. Then increase number of complaint month from years to years. What kind of how important to relating the higher number of migrant worker and related of bilateral relation with both of us, Indonesia and Malaysia. I think it's a very very complexities. The largest is to indicating vulnerabilities due is undocumented on irregular migration status. Is migrant worker is not all is regular, but I think it's mostly is in regular on undocumented. But is influence to tension with to relation with two countries. Significant labor right violation reflecting of economic exploitation of migrant workers. Safety and health risks faced by migrant workers in their workplace. Exploitative practices during and hiring process leading to insecure employment condition. Involves misinformation and fraud, worsening in situation of the migrant worker. This is a serious violation of human rights, indicating of exploitation within a migration system in our region. In then both of us in Malaysia and Indonesian relation. Yeah. How about social policy? How to try to protecting the Indonesian migrant worker with social policy based on Indonesia and Malaysian regulation. Yeah, we have a law regulation procedure to protecting them. Yeah, based Indonesian law, we have law number 18. 2017 to protect migrant worker in 3 phases. Yeah, before the employee, during the employee, then after employment. Yeah, it compare with Malaysian Employment Act in since 1955 in Malaysia, and now in Malaysia. Implementing a social security to migrant worker from another country. Yeah, they have Employee Security Act and several law related protecting migrant from the exploitation. Yeah, based on Indonesian law, yeah, we have a 3 phase of protecting pre-employment, pre-employment, during employment, and post-employment. But this is a law is very very promising is a law, but in implementation, I think it's not not in reality. Not in all in reality. Yeah, and how about containing to bilateral collaboration with Indonesia and Malaysia? Yeah, some from government of Indonesia and Malaysia to maintain relation about protecting migrant from Indonesia. Yeah, particularly signing MOU from government to government and signing joint working visit between Indonesia and Malaysia ministry institution, and to building a joint task force between of Indonesia and Malaysia manpower department, and the last is organizing joint working group related on migrant worker protection. Yeah. How about the governance and innovation with the two countries' relation? Yeah, made online system, and to channeling system. Yeah, based on our experience in Indonesia, we have main online system. Yeah, and so on. And lastly, based on explanation related how to protect immigration worker in particularly Indonesian migrant worker in Malaysia. Yeah, we have a step by step, and I think as a conclusion or a recommendation for our government, both of us and Indonesia and Malaysia, how to make better for protecting migrant from time to time, protecting and government migrant involve multiple government institution in Malaysia. Yeah, we must to involve many sector, many institution to maintain our relation related so many stakeholder related of migrant worker activities. Strengthened cooperation through agreement with MOU to improve requirement oversight, consular services, and access to social, economic, and legal protection. And then innovation like one maintain one channel system to serve as official digital mechanism for one and only worker requirement. And then effective implementation require commitment both of countries, yeah, particularly in Malaysia as a destination of migrant. And the future recommendation, related how to maintain strengthening collaboration across sector with Indonesia and Malaysia, including government, private entities, NGOs, civil society, and more comprehensive migrant worker. I think it's explaining how to complexity related migrant worker protection in Indonesia and Malaysia, and how to solve the problem with our based on our studies. Ya, terima kasih. Thank you for joining us. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andy, for that very compelling keynote discussion on the governing protection of Indonesian migrant workers in Malaysia, the role of social policy. So thank you so much, Dr. Andy. Your discussions really shed an important light on the complexities of migrant protection and the critical role of bilateral cooperation, right? And how social policies can shape a safer and more equitable conditions for migrant communities. So thank you so much for sharing that. You have significantly influenced us and improved our understanding on migration governance and its implications for sustainable and humane societal developments. No one gets left behind, right?
No one's left behind.
So
My pleasure, Dr. Chris. Thank you. And see you.
thank you so much, Dr. Andy, and we hope to see you again very soon, maybe in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And yeah, at this juncture, we will now resume our conference session, continuing with the same session chair and our panel of reactors. Please welcome back our session chair, Professor Luwalhati de la Cruz.
Okay,
Dean?
thank you, Doc Reyes. To continue the presentation, the next presenter will discuss to us a research titled An Academic Investigation of Exercise and Sports Science Majors, Knowledge on Possible Careers and Routes to Employment in Sports Tourism. Let us all welcome Mr. or Dr. Jonathan Alfonso Cumilang.
Good afternoon to our esteemed panelists. Of course, our my co-researchers and co-presenters. Before I start with my presentation, of course, I would like to thank, of course, the ICMAS for having this platform for us to present our research. Please allow me to share my presentation on screen. Anyway, I am connected with DFCAM College, which is Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas. And I'm currently the program head of the Marketing Management Department.
Dr. Cumilang,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly share to us your PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am. So would like to ask if the PowerPoint is, you can see the PowerPoint on screen.
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much. So the title of the research, which I am a co-author together with Dr. Harold Deo B. Cristobal, Dr. Joan Christine and Solon, and Professor Annabel T. Valle. So I will be the one to present the research titled An Academic Investigation of Exercise and Sports Science Majors Knowledge of Possible Careers and Routes to Employment in Sport Tourism. For my abstract, now this study examines the awareness of career opportunities and employment routes among exercise and sports science majors in the sports tourism sector. It aims to identify knowledge gaps and to explore strategies for
Excuse, sir. Can you
Yes,
please
ma'am.
make it more bigger or a one slide presentation?
Yes, Doc, please click on slideshow for the full screen. And may I just confirm if your camera is open? We're unable to see you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
I've opened my camera, but maybe I'm also experiencing internet connection problem. That's why I cannot I'm not visible on screen, but I'll try it again.
Click slideshow. So Prias, can you please help me to give him an instruction?
Sure, Dean. Yes. I think he is trying to click on it. Maybe it's his signal, Dean, because I believe me and Dr. Jonathan are in the same city. We are very close right now. So
So
maybe he's also affected with the issue.
Okay. You may now proceed, Dr. Comila.
I just hope that the PowerPoint is visible on screen, ma'am and sir.
Yes, it is visible on the
Okay.
screen.
Thank you very much. So the study, for the abstract, the study examines the awareness of career opportunities and employment routes among exercise and sports science majors in the sport tourism sector. It aims to identify knowledge gaps and to explore strategies for enhancing career preparedness through academic industry alignment. Utilizing a comparative correlational design, the study surveyed undergraduate students from various state university, exercise and sports science programs. A structured questionnaire was used to assess their career awareness, self-efficacy, and industry preparedness. Statistical analysis examined relationship between career goal clarity and path awareness. Findings indicate moderate understanding of general sports-related careers but lower familiarity with the specialized roles in sports tourism. Entrepreneurial pathways showed high interests, whereas sports tourism officer roles exhibit knowledge gaps. Addressing these gaps through curriculum enhancement, experiential learning, and targeted career guidance will strengthen students' readiness for professional opportunities in sports tourism. Institutions should integrate industry-aligned programs to foster well-rounded graduates with the necessary competencies to thrive in the evolving sports tourism. For the introduction, of course, the sport tourism industry has emerged as a significant contributor to economic growth, community engagement, and the development of international sports. With increasing global demand for sports-related travel and events, professionals in exercise and sports science play a crucial role in shaping the sector's sustainability. Research indicates that professionals in this field are responsible for organizing major sporting events, managing tourism fitness centers, promoting regional sports tourism initiatives, and facilitating economic contributions through sports tourism activities. Existing studies primarily focus on general employability and career readiness within exercise and sports science. Yet few investigation emphasize students' awareness of sports tourism careers. The lack of structured career development program for sports tourism specific profession limits students' ability to identify potential employment pathways. However, findings indicate variability in students' awareness of niche sports tourism roles, reinforcing the need for enhanced guidance mechanism within higher education. In the Philippine context, sport tourism has gained traction as a strategic economic sector, particularly through regional athletic programs and international sporting events. But despite efforts to extend tourism-related sports initiatives, undergraduate student in sports science program remains underprepared for career in this growing field due to insufficient industry exposure and career-focused academic interventions. Addressing these gaps through structured career planning and academic enhancement is essential to aligning Philippine sports tourism education with global trends. This study aims to examine the extent to which exercise and sports science majors understand career opportunities and employment routes within sports tourism. Specifically, it seeks to assess students' awareness of professional roles in sports forum. For the methodology, the study employed a comparative correlational research design to examine the relationship between exercise and sports science majors, awareness of career opportunities, and employment routes in sports tourism. A comparative approach enabled the analysis of variations in students' career awareness across different academic levels. At the same time, a correlational framework identified the strength and the direction of relationships between career goal clarity and career path awareness. So this is a research design and comparative correlational. So we have here the participants of the study. Now the participants of this study were undergraduates enrolled in the exercise and sports science program at one state university in Metro Manila, specifically targeting second year, third year, and fourth year students during the 2024-2025 academic year. A stratified random sampling method was employed to ensure fair representation across academic levels, eliminating sampling bias and providing a well-rounded perspective on students' awareness of career opportunities in sports tourism. The final sample consisted of 52 respondents, and among the 52 respondents, 31 were male, which is 59.6%, while 21 were female, which is 40.4%, reflecting a higher male participation, which aligns with the trends observed in the sports and exercise science fields. The study methodology provided insights into how academic exposure, personal aspirations, and external influence shape students' preparedness for professional roles in tourism. For the instrument, the study employed a structured survey questionnaire as its primary research instrument to assess the knowledge of exercise and sports science majors regarding potential careers and employment pathways in tourism. It also consisted of three major sections: the demographic profile, career goal awareness, and career path awareness. The demographic profile gathered information about students' year level, gender, and prior exposure to sports tourism. So to ensure the validity, the questionnaire underwent expert review by faculty members specializing in sports management tourism and higher education research, ensuring alignment with both academic and industry standards. Data collection was conducted through both digital and printed formats to ensure accessibility with strict adherence to ethical considerations, including informed consent, anonymity, and data protection. This structured survey instrument provided measurable insight into students' career awareness and the employability within sports tourism sectors, enabling statistical analysis and practical recommendation for academic improvement. For the data analysis, it focused on identifying patterns in career awareness, career goal clarity, and employment preparedness among undergraduate students. Excuse me.
Dr. Jonathan,
Yes,
sorry
ma'am.
to cut off again.
Yes.
We are not seeing your slides move. Can you please unshare and reshare?
Yes, sir.
We are still seeing the abstract.
I am actually, sir, under the data analysis. So the study also incorporated comparative analysis to examine variations in career awareness across different academic levels. For the results, no, for table 1, which is goal awareness of exercise and sports science majors.
Excuse me, Dr. Kumilang.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, your slide is not moving po.
Sorry.
Opo.
Sorry, ma'am, to ask, is it already in the results?
No, sir. Still on the abstract. What we are seeing here in the screen is the abstract of your study.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Opo. Okay. You are under the discussion. What we are seeing in the screen is about the discussion. Kindly move it on. I think you are in the discussion, right?
Actually, ma'am, I'm still under the methodology, which is under
Methodology.
the
Okay.
analysis.
Okay. Kindly show to us your slides about your methodology that you utilize in the study. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible on screen already, the research design instrument?
Yes, it is po.
So thank you very much. For the data analysis, the analysis focus on identifying patterns in career awareness, career goal clarity, and employment preparedness among undergraduate students. So the data collected from the structured survey questionnaires were processed using descriptive statistic to summarize the demographic profile of our respondents, including frequencies and percentage distributions. The study also incorporated comparative analysis to examine variations in career awareness across the different academic levels. I'll now go to the results. So for the results, for Table 1, Career Goal Awareness of Exercise and the Sports Science Majors, findings revealed that students exhibited moderate to higher career goal awareness with an overall composite mean of 3.42, goal clarity of mean, which equivalent to 3.45, and standard deviation equivalent to 0.47. So was a strong grade dimension, indicating that respondents generally understood their long-term career objectives. Career planning is mean is 3.39. 3.39. 3.39 and the standard deviation is 0.50. Reflected structured efforts to organize professional aspirations through variability in responses, suggested differences in preparedness, self-efficacy, mid is 3.44, and standard deviation is equivalent to 0.48. Indicated students felt confident in their ability to pursue careers in sports tourism, but some required additional institutional support to strengthen career decision-making. So for Table 2, career path awareness across different professions in sports tourism, students demonstrated strong familiarity with traditional career paths, including fitness and recreation leader consultants. So the mean is 3.42, while the standard deviation is equivalent to 0.49, reinforcing students' interest in independent business ventures and fitness-related entrepreneurship. So for the results, the correlation between career goal awareness and career path awareness, a statistically significant positive correlation. This is the correlation of coefficient is equivalent to 0.715, while the value is less than 0.05, was found confirming that students with higher career goal clarity demonstrated stronger awareness of employment routes in sports tourism. This correlational emphasized the importance of uh, structured career planning and industry exposure in fostering professional readiness. So for the discussion, we have here unlocking career paths. The findings of this study highlights the critical role of career goal awareness in shaping the preparedness of exercise and sports science majors for employment within sports tourism. So the result indicates that while students exhibit moderate to high career goal awareness, their understanding of specialized career paths in sports tourism remains limited, particularly regarding sports tourism officers' roles. Mean is 3.31 and the standard deviation is equivalent to 0.59. The high ratings for entrepreneurial career paths mean equals 3.47 and the standard deviation is equals to 0.54 suggests that students favor independent career opportunities, reinforcing the value of entrepreneurial education in sports-related disciplines. So a progressive improvement in career awareness observed across year levels, now with fourth-year students demonstrating the highest readiness of employment. However, variability among lower year students reinforces the need for earlier career interventions, ensuring progressive career awareness throughout academic progression. Research highlights the importance of integrating sports tourism, focus training, and expand industry academic collaborations to enhance student preparedness. And given the findings, higher education institutions should strategically enhance their sports science curricula by incorporating career development module, hands-on experience, and mentorships to bridge the gap between education and the employment opportunities. So for the conclusion, the study confirmed the significant influence of on career path awareness among expert exercises and sports science majors, particularly within sports tourism, with a strong correlation highlighting the need for structured career planning and industry-aligned education. While students demonstrated moderate to high career awareness, gap remains in specialized roles such as sports tourism officer, necessitating curricular enhancement and targeted career guidance initiatives. Furthermore, findings indicate progressive improvement in career awareness across academic levels, reinforcing the importance of experiential learning and pre-professional identity formation in higher education. To ensure graduates are well prepared for industry integration, institutions must strengthen mentorship programs, industry collaborations, and curriculum adjustment that align academic experiences with the real-world employment pathways. Therefore, enhancing curriculum development by integrating sports tourism, focus modules by experiential learning opportunities, and case-based application to bridge career knowledge gaps. Expanding industry partnership by establishing collaboration with sports tourism organization, event management firms, and tourism boards to provide structured internships and networking opportunities, strengthening career guidance programs by implementing personalized career counseling, mentorship initiatives, and career exploration to workshops to support students' career planning and industry readiness. Promoting entrepreneurial education by encouraging business development training, startup incubation programs, and financial literacy tailored for sports tourism entrepreneurs, and increasing professional exposure by organizing seminars, conferences, and guest lectures featuring industry experts to enhance students' understanding of emerging trends and job opportunities in sports tourism, will ensure that students' career preparedness enhance, academic training is aligned with workforce demands and their readiness for the employment in the evolving sports tourism sectors. So for the recommendation, so they should be, ma'am, is it?
Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Kumilang, thank you for your presentation, but due to limited time,
Yes, ma'am.
we cannot accommodate the other presentations that you prepared for us. No po. So, thank you for your presentation. It is really, I am so surprised with that. No, it is really an avenue for sports science graduates to delve into tourism. Ano, your discussion offered valuable insights, especially us in the field of physical education and sports science for the, of course, as a basis for curriculum development. Again, thank you. So now let us proceed with the question and answer portion.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Opo. So may we have a question coming from our audience or coming from our reactor? If none, due to time, let us proceed with the next presenter. So, moving on, our next presenter, Mr. Johan Albert Cabardo, who will present his paper titled Bodybuilding as a Recreational Strategy, its role in enhancing student wellness and institutional vitality in campus, gymnasium, and park setting. Okay? Mr. Cabardo, can you share to us your slide, please?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
I am
Pwede
very
po ba
honored
yung
to
mas
be here.
malaki po? Can you please show us? Yan,
Yes, ma'am.
more visible. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. I'd like to introduce myself. I am Johan Cobardo, and I am the co-author for this research. Along with me are Dr. Harold Deo Cristobal and or Dr. John Christine Solon. Along with the others, I am also from Dr. Filemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, and I am the program head of Human Resource Management. Okay. So, to begin, sorry, here is my abstract. So, this study examine bodybuilding as a strategic recreational activity and its role in enhancing student wellness and institutional vitality within campus gymnasium and park settings. Using a quantitative descriptive correlation design, the research surveyed 312 college students from Metro Manila to assess their level of participation, perceived wellness outcomes, and satisfaction with recreational infrastructure. Results revealed high engagement in bodybuilding, driven by intrinsic motivation and sustained through regular access to gymnasiums. Significant positive correlations were found between bodybuilding participation and physical, psychological, and social wellness indicators. Regression analysis further remained limited due to design and accessibility constraints. The findings aligned with self-determination theory and the salutogenic model, emphasizing the importance of structured environments and personal agency in health behavior. Institutional implications highlighted the need for inclusive programming, adaptive facility design, and strategic alignment with Sustainable Development Goals SDG 3 and SDG 4. The study concluded that bodybuilding, when integrated into campus wellness initiatives, can serve as a transformative tool for promoting holistic student development and fostering resilient educational communities. Uh, so, with our introduction, So in recent years, higher educational institutions have increasingly recognized student wellness as a strategic priority linked to academic success, institutional resilience, and sustainable development. Among various wellness strategies, bodybuilding emerged as a structured recreational practice that promoted physical fitness, mental resilience, and social integration. Globally, studies demonstrated that bodybuilding contributed to improved self-efficacy, emotional regulation, and stress management among university students. The psychological benefits of bodybuilding included enhanced mindfulness, reduced negative thinking, and increased subjective well-being, particularly when practiced with supportive gymnasium and park environments. Sorry. So with our methodology, the study employed a quantitative descriptive correlational design to um, to systematically examine the perceived effects of bodybuilding and the level of student participation within campus gymnasiums and park settings. By using this approach, the researchers were able to measure and analyze the relationships between bodybuilding engagement and multidimensional wellness indicators, namely physical fitness, psychological resilience, and social connectedness. This design aligned with previous studies that um, explored health, behavior change, and recreational engagement in structured environments. So as for our results, um, the study surveyed 312 students across 5 academic year levels with a gender distribution of 58% male and 42% female, with correspondence of 67% reportedly having regular access to campus gymnasiums while only 41% engaged with park-based recreational spaces. Notably, 74% identified bodybuilding as their primary form of physical activity, citing goals such as strength development, stress relief, and body image enhancement. Okay, so the level of bodybuilding participation using 5-point Likert scale, sorry, using a 5-point Likert scale, the study measured frequency, duration, and intensity of bodybuilding engagement results that 61% of respondents participated in bodybuilding 3 or more times per week, with 48 engaging in sessions at lasting at least 16 minutes. Sorry. Now, the perceived effects of on student wellness. So the first was physical wellness, with 82% agreeing that bodybuilding improved their strength, endurance, and posture. Um, Second is the psychological wellness, where 76 indicated reduced anxiety, improved mood, and enhanced self-esteem after training. The third would be social wellness, wherein 68% felt more socially connected through gym interactions, peer encouragement, and shared fitness goals. Now, moving on to the discussion. Um, Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So moving on to the discussion, the influence of gymnasium and park infrastructure. So gymnasiums receive higher ratings than parks, with students citing equipment availability, safety, and climate control as key factors. Regression analysis showed that facility satisfaction significantly predicted wellness outcomes, affirming the role of built environments in shaping health behaviors. Qualitative feedback revealed barriers such as overcrowding, limited operating hours, and a lack of inclusive programming. These constraints echoed Basto, and Ferreira, who emphasized the need for adaptive recreational design and digital integration to enhance accessibility. Students also expressed a desire for outdoor bodybuilding stations and shaded park zones, aligning with Compan in 2024, who advocated for hybrid fitness environments and blended nature and structure. So, with the conclusion, the study's findings underscored bodybuilding's potential as a strategic wellness intervention within campus recreation by integrating bodybuilding into structured programs supported by gymnasium and park infrastructure. Institutions could enhance student resilience, foster social cohesion, and align with SDG and SDG 3 and SDG 4. Moreover, the results highlighted the need for inclusive access, gender sensitive programming, and facility upgrades to maximize impact. As Chuber et al. In 2024 emphasized, institutional wellness must be both equitable and evidence-based to sustain long-term vitality. The study also supported Aquino 2023 and Graciano 2022, who called for localized wellness models that reflect Filipino student realities and cultural contexts. So that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cabardo, for your research on exploring how bodybuilding activities contribute both to student well-being and overall efficiency or vibrancy of the campus environment. So I am now encouraging everyone for questions or any insight coming from our audience or coming from our panel of reactors. Do we have a hand? Okay, if not, I have a question, Dr. Cabardo, for you. So
Yes,
this is an interesting topic for me, no? How can university officials or like me, the dean, the chairperson, and even the program coordinator encourage greater participation in bodybuilding activities among students who may not be naturally inclined towards fitness? Or maybe let me rephrase what would you think is the best strategy to encourage participation coming from the student in line with regards to bodybuilding?
Okay. Well, with encouraging students who are not inclined in bodybuilding, uh, it would be a great opportunity for PE professors, particularly PE professors, to create a program or to create incentives for students in order for them to get into or for in order for the students to be introduced to these kinds of activities, given that it does help them in three different aspects: primary, physically, psychologically, and socially. So um, they can um, they can give it totally depends with the professors, right? So they could um give incentives like additional grades, or um they could also make it mandatory in terms of um in terms of um accumulating additional points. So these are just a few examples that professors could incorporate bodybuilding into a student's life, or introduce it to students who are not inclined in this kind of activity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cabardo. No? So now, Do we have, may I see if we have a question coming from our audience? Okay, there is none. So thank you once again. Thank you so much, Professor Cabardo, for your interesting presentation on the bodybuilding activities, the contribution of bodybuilding activities in the holistic development of the students. Okay, now let us proceed to our next presenter. Okay, so our next presentation be presented by Mr. Kaniz Salim on the topic about Garbage Cafe emerging towards future sustainable hospitality management. Okay? Is
It's Miss Kanisling.
hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you
Yeah,
please share to us your slides in a
yeah, I
much
have already.
bigger
Yeah, I'm big. I'm
screen?
making it screen, and it's Miss Nam.
Yes, we can see it, but yes, that's it. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, Vietnam, and good evening from Sydney. So first of all, I would like to thank ICMS to accept our research abstract, and we are honored for the invitation to present as well. And I would like to actually introduce my two other authors and my mentors actually in research and academic field. So our title, you can see it, that is about Garbage Cafe emerging towards future sustainable hospitality management. So let us just introduce ourselves. So this is my third presentation as a presenter in international conference. Before I was also invited in IFME and ICMSS in 2025 and attended a number of international conferences as co-author and co-presenter as well. So if I just go for the next slide, that's our biography. So I'm a specialized in academic with experience in accounting, finance, business, and tourism hospitality management since 2007. Has practical experience in real-world business for more than 15 years in several institutions, private accounting companies, and entrepreneur running a city-based restaurant with 3 branches from last 10 years, and active researcher, has published a large number of journal articles and conference papers. My another co-author is and my mentor as well, Dr. Said Muhammad Ahmed. You all know about him, an outstanding and experienced, well-qualified educational professional with specialist expertise in hospitality management, tourism, and hospitality sector, excellent leadership skills and sound business acumen. And another author is Dr. Walidas Kajai, and he is also my mentor as well. Holds a PhD from Western Sydney University, has authored more than 40 scholarly publications in peer-reviewed journals and academic outlets. So let us just start doing with our abstract. So like other sectors in forthcoming sustainability, hospitality management is dealing with many challenges, opportunities developed in years actually. So notably, it's been actually, you can see on that way, that in is the SDGs UN member since 2015. So, but likewise in protecting the environment like air, water, wilderness, wildlife, and all living particular beings over there. So there are many scattered published literatures on green technology and hospitality management, reserves, advancement in native communities, reducing the waste into recycling systems. So that is the main topic in our research actually. Based on that, it is actually a literature review indicating the passion and engagement on often promoted constructual particular environments such as Garbage Cafe in India, our enterprises, communities to trade between collected plastic waste, indeed intended for open or free food actually. So the particular research aiming on triple R reduction, reuse, and recycle, advanced parties like Garbage Cafe in India, Talk Trash service by Bar in Tokyo, also sustainable food waste management in Siberia. So other smart ways like anaerobic digestion to generate biogas from waste, food waste to trace the waste and enhance the proficiency, also training both workforce and visitors running together with suppliers in an approach of well regulation with additional accuracy, like closed loop systems as well as could be necessary for triumph actually. So research questions of our research actually it's about like what challenges, opportunities can apply to innovation and reform, enhance sustainability in hospitality management, and about like what possible methods need to apply to resolve the challenges through green technology. What are the possible endorsements for sustainability to reform practices for waste management in future? So if you just go for the next one, our objective, explore the challenges and opportunities can apply to sustainability reform, enhance the learning and recognize approaches for lowering to manage food waste in hospitality management industry. Methodology would be literature review through thematical the analysis and word cloud. And our description about the future sustainable management, hospitality management. There are some examples to learn, likewise, I said about the first cafes in Ambikapur, Chhattisgarh in India is proposing a complete meal for 1 kg and 1 kg of plastic and breakfast for half a kg of plastic actually. And afterwards, the plastic is recycled. Endeavor benefits both plastic contamination and community salvation by establishing motivation and for waste management, actually, or waste assortment. So it's a good example for the zero waste, like recycling waste at the same time, reducing the poverty actually, serving on that note. Another example to learn about in case study like Unique Bar in Tokyo, evaluating to ensure that consumers talk trash about their service of waste dumping efficiency in extensive observing of a crane mining garbage mounts in the Moshokino the clean center actually, so they can observe at the same time they are actually consuming their like food item, and also they can actually see the particular strategy which is enhancing the perception on waste management and advancing the individuals to split the garbage precisely to develop recycling items in the thoughtful way actually. Another one is about like research emphasize supporting Serbian policy with the EU legislation to advance the food contribution and reconditioning, the establishing like enterprise accountability and encourage the public-private collaboration because it's about the stakeholders. You need to involve your stakeholders to and also the community actually to encourage them and to actually go through with the waste management. It's not individual work on that particular purpose on that note. So there are findings about like the circular economy. So findings precise on food waste management in Serbia, reviewing the conformity in European global beneficial procedures to include capital spending in communications, community awareness campaigns to apply advanced digital implements to moderate waste, reinforce broad side of economy. So there are some challenges could be there, definitely underpinning gaps, industry legislation gaps, awareness, other limitations like inadequate support, limited research funding, resources, definitely. So, but definitely need to overcome the challenges in the industry. And could be some continuous improvements like HoReCa as well as food safety through the proper labeling, government initiatives, also encouraging the food donation, recycling, financing the particular infrastructure and involving approaches, evaluating waste adaptation, innovation. Also, other findings would be like I have done one of the discussion forum with my students, current hospitality management students and tourism students actually through the discussion forum in Moodle, and they have been actually given their particular way of examples related to the waste management. They have been put down some examples like of the sustainability came out like waste to fuel reduction of greenhouse gases, community engagement by collecting waste, waste to fossil fuels, diverse organic waste like the compostable packaging from landfill. They all support to garbage capture actually. So also as a restaurant owner, restaurateur actually, in my restaurant, we are also practicing to cook meals as per order. So not to prepare pre-cooked meals. So we have a strategy that most of our customers order through phone, online, or social media messages. They inform about the timing, when they want to come to our places and which food they want to actually go for. And also we are advertising our meal deals actually through the social media, through Eat Clubs, through other different food apps in Uber Eats, DoorDash actually. So they could know that what is the particular meals available, fresh cooked actually for today. So by this one, it's actually an advancement for the economical issue as well as sustainable benefits through the zero waste on that note actually. And we are practicing this one for last more like more than about 7-8 years actually on that note, and it's a profitable venture on that way, and we could do actually zero waste on by this particular practices on. And as a conclusion, we can say about it, this study identifies priority reform in sustainability system, evaluates policy effectiveness, discussing implementation challenges and opportunities by analyzing the information, communication, technology integration, research, and regulation as part of the quality assurance in hospitality management. Research like intent of sustainability food waste management context to validate the change to practice-based attention use data collection in Melbourne-based Australian restaurants have been there to recognize approaches for lowering to manage food waste in hospitality industry. So in a comprehensive thought, I can say on that way, likewise, my sharing screen is that. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we still see your screen.
Okay, because 1 second more. I think you can't see it now. Yeah, now it's available. So on that particular note, if I just get it down, so comprehensive thought is about the sustainability revolution, hopefully be the third major social economic turning point in human history following the revolution, moving from the hunter, the gathering to farming and industrial revolution. On that particular note, it's a spontaneous proverb on that way actually. So these are my references. Our references actually we have them because it's an abstract, it's not a full paper. And yeah, I value your thoughts and would love to hear your valuable comments, please. And all the best for the best in you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selim, for your insightful presentation on the innovative approaches to sustainability in the field of hospitality industry. Okay, particularly on the concept of a garbage cafe. So once again, I am inviting our audience and our panel of reactors for your any question and answer. I mean, for the question and answer portion. Do we have every? Do we have? Okay. So, yes, Dr. Chris, you are saying something? If none, I will ask question. Hi, Dr. Selim.
Yes, hi.
In your study, what do you think is the I mean, what challenges do you foresee in the implementation of this model in the traditional hospitality setting?
It varies from country to country, definitely. In India, they have more risk, definitely. You know about it in South Asian countries or underdeveloped countries on that note. in developing country, there will be a different particular perspective. Developed country, that is a different perspective on that one. So it's more like collecting garbages. That is one thing, and as well as recycling this one actually in a process, in a proper way actually. Probably the starting cost or like doing the recycling in a proper way, that could be setup cost could be there, but it could be actually for a longer particular purposes. It could be actually eventually beneficial for the environment, definitely for the environment itself, because you know that sustainability right now it's a good advertisement for any particular businesses as well, actually, on not only sustainability, but also like for the environmental issue, but also the economical issue. We cannot avoid the economical issue. We have to go through with the economical issue. We need to survive, and also we have to survive within the environment.
Okay, Dr. Selim, thank you for accommodating my questions. I
you.
think we have questions coming from our panel of reactors. Do we have, Sir Chris, do we have, or if may I check first on the chat box if we have? So, none so far? None from?
Yeah, I
So,
think none.
okay, thank you, Dr. Chris. And of course, thank you, Dr. Selim, for your insightful presentation. Okay,
you, ma'am.
moving on to our next presenter, the last but not the least presenter. We have Dr. Pilipinas Maria Harencio, who will share to us her research titled A Phenomenological Study of Women Living with HIV in the Philippines. Okay, now, can you, Dr. Harencio, you may now share to us your slides, please.
Good afternoon. May I ask if the slide is already visible on its
Yes, it is
full?
visible, but it is small. Can you please share to us in a wider view?
Ayan. So there it is.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Ma'am Luwalhati de la Cruz, and hi, Sir John, and also to the entire committee of this ICMAS 2025. So as I begin presenting my paper, I would like to recognize the 4 women living with HIV who participated in this study. I am Dr. Pilipinas Maria Di Jareño, and I represent my institution, the Central Philippine State University, and my affiliated organization, the AIDS Society of the Philippines, for this study on the phenomenological study of women living with HIV in the Philippines. So this is the abstract of the study, which will be elucidated further with the subsequent presentations. So this study is basically derived from these 2 basic information. The Philippines has the highest prevalence of HIV infection in Asia and the Pacific region, with around 543% increase in the number of new infections from 2010 to 2023, according to the UNAIDS. And also a study of Dr. Milgar and colleagues indicated that women comprise very small proportion of Filipinos living with HIV population, and the information about their mental health, well-being, and quality of life tend to be very minimal as well. So this study was conducted to provide Filipino women a voice to express their individual experiences in coping with HIV, gain a deeper understanding of the meanings of their personal experiences, and contribute to the pool of information which would be useful in strengthening the intervention efforts for people or persons living with HIV. And the 2 statement of the problem of this study states that how do women describe their lived experiences with HIV, and what meanings do they ascribe to their HIV experiences? So this study utilized the interpretative phenomenological analysis as prescribed by Smith, Flowers, and Larkin. And the participants were the 4 women, 2 were transgender, and 2 were cis women of ages 30 to 54 years old, who were purposely chosen. And semi-structured interview schedule was utilized in gathering data, and the data gathered were analyzed using the 7 steps of the IPA methodology. So with a thorough analysis of the narratives of the 4 women living with HIV, this study was able to harness 3 superordinate themes and with their subsequent sub-themes to represent the meanings of experiences of these women living with HIV. For the first superordinate theme, indicated or identified as the traumatic adversities of HIV diagnosis with sub-themes on ruined life, physical health decline, and stigma, could be gleaned from the narratives of these Filipino participants, wherein receiving an HIV positive diagnosis is a profoundly stressful event experienced with psychological distress characterized by shock, fear, guilt, self-blame, hopelessness, anxiety, and depression, shaped not only by the clinical realities of illness, but also by widespread stigma, moralizing attitudes, and discrimination, both in everyday life and within health facilities, which, in the context of a rapidly growing national epidemic like the Philippines, reinforced perceptions of HIV as life-threatening, hindered health-seeking behavior, and subsequent access to compassionate continuous care, as also be reflected with previous literature. Subordinate theme number 2, indicated or identified as quest for wellness and longevity, characterized also by sub-themes adherence to medical treatment, supportive relationships, and fortitude through faith, could be explained that for these Filipino women living with HIV, access to ART marked a pivotal turning point that provided a feeling of relief, restored hope, and a sense of future for themselves and their children, while support for community-based HIV groups and peer educators helped them cope with trauma and stigma, and religious faith and spiritual practices functioned as enduring protective resources that nurtured optimism and resilience. For the superordinate theme number 3, identified as resiliency and meaningful life as characterized by sub-theme self-acceptance, life purpose, and positivity, could be explained with the narratives of the participants that accessing newer antiretroviral therapies, engaging with HIV support groups, and drawing on religious faith and spirituality facilitated acceptance of their HIV positive status, fostering resilience, optimism, and empowerment while taking on peer support and mentoring roles provided purpose, affirmation, and the ability to overcome adversity in their daily lives as women living with HIV. So this study presents the following conclusions. Participants describe navigating and overcoming the physical, psychological, and social challenges associated with an HIV diagnosis, ultimately achieving greater well-being and longevity. This process was facilitated by consistent engagement with antiretroviral therapy, active participation in peer support networks, and strengthened spiritual practices, all of which fostered self-acceptance and adaptive functioning. This trajectory reflects post-traumatic growth processes, including meaning-making, spiritual deepening, and the reconstruction of life purpose, as outlined in contemporary post-traumatic growth theory, also indicated by Chi and colleagues, Zhang and colleagues, and Paita and Rezozotik, and Tedishi and colleagues, and supported by recent research on HIV-related growth, as indicated in the studies of Amalia and Widyati and Huzaima and Prativi recently. The consistent and resilience literature, which emphasizes the protective role of social support and personal coping resources, as also indicated by Clark and Jawar-Krimi and Enforna. So these findings suggest that women living with HIV can simultaneously experience resilience and transformative psychological growth as they reframe adversity into a meaningful and fulfilling life trajectory. This study further recommends the following. Mental health support must be integrated throughout HIV treatment. And these women living with HIV and all other PLWH need accessible psychiatric and psychological services in every community. Increase trained community volunteers, peer facilitators, and allies to offer immediate psychological support in safe spaces supervised by professionals. Mandatory family counseling to foster acceptance and treatment and encourage treatment adherence using tailored strategies to minimize impact of stigma. Enhancing healthcare at treatment centers to be more empathetic and person-centered is also vital for building resilience. Furthermore, continuous public education is important to remove stigma and protect human rights, promote socioeconomic empowerment also, through prioritized skills development and job opportunities for these women living with HIV, and reviewing laws to ensure they effectively support the community. And also to explore the lived experiences of other younger, diverse female populations and assess how well current HIV laws provide benefits, offering potential global policy benchmarks. As the ending phrase, with a reflexivity, being a qualitative researcher in this study, I recognize that my background and experiences may influence how I interpret participant stories. And so to reduce bias, I kept reflective journals, consulted peers, and focused on presenting participants' own perspectives accurately. So these are the list of the related literature which I utilized in the analysis of this study. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Jareño, for presenting your study and giving voice to Filipino women living with HIV. Your research offers a deep and compassionate exploration of the lived experiences of women affected by HIV in the Philippines. So, shedding light on their challenges, resilience, and the support systems that shape their journey. So, thank you so much po, ma'am. So, with that, now let us proceed with the question and answer portion. Again, I am encouraging everyone, our audience and panel of reactors, to actively participate and share your question and insights. Anyone? Do we have? I see from the chat box. Okay. One. What about from our panel of reactors? So if there's none, so I have this question, ma'am. Your study is really interesting, and I know qualitative research is really, on my end, is really hard, no? On your study, what were the most significant themes that emerged from the lived experiences of women living with HIV? The
Okay, ma'am.
significant
So,
theme.
I think the most salient of it all is describing the experience associated with stigma, wherein the expected support groups like close friends, families are supposed to be those who would provide them acceptance and support. However, in the early stage of the knowledge of the infection, all of these were gone and nowhere to be accessed to. So for them, this is the most difficult part of their experience. In fact, most of them would express that they would have suicidal ideations, but although for these four women, none of them had really attempted, not implemented suicidal acts, no, towards or self-harm towards themselves, but they have suicidal ideations because of stigma, rejection, discrimination, and not being able to share it, no, to whoever because of that notion of hiya, no, because we have this Filipino psychology that
Yes.
somebody would be scandalized, no, associated to HIV identity or living with an HIV.
Okay. So thank you so much. May I see if there is a hand for a follow-up question? None so far. So we are on time. So thank you so much, ma'am,
Thank
for
you.
that, for accommodating my question, and of course for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. So, Sir Dr. Prias, can we now close? Thank you.
Yes, Dean.
Yes, okay. Thank you once again to all our presenters for sharing your valuable research and insights on such important topics, including sustainability and education, health, tourism, and social development. Your contribution have greatly enriched our understanding of how sustainable practices can drive positive change in our communities. And of course, our institution. We also extend our appreciation to our audience, no po, for your active participation and engagement, and of course to our panel of reactors throughout the session. Let us all continue to support research and dialogue that promotes sustainability and lasting impact in all areas of our society. So on behalf of the Academic Research Lab, I extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone for your active participation and unwavering commitment to transforming our everyday practices into tools for sustainable life and brighter future for our youth, of course. This is Lualhati Abadilla de la Cruz, your session chair, signing off. Maraming salamat po. Back to
Thank you
you,
so
Dr.
much, Dr.
Prias.
Lualhati de la Cruz. Thank you so much, Dean Lualhati de la Cruz, for expertly guiding the session and ensuring a smooth and productive discussion. Thank you so much. And to our presenters, thank you as well for your insightful and good papers. And to all the participants for this session, thank you as well. At this juncture, we shall now proceed with finally the last session for the day. And to guide us through the presentations and discussions in this session, please allow me to introduce our third session chair. So she is a committed educator with over 15 years of academic service at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She currently serves as Professor 1 at the College of Education in PUP Santa Mesa, Manila, where she mentors future educators and actively engages in research and extension. Apart from teaching, she also has an office designation at the Office of the Vice President for Campuses. She has been an internal quality auditor for Quality Management System from 2020 to present. And she has been serving as a program accreditor for the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines since 2018. She has presented researches in international conferences in Thailand, Japan, and those organized by various institutions in the Philippines. Her recent paper presentation was during the 16th Asian Conference in Education in Tokyo, Japan in 2024 with her study titled Implementation of Experiential Learning Courses in Public Teacher Education Institutions in Metro Manila. Furthermore, she was recognized as Best Paper Presenter at the Second Asian Multidisciplinary Conference on Education and Research 2025 for her paper Exploring Online Student Engagement Strategies of College Students. As a researcher, she has published scholarly work including mentoring practices of cooperating teachers of English in selected secondary schools, the International Journal of Teacher Education and Teaching, and portfolio-based assessment practices of selected high school English language teachers in Metro Manila, the International Journal of Psychosocial Rehabilitation. Moreover, her international academic engagements include being a visiting lecturer at Polytechnic Pixie Ganesha in Bandung, Indonesia in 2018 and serves as a resource speaker in the faculty exchange program at Fusheng Municipal Senior High School in Kaohsiung, Taiwan in 2020-25. Her academic service also extends to scholarly review work, serving as part of the review committee for the International Academic Forum, and a manuscript reviewer for the International Journal of Learning, Teaching, and Educational Research. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Sherry Ann Medrano Bacolod.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Sir Chris, for that introduction. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the final session of the first day of the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach to Sustainable Society. So I am Dr. Sherry Ann Medrano Bacolod, and I will be serving as the session chair for this afternoon. So today's final session brings together a diverse and thought-provoking set of research papers that reflect the interdisciplinary nature of contemporary scholarship. The studies we will hear explore critical issues in education, sustainability, governance, healthcare, operations management, safety, and information systems, all of which are highly relevant to our rapidly changing social institutional landscape. Each presentation will contribute valuable perspectives and empirical findings, and I encourage everyone to engage actively during the discussion periods by sharing questions, reflections, and constructive feedback. So without further ado, let us begin our session, and I look forward to an engaging and productive session. Okay, so our first paper presenter explores the important transition from education to entrepreneurship. So I now invite our first speaker to take the floor. By the way, in the interest of time, we would like to remind our presenters to follow the strict 7-minute allotted time for the presentation and the 3-minute time allotment for question and answer. Okay, let us welcome all together Mr. Sulukana Podel for his research presentation.
Hi, thank you so much.
Sorry, ma'am. Okay, ma'am Podel.
Sorry, I'm sharing my screen. Please give me some time. Thank you.
Are you now sharing your screen, ma'am?
Sorry, I am not able to share my screen yet. I am trying. I'm so sorry about that. Is it visible?
Yes, it is now visible.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Actually, it's evening here in Sydney. I am residing in Sydney right now. So, good afternoon and namaste to everyone, respected and honorable chairs, presenters, organizers, and everyone. I hope you all are doing good. My upcoming research on the topic from classroom to startup, entrepreneurial intention of business graduates for a sustainable digital future, a case study of Sydney, Australia. Before we go into the presentation, I'd like to give a brief introduction about me and my co-author. About myself, my name is Sulochana Podel. I'm currently residing in Sydney, Australia, and I'm pursuing a Master of Business Research at Melbourne Institute of Technology, MIT. And I hold a Master of Business Management and a Bachelor of Business Studies degree from Tribhuvan University in Nepal. My professional experience includes over 5 years of working experience in project coordination, stakeholder engagement, and service industry across Nepal and Australia. So that is all about myself. About my co-author, Dr. Saeed Mahmood Emal brings extensive expertise in education and hospitality management. He holds a doctorate in tourism management from Cyprus Institute of Marketing, and I'm the MBA in marketing from University of Lincoln, UK, and a Bachelor of Science from Karachi University, Pakistan. So his background in delivering quality training for both postgraduate and undergraduate cohorts has been invaluable to this research. Before we dive into the presentation, let me begin with a short story so that illustrates why this research actually matters to us. So in many South Asian countries, including Nepal, where I am from, there is a story familiar to thousands of young graduates. A young man, who completes his studies with ambition, ideas, and desire to build something meaningful, perhaps a digital solution or a small sustainable venture. So, but in his community, entrepreneurship is seen as a risky and uncertain. His family is ready to invest millions of rupees to send him abroad for education, but because the path feels safe and respectable, and then, but yet investing even a fraction of that amount into his own startup idea feels too risky. Not because he lacks capability, but because society fears the unknown and the uncertainty. So this tension between creativity and caution shapes the entrepreneurial choices of countless graduates, not only in Nepal but across South Asia and beyond that. So in this, it is this shared reality that inspired us to explore the broader question that what actually shapes entrepreneurial intention in today's digital and sustainability driven era, and how can education and institutional help young people turn their idea into meaningful startups. So this is where our research begins. So let me now walk you through the problem that motivated this study, the purpose behind our research, and the key question that guided our work, all supported by global data and theoretical frameworks. So our research aims to achieve three key objectives that will help us understand the entrepreneurial intention of business graduates. Second one, we seek to examine the extent to which first one, we aim to determine the variables that influence entrepreneurial intention of business graduates. Second, we seek to examine the extent to which sustainability awareness, digital skills, and support mechanism influence the motivation to start a sustainable venture. The third one, we aim to analyze secondary data and global trends to evaluate how business education can foster sustainable entrepreneurship. So our research aims to shed light on business graduates' entrepreneurial intention by examining several key questions. First one, what key factors influence business graduates' entrepreneurial intention in Sydney? So we are looking into personal attitudes, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control. The three core components of entrepreneurial intentions. Second, how does business education shape entrepreneurial propensity for sustainable ventures? Are certain teaching methodology, curriculum designs, or experiential learning opportunities more effective at fostering sustainable entrepreneurship or not? And third one, what role does the digital economy play in graduates' entrepreneurial decisions? And the fourth one, how can universities better support sustainable entrepreneurial intention? What institutional factors, resources, and ecosystem connection make a difference? So to answer these questions, we have adopted a pragmatic research philosophy that reconciles aspects of interpretivism and positivism, which allows us to include both measurable indicators and the contextual information in our analysis. Our approach is deductive. We are testing propositions drawn from two key theoretical frameworks, the theory of plant behavior by Azen, and then human capital theory. These frameworks will help us understand how attitude, beliefs, and capabilities influence entrepreneurial intentions. So our method is monomethod quantitative, focusing on analyzing secondary data from peer-reviewed journal articles, NSW government databases, and higher education surveys that specifically assess entrepreneurial outcomes for graduates, students, and sustainability education programs. So now let's consider how entrepreneurship connects to broader sustainable development goals. So entrepreneurship, particularly when focused on sustainability, plays a crucial role in achieving the UN SDGs. So let's examine our 4 key SDGs that are directly relevant to our research. So first one is SDG 4, which focuses on quality education. SDG 8, that addresses decent work and economic growth. SDG 9 centers on industry, innovation, and infrastructures. And SDG 17, which emphasizes partnership for the goals. Entrepreneurship, as we all know, thrives on collaboration between universities, businesses, governments, and communities. So these partnerships are essential for achieving all the SDGs. Now let's look into some concrete data about entrepreneurship among business graduates. So the data on graduate entrepreneurship reveals some compelling trends. According to recent studies from Australian Business Teams Council, approximately 27% of business graduates start their own venture within 5 years of graduation. What's particularly interesting is the success rate of these graduate founded startups. The research from the NSW Small Business Commissioner shows that businesses founded by business graduates have 68% higher survival rate compared to other industry average. So this suggests that business education provides valuable skills and knowledge that contribute to entrepreneurial success. So the growth of sustainable digital venture in Sydney has been remarkable. According to Startup AUS, there has been a 42% increase in sustainable digital venture in Sydney since 2020. So many of them founded by recent graduates. So this growth translates into significant economic impact. Graduate-founded startups in Sydney contribute approximately 8.7 billion annually to the economy and have created over 41,000 jobs, according to NSW Treasury data. So these statistics highlight the importance of supporting entrepreneurial intentions and among business graduates. And the economic and social benefits are substantial, particularly when these ventures focus on, sustainability. So, so this data points helps us to understand the scale and the impact of graduate entrepreneurship. So now the main or important question: why entrepreneurship and why graduates? So entrepreneurship matters for several fundamental reasons. First, if it drives innovation, entrepreneurship identifies problems and creates solutions that improve people's lives. Secondly, it fuels economic growth. New businesses create jobs, generate tax revenue, and stimulate competition. And the third one, it fosters problem-solving skills. Entrepreneurs tackle challenges that established businesses may overlook or be willing to address. So, graduates particularly well positioned to succeed and entrepreneur for several reasons. They possess a strong knowledge base from their education, let's say fresh perspective that challenge conventional thinking, and often have a higher risk appetite than other established professionals. So, however, the transition from classroom to startup is not always smooth. As we all know, graduates often face challenges in translating theoretical knowledge into practical application, securing initial funding and navigating the complexities of business operations. So this is where universities can play a crucial role. So by providing them not just education, but also mentorship, incubation, sorry, incubation spaces, and connection to the broader entrepreneurial ecosystem. So now let's consider the key takeaways from our research and how we can better support the journey from classroom to startup. Our research reveals several key takeaways about the entrepreneurial intention of business graduates. First, business education significantly influences entrepreneurial intentions, the content and delivery of business.
Okay, I'm sorry for that po. Our presenter had a technical difficulty.
Sorry,
Ay.
am I audible and my screen is visible?
Yeah, now we can see you and we can hear you.
Sorry
But
about
a
it.
while ago, yeah, there was a problem.
Yes.
Can we continue?
Sorry. So I am at the end of my presentation. I'll quickly wrap up my presentation. So the third one, I was saying Sydney's ecosystem provides fertile ground for graduate entrepreneurship. The Sydney's combination of educational institutions, startup incubators, venture capital, and support people.
Hello, ma'am. We can't hear you clearly.
Sorry, am I audible now?
Yeah, now yes, but a while ago we could not hear you.
Sorry. I think I'll wrap up now before I have any more technical glitch. So this brings us at the end of my presentation, and I like to call to actions with a question that what will you do to support graduate entrepreneurship? Whether you are an educator, policymaker, business leader, or a student, there is a role you can play. Perhaps you could mentor a student entrepreneur, create an internship opportunity at your organization, support university entrepreneurship programs, or simply, encourage the entrepreneurial aspirations of the graduates. So, so take one action today to support the journey from classroom to startup. Together we can create a more sustainable digital future through entrepreneurship. So with that, I am at the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I am now happy to answer any question you may have. But before that, I'd like to acknowledge my references. I'd like to acknowledge the sources that that have informed our research, including the theory of plant behavior by Azen, human capital theory, and various studies on entrepreneurship. We have drawn the data from NSW government databases, higher education surveys, and peer-reviewed academic papers. So complete list of references is available here. So thank you once again, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Podel, for that insightful presentation. We will now open the floor for questions or comment from our session evaluators.
Dr. Bacolod, may I ask a question?
Yes. Yes, Dr. Castro. Okay.
Okay po. So thank you very much, Ms. Caudel, for your valuable discussion on the topic from classroom to startup. So actually, this is a very interesting study. But based on what you have provided us, especially on the key takeaways and call to action, which among those factors do you think may significantly increase the entrepreneurial initiatives?
Sorry, can you please repeat your question once again? Am I audible?
Oh,
Hello. Am I
can
audible?
you hear me? Yes, ma'am. I would like to repeat my question. Maybe we have a technical difficulty earlier. What do you think is the main factor that may significantly increase the entrepreneurial initiatives of the business graduate?
Sorry. Sorry about that. Can you please again repeat your question? Sorry about that.
Among all the factors that you have provided us, which among those do you think is the main factor that may significantly increase the entrepreneurial initiatives of the business graduate based on your study?
I think the feeling of self-confidence or have their own business or have self-independent that all of us or all the young graduates who want to be or who aspire to be. I think the first thing or first factors, the main factor that influence them to become an entrepreneur is self-dependent. They want to be self-dependent, be their own boss, let's say, they want their own business or be their own boss rather than working for someone else. So I think that's the first thing they actually want to be an entrepreneur or be, explore their career into entrepreneurship. So I would say self-confidence or self-dependent to be an independent.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, this is one of the problems in our campus. There are lots of business graduates, but very few continue to have their own business. And I agree with your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your questions. Really appreciate it.
Again, congratulations and thank you so much, Ma'am Podel, for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Thank you so much, everyone. And namaste to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castro, for that question. So we will now proceed to our next presenter. Okay, our second presenter will discuss a study that examines the challenges that SMEs face in adopting the ESG principles and sustainable governance. Let us listen to the presentation of Ms. Grishma Dakkal. Hello, good afternoon. Miss Grishma, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and you may now start your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you. Uh, it is a privilege to present virtually today at Fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Today, I'll be presenting my abstract on critical analysis of the barriers to environmental, social, and governance ESG implementation in small and medium enterprises. We often hear about sustainability in large corporations, but we do not see smaller businesses that are actually the backbone of our global economy meeting the sustainability reporting requirements. So, my research focuses on the hurdles faced by smaller businesses to implement ESG reporting requirements. A little bit about myself. My name is Grishma Dakal. I'm currently pursuing Master of Business Research at Melbourne Institute of Technology at Sydney campus. Before moving into my academic research, I have been working. I have working experience in auditing and financial reporting in Nepal and India, which gave me first-hand experience in managing financial statement and ensuring regulatory compliance. My current research focus on sustainability, and I'm particularly interested to know how we can apply theoretical tools to solve real-world business challenges. Also incredibly honored to be conducting this research under the guidance of my mentor, Dr. Syed Mahmood Ahmed. His mentorship has been instrumental in shaping the direction of this study. Now moving on to the core of this study, ESG, environmental, social, and governance practices are essential for any businesses that wants to survive in the long run. However, there is a disconnect. While we see large global corporations adopting these standards and publishing it on their annual reports and through statements, small and medium enterprises often face a much harder reality. To understand why this is happening, we have narrowed down our focus on two main barriers. First one is financial, and second is the knowledge and skill gap, which brings us to our two research questions. First, regarding the financial aspect, what are the primary financial barriers that SMEs face when implementing ESG practices? Is it just about the initial cost, or is it the fear that this investment won't pay off? We'll be looking at the primary financial blockers. Second, the human element. How do knowledge and skill gaps impede ESG implementation in SMEs? To answer those questions, we will be conducting a systematic literature review. We'll be reviewing peer-reviewed articles on SMEs, ESG implementation, sustainability barriers, published between 2021 and 2025 from authenticated sources. Before we go into any specific barriers, I want to highlight the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that align with our topic today. First, we look at SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Since SMEs are major employers in the global economy, we can't have decent work without them. Next is SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. We need to help them upgrade their infrastructures by increasing access to affordable credit. And finally, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. We cannot have a green product if the small supplier, who is the part of every large supply chain, is not sustainable. So, by highlighting these barriers for SMEs, we are highlighting three major union objectives. Now let's look at the few numbers. According to World Bank 2023 report, SMEs represent around 90% of all the global businesses. Because of that massive scale, their environmental footprint is equally huge. The OECD data 2022 reports that collectively these small enterprises contribute to almost 60 to 70% of all the industrial pollution. So their impact on the planet is undeniable. However, representing 90% of the global business and causing 70% of industrial pollution, only 8% of this company actually report on their sustainability. This massive gap between their presence and their impact and their low reporting is exactly what we need to understand the key barriers they are facing to implement ESG. So the first identified barrier is finance, the financial barriers. The International Finance Corporation IFC reports 2025 reports that a 5.7 trillion financing gap is there in case of developing countries, in case of small businesses. The core issue is that financial institutions frequently classifies SMEs as a high risk category, and as a result, financing is denied to them. Unlike large corporations, small businesses, they often lack a long credit history and also could not bring sufficient and adequate collateral to help them secure sufficient loan to conduct their business, yet a loan for implementing ESG. The second barrier is knowledge. Most SMEs don't have a sustainability officer. ESG reporting is not simple, it is complex. It has huge data collection, carbon tracking, and understanding legal frameworks and standards. Um Rather than reporting it incorrectly and being accused of greenwashing, many SMEs choose to hide in silence. That's where they go green hushing, hiding their sustainability efforts because they're afraid of reporting wrong due to its technicalities. To conclude my preliminary research, SMEs are the backbone of the economy, but they are stuck. They face serious funding issues that prevent them from adopting sustainable practices. If we want them to participate in sustainability reporting, we must provide them with the simplified reporting tools and targeted financing. Can make it easier for them to do the right thing. So yeah, the references I have used for my abstract and research, preliminary research. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Grishma, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comprehensive analysis of ESG implementation challenges among small and medium enterprises. We will now take questions from our reactors or from the audience. Anyone who would like to ask a question for our presenters?
I think we have none, Dr. Sherry Ann, so we can proceed to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Chris.
Thank you. Thank you so
And
much
thank
for
you so much,
having me.
Ma'am Grisma. Okay, so we will now have our third presenters. So the next paper presentation focuses on operational efficiency and sustainability in the retail sector. May I now invite our presenters, Mr. Suyog Gimir.
Hi.
Sir?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. You may now start.
Uh, Yep. So hello and namaste everyone. My name is Suyog Kimire, and today I will be presenting the research article on integrating Pokayuki principles with FEFO, first expire, first out stock rotation, and self-layout optimization. It's a study on reducing dairy waste in Australian supermarkets. So this work has been conducted under the supervision of Dr. Said Mahmood Ahmad. So before starting my presentation, I would like to give you a brief review about myself. So I'm committed Master of Business research student at Melbourne Institute of Technology, Sydney. And currently I'm working as a team leader at Harris Farm Markets. So and a big part of why I am conducting this research is because I have been seeing lots of dairy products being thrown out just because someone accidentally put it into the first put it into at first, or do not do the stock rotation properly, or miss out a date check. So that's why I chose Pokayoki. So Pokayoki is simply a lean manufacturing approach. So I want to integrate it with the two traditional retail methods, that is first expire, first out FIFO, and self layout optimization, to see or to know whether it can minimize the errors or mistakes in the first place. So let's begin my presentation. Let's start with the scale of problem. According to In Food Waste Australia 2025 reports, approximately 7.6 million tons of food is wasted annually, of which 70% is perfectly edible, which cost to Australian economy an estimated $36.6 billion. And similarly, supermarkets is the highest contributors, and dairy is the worst of all because it expires so fast, according to OZ Harvest 2025 report. So the pie chart shows this pie chart shows the global food waste by sector in 2022, where household holds at 60%, where food services at 28%, and retail 12% total wastage in 2022. So here is my primary objectives. The objectives. The primary aim of my research is to move beyond the traditional method and to examine how Pokayoki, the error-proof principles, can enhance the first expire, first out, and self-layout design to reduce the dairy waste in Australian supermarkets. So based on that, I have also included some of the specific objectives that are to apply the low-cost Pokayaki methods to prevent common human errors. And the second one is to identify the primary cause of dairy waste in Australian supermarket operations. The third one is to optimize the self layout using evidence based principles, and to find out the accessibility and intuitive selection of soon to expire dairy items by the customers. And the final one is to evaluate the impact of the integrated system on the dairy waste levels, rotation compliance, and labor efficiency in Australian supermarkets. So moving on to my next slide. My research asks one big question, that is, instead of keep telling staff please rotate properly or something like that, what if we design a system that will help us to cure the mistakes or make it impossible to do the mistakes at the first hand. So this leads me to three key major key questions in my research. That is, first one is how can Pokayuki, the error-proofing mechanism, be adapted and integrated into dairy shelf layouts and stock handling procedures in Australian supermarkets? The second one is to what extent do current stock rotation practices in major Australian supermarkets comply with the FIFO principles in dairy sections? And the next research question is what specific self-layout modifications combined with Pokayoki intervention can improve the staff rotation accuracy and customer selection of soon to expire dairy items for reduce dairy waste. So here are my research methodologies. So the first one is this study will adopt a pragmatic philosophy because the goal is to find a practical solution. An abductive approach will be used by taking established theories and finding out the new concept, applying them to the new context. And the mono-method qualitative research design using secondary data will be employed, which will be generated from the sustainability reports and industry publication likewise. And the time horizon is cross-sectional, focusing on current practices between 2020 and 2025. So my research supports three SDGs, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The first one is SDG to Zero Hunger. By reducing dairy waste, we ensure more edible food reaches people in vulnerable situations. And the second one is SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production. So we directly support the target of halving retail food waste by 2030. And the third one is SDG 13, Climate Action. So we support reducing dairy waste by lowering methane emissions from landfills and carbon footprints of dairy productions. So this brings me to my next point and the most important one: why Pokayoki and why I chose Pokayoki. First of all, I would like to begin with what is Pokayoki. So Pokayoki generally is a Japanese term that means mistake proofing or error proofing. So it is basically used in a lean manufacturing and is developed by Sinos in 1960s as a part of Toyota production system. So the core idea is simple yet powerful. That is, instead of relying on people to try harder or to pay more attention, why don't we design the process or product that are impossible or immediately obvious before they can cause harm or waste. Therefore, by integrating the Pokayoki with first expire first out and self out rotation, we can shift the responsibility from people who generally make mistakes to the system which do not. So moving on to my next slide, here are 6 principles of Pokayoki. So the first one is elimination, removing the possibility of error entirely. Second one is the prevention, making the wrong action impossible. Replacement, substituting a more reliable process. Facilitation, making the correct action much easier. Detection, detecting the error instantly before it happens. And the last one is mitigation, by minimizing the consequences if an error does occur. So I will be using the prevention and detection, that is making errors impossible and exporting errors instantly into my uh, uh, research. So the next one is the further limitation and implication of my research. So this study relies on secondary data, which may vary between retailers and potential uh, due to various varying retailers and their data. It may not give us a perfect data and standards. So however, our expected implication is significant. That is cost saving from for supermarkets by lowering shrinkage plus less labor on rotation, and reducing methane emissions and environmental footprints, and increasing the edible food available for rescue and donation, also supporting food security SDG 2. So to conclude my study, I would like to say that this low cost technology light approach cost dairy waste deliver environmental, social, and economic benefits and help Australia hit its 2030 food waste halving target, and also support this also supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which I mentioned earlier. So our research bridges the theory and practices, meaning turning the lean manufacturing traditional principles into actionable solutions for retail sustainability. So these are the references that I have used for my research. So thank you so much for listening. If there is any question, please go ahead. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, that's it for the presentation of Mr. Suyog Jr. So thank you so much for demonstrating how operational strategies can significantly contribute to waste reduction and sustainability in the retail industry. And your paper hits multiple sustainable development goals as well. So the floor is now open for questions or comments from our reactors.
Hello, sir. Good
Hello.
Okay,
Hi.
Dr. K.
Good afternoon.
Actually, this is not a question. I'll just
Yeah.
want to give my comments now. So your paper is very interesting. Actually, it's my first time to hear the Pokayoki concept. So
Yeah.
I think that is very practical to use and to share it with, especially in the food industry, the first expired first out concept. So I think if we can share it more with the food industry and the other businesses, I think that will help our problem, especially in food waste. Thank you very much for sharing a very interesting topic.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Catherine. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone. Best of luck.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Ma'am Kay, for the comment. I guess we are now ready for our fourth presenter. Okay, so our next presenter brings us into healthcare sector, focusing on how social marketing strategies can influence behavior and promote sustainable healthcare practices. So let us all listen to the presentation of Mr. Sonali. Hello, good afternoon. Is our presenter here? Mr. or Miss Sonalidad? Sir Christopher, do we have our first presenter? A fourth, rather.
Hello, ma'am. Upon checking, I believe they are not available here in Zoom. So for the meantime, we can proceed with the next presenter instead.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarification. So now we will proceed to our fifth presenter. So our presenter will share to us a study that shifts our focus to mathematics education. So altogether, let us listen to the presentation of Mr. Paul Melcar Paglumutan. Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po. Actually, it's already good evening here in the Philippines.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Good evening
Sige.
in the Philippines.
Before we start po, is it okay that I will ensure first if the slide is visible for everyone?
Yes, your slide is visible.
Okay, sige. Okay. So once again, good evening everyone to the esteemed researchers and facilitators in the fourth international conference on multidisciplinary approach for sustainable society hosted by Academia Research Lab. As your presenter today, I am very thrilled to share to you mathematics that will serve as the foundational language, bridging gaps towards sustainable future. And this is actually this is our title of our study, The Effects of Shortcut Method in Solving Connect Section Problems. I am your author. I am Paul Melcarsi Paglumutan, and together with me are my co-researchers who are also my students here in our school. So this is my information. Currently, I am the research director of Cabancalan Catholic College Incorporated Philippines, and my specialization is mathematics. So the people that are included here are my co-researchers, co-researchers who are also graduates of the same institution that I belong. So they are also Bachelor of Secondary Education major in mathematics. So let me share to you about the abstract of this study. So the gap that we focus on this one is majority of the students, especially in the senior high school, find it really difficult when it comes to understanding concepts of mathematics, specifically in their major subject or in their specialization in calculus. With that, we were able to establish a gap that will give us enlightenment when it comes to strategies in teaching if the shortcut method is really applicable in increasing the score when it comes to understanding concepts related to mathematics. So let me share to you the abstract or the content of this one. So the main focus of this study is being able to understand how the shortcut method is being utilized in understanding or solving problems related on conic section. So this study made use of the embedded mix method research design, which mixes the quantitative and at the same time the qualitative data coming from the result of the study. We were able to utilize pre-test, post-test, and retention tests, the purpose of which is for us to be able to know if there are significant differences if the test scores are being compared from one another. Because the usual thing that is being done here in the Philippines is just focusing on the pre-test and the post-test. And after that, data are to be analyzed and recommendations will be used. So what we did is, what if we were going to add another one, which is a retention test? The retention test is for the purpose of knowing if the skills that they've acquired from the intervention will really last long. Because in mathematics, one of the problems there is always on the retention part. So based from the findings here, we used the repeated measures ANOVA as our inferential statistical tool to be able to test the differences among the pre-test, post-test, and retention test. And of course, based on the result here, we are recommending a regular use of shortcut method to improve the learning outcomes of the students. This is our concurrent embedded design, mixed method embedded design, wherein the qualitative data the qualitative data is part of the quantitative. Okay, and then here in our next slide this is an example of a shortcut method on one of the topics there in the standard to from the standard form to general form. What we did here is I will just explain this part here. What we did here together with my co-researchers is we manipulated only parts of the equation. What you can see here on the left side is more on the long method, which is manipulating not only the numbers but at the same time also the variables and also the letters here involved in mathematics. But on the right side, the shortcut method is is a new method that introduces only or manipulating only the numbers with disregarding the letters. And based from the result here, we can see that both methods can derive the same answer, but the right side is much simpler. And at the same time, students were able to understand well how this kind of method is being utilized in order for them to be able to answer examinations in a very short period of time. So let me share to you the result of the pre-test, post-test, and the retention test. So based on what you can see here on our graph, we can see here that the pre-test, post-test, and the retention test, we can see here that there is an increase of test scores from the pre-test compared with the post-test, and bigger result were also derived from the post-test. The same goes with also with the average questions and also with the difficult questions. So in the topic of circle, we can see that there is really an increasing test scores from before the intervention, after the intervention was being introduced. So the intervention that we introduce is utilizing the use of the shortcut method in teaching mathematics. The same goes also with the topic on the ellipse. So we can see here also some parts here are increasing, but some are just stable or constant in terms of their test performance. So let me share also to you the inferential part. Based on the result, we can see here that there are highly significant differences on the easy, average, and difficult part. Let me give you a detailed result based from the highly significant differences given here on the test result on the circle. On the easy part, which is highly significant, based from our result there that we had after the data analysis, the pre-test and the post-test have significant differences, and also the same goes with the post-test and the retention test. Same goes also with the average and the difficult questions, but not so much with the ellipse, because on the difficult part, we can see here that there are no significant differences among the pre-test, post-test, and retention test. That is because of the level of difficulty of the topic under ellipse. Unlike circle is much simple when it comes to understanding concepts and how circle problems are being solved. So these are the qualitative part, wherein the key informants from key informant 2 and also 3 gave testimonies based from the qualitative data that we done through interview after getting the quantitative data. The purpose of which is to support the result of the quantitative data. We conducted an interview to the 3 highest and at the same time the 3 lowest also after the retention test. We interviewed them according to the experiences on how's their performance, how's the experience of using the shortcut method. Okay, in conclusion, so there are 4 points that I would like to stress here. First is the clear progression of participants in the connect section, because based on our scope and limitation, we only included circle and ellipse, but in the future studies, we're going to explore also the how it is being utilized also for other topics under the connect section, such as parabola and at the same time hyperbola. Second is the shortcut method made problem easier and faster based on the result coming from our respondents, from our participants rather. And the third one is strong evidence supports the shortcut method is really effective in giving or providing improving performance, not only the post test, but at the same time the retention test also. And the fourth one, which is the last one, are the recommendations based on the result that aside from the traditional way of teaching mathematics, it is also good that we can integrate shortcut method, because the purpose of this method is for students to be able to top their examinations. As we all know, that examination is always bounded by time, and students, if they're going to use long method, it's quite lengthy in terms of how it's being utilized. But unlike the shortcut method, it can be utilized especially for board examinations someday when they will graduate in their collegiate years. I guess that ends my presentation, and these are our appendices. This is the conduct of the study, and these are the sample questionnaires from the pre-test and the post-test. And then I guess that ends my presentation. Salamat sa inyong lahat. And English, that is thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Paul, for your presentation. Your clear and informative discussion on improving problem-solving approaches in mathematics education would be helpful for our mathematics teachers. We will now open the session for questions. Anyone? Wow, Sir Paul, it seems that they are satisfied with your presentation, and there are no questions asked about your presentation. Once again, congratulations and thank you so much, Sir
Thank you so
Paul
much.
Paglulumotan. So with that, we will now have our next presenter, our third to the last presenter. So our next paper addresses science education particularly the availability and utilization of laboratory facilities and equipment, as well as teaching competence. May I now invite our presenter, Miss Jenica Grace Ichowski.
Am I
Hi, ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible po, and we can see your presentation now.
Thank you. Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Jenica Grace Inchausti. I am a registered pharmacist and a licensed professional teacher from Negros Occidental, Philippines. I earned my bachelor's degree from the University of Negros Occidental, Recoletos, and my master of education in general science from Central Philippine State University. I am a full-time tertiary instructor at Kabankalan Catholic College Incorporated, teaching BSN science courses such as biology, biochemistry, and organic chemistry. I also serve as science laboratory in charge and biosafety officer, overseeing laboratory supervision, safety, and proper facility utilization. My research focuses on the availability and utilization of laboratory facilities and their relationship to teaching competence in science, with a strong interest in improving science instruction through effective laboratory management and evidence-based practices. Okay, so science education plays a vital role in national progress and innovation. Its success depends on both curriculum implementation and the availability of well-equipped laboratories that allows hands-on, inquiry-based learning. However, in the Philippines, continues to perform below international standards in scientific literacy, as evidenced by PISA results reflecting persistent gaps in the laboratory access and instructional quality. So I came up with this study wherein I employed a descriptive correlational research designed to describe existing conditions and examine the relationship between the availability and utilization of science laboratory resources and the teaching competence of science teachers without manipulating variables. The respondents include all 46 science teachers from 16 diocesan schools in Cabancalan. A complete enumeration was used to ensure full representation of the population. A researcher-made questionnaire served as the primary data gathering instrument. It was validated by experts and yielded a reliability coefficient of 0.95 to 0.96, indicating excellent internal consistency. Data were analyzed using the weighted mean and standard deviation to describe the variables, while Spearman rank order correlation was applied to determine the relationship between laboratory resources and teaching competence. So based on Table 1, availability of laboratory facilities and equipment across the 4 major science subjects, biology were found to be mostly available with a mean of 3.95. Basic tools like test tubes, beakers, and funnels are highly accessible, which effectively supports hands-on learning. However, specialized resources for teaching, photosynthesis, and respiration are less consistently available, which may limit students' deeper understanding. In chemistry, all equipments are mostly available. Fundamental tools such as beakers and Erlenmeyer flasks are readily accessible, supporting basic experiments. Yet, specialized apparatuses like electrolysis and electrical conductivity equipment are rarely available, limiting opportunities for advanced experimentation. In contrast, physics and earth science show limited availability with means of 2.97 and 3.22. While some basic tools are present, Essential equipment like lever beams and physics or seismograph models in earth science are rarely available. These limit students' hands-on learning in these subjects. So overall, the findings indicate the laboratory support is stronger in biology and chemistry, while physics and earth science require improved access to specialized equipment to enhance practical learning. For utilization of laboratory facilities and equipment in biology and in all areas, biology ranked the highest with a mean of 3.82, interpreted as frequently utilized. Compound microscopes are the most used, supporting hands-on learning of cell structures. However, models of meiosis and mitosis are only sometimes utilized, which may limit deeper exploration of cellular processes. Chemistry also shows frequent utilization with a mean of 3.62, the periodic table is consistently used to support understanding of elemental properties, while triple beam balances are only sometimes utilized, potentially limiting precise experimental work. In physics and earth science were utilized sometimes with a mean of 3.18 and 3.34 respectively. In physics, lenses and mirrors are the most frequently used, but generator models or coil setups are rarely used, restricting practical exploration of electromagnetism. In earth science, map and globe activities are common, yet tools like the thermocline equipment are rarely used, limiting practical learning in climate studies. Overall, laboratory resources are more frequently integrated into instruction in biology and chemistry, while physics and earth science require more consistent utilization to enhance practical learning. For the teaching competence of science teachers across 4 major disciplines, biology teachers recorded the highest mean at 4.16, interpreted as highly competent. They are particularly confident in teaching microscope parts and functions, though integrating fossil records, anatomy, and genetic data in evolution lessons presents some challenges. Chemistry teachers are also highly competent with a mean of 4.10. They excel at distinguishing mixtures from substances, but demonstrating gas laws concepts through experiments or simulations can be challenging, like due to resource limitations. Physics teachers earned a mean of 3.83, showing strong competence in mechanics, explaining motion through displacement, velocity, and acceleration. However, demonstrating the functions of electric motors and generators remain more difficult. Earth science teachers with a mean of 4.10 are highly competent in explaining earthquakes but face some challenges in demonstrating seasonal constellations using models or simulations. Overall, the findings indicate that science teachers possess consistently high pedagogical skills and content mastery across all subject areas, ensuring quality instruction despite some resource or topic specific challenges. And lastly, for the association of the extent of availability, extent of utilization, laboratory equipment, and facilities to the level of teaching competence of the respondents, the Spearman correlation showed a moderate positive relationship between the availability of laboratory facilities and teaching competence. This indicates that while having resources supports effective teaching, simply making them available is not sufficient. A stronger positive correlation was found between the utilization laboratory resources and teaching competence, suggesting that actively using equipment has a greater impact on teachers' effectiveness. In other words, it is the actual integration of the laboratory activities into instruction rather than mere availability that enhances teaching competence. Implications of these findings are clear. The school should not only focus on providing laboratory facilities, but also in ensuring that teachers are supported and encouraged to fully utilize the resources in their lessons. Doing so significantly improved the quality of science teaching and students' practical learning experiences. With this result, the study indicated that that junior high school teachers, excuse me, I'm sorry. The study indicated that junior high school science teachers in the diocesan schools within the Diocese of Cabancalan possess a high level of teaching competence across all disciplines. While foundational laboratory resources are generally available and are frequently utilized in biology and chemistry, more specialized equipments in physics and earth science remains limited and less consistently employed, which may constrain experiential learning in advanced topics. The findings underscore that active utilization of laboratory resources has a stronger influence on teaching competence than mere availability, highlighting the need to encourage teachers to effectively integrate laboratory activities into instruction. Furthermore, targeted laboratory trainings focusing on complex topics such as cellular processes, chemical bonding, electromagnetism, and celestial phenomena can further enhance instructional effectiveness. Overall, optimizing science education in these schools requires a combination of accessible resources, meaningful utilization, and ongoing teacher training to promote deeper student engagement and learning outcomes. For the appendix, so this is the structured survey that contains three parts: the availability, the utilization, and the teaching competence in four disciplines. For Appendix B, this is the program designed from the result of the study. It's a 6-month program strengthening science teaching competence and laboratory utilization in the diocesan schools. So this initiative aims to enhance both the pedagogical and technical skills of our science teachers while improving the availability and the resources of the program. So this study has provided valuable insights into the extent of availability and utilization of the laboratory facilities and equipment, as well as the teaching competence of the science educators in our diocesan schools. The findings highlight both the strengths we can build upon the areas that need strategic support. It's our hope that these results will guide future initiatives to enhance science teaching, improve laboratory resources, and ultimately foster a richer learning experiences for our students. So thank you. So I am now ready for your suggestions and your comments regarding my study.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Jenica, for highlighting the critical role of facilities and teacher competence in effective science education. Okay. Dr. Joanna Bernardo, would you like to say something about the presentation of Ma'am Jenica?
Hello, good afternoon po, Ma'am Jenica.
Good
So,
afternoon.
thank you for presenting your research. So, for the compliments of this study, so it enhanced the importance of well-equipped laboratories in strengthening science education. So, thank you for the presentation of those conclusions, which may be adapt to other teaching strategies, schools, not to highlight competencies, especially when using some human elements, no? So as to provide the value of facilities. So again, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you and good evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Joanna Bernardo, for the comments. We will now immediately proceed to our seventh presenter. Okay, her study examines the level of awareness and implementation of safety and security services. So altogether, let us listen to the presentation of Miss Roxanne Covarrubias. Hi, Ma'am Roxanne. The floor is
Hello,
yours.
ma'am. Good day. Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I am Roxanne A. Cabarubias from Cabancalan Catholic College, Philippines. I am a licensed professional teacher and a school administrator. It is my pleasure to present our study entitled Safety First, Awareness and Implementation of Safety and Security Services of Catholic Higher Education Institution. Now, before I proceed, allow me to introduce also the team behind this study. I am the head for student affairs and services of Kabankalan Catholic College, where I work. That's why I always look for instances to enhance our student support services, which includes safety and security. Together with me are school leaders such as Dr. Sabidalas, Dr. Alayon, and also a public teacher, Ma'am Blossom A. Briones. So with this, we were able to examine safety and security from both policy and as well as give varied perspective. Now, this study examines the awareness and implementation of safety and security services in 4 Catholic higher education institutions under the Diocese of Cabancalan for the academic year 2024-2025. Using a mixed method embedded design, we collected quantitative data from 369 stakeholders. These are composed of parents, students, and the assessors as well. And we were able to collect data also through interview from key informants. So this study assess the domains of institutional safety practices. It also describes both internal and external stakeholders, as what I have said a while ago. It describes and compare awareness and implementation across sex, across a school population, and the different types of stakeholders. These are important because this will inform the creation of the Catholic schools safety and security manual. To continue, in particular, the areas that we examined include school ground, schools interior, enforcement of policies, development of crisis management plan, stakeholders engagement, and health and disaster risk management. That's why this supports SDG 4, 16, 3, and 11 as well. Now, why did we come up with this study? As school administrators, ensuring a safe and secure environment is very essential for effective teaching and learning in educational institutions. We have to enforce protocols because weak security and low stakeholder awareness increase risk, and this affects students' performance as well as their well-being. And it is also evident that there are recent incidents which happened in the national as well as in the local area. That's why we want to assess the implementation and awareness of our safety and security services. Now, after gathering all the data, we were able to gather or to have the following data. For the level of awareness, there was a high result across all domains with school grounds as the highest, while stakeholders' engagement is the lowest. For the level of implementation, still generally high, yet the strongest is still on the area of school ground, and the weakest is in crisis management planning. I think this is also because these 4 schools are located in different areas. And here in our island, we are prone to a lot of natural disasters. For the comparison between awareness and implementation, no differences was observed when we compare it by sex, but higher awareness are seen from students and employees. And in particularly, they are our internal stakeholders and in large schools when we talk about populations. When we say large school, these are schools actually with lower number of enrollment compared to the mega school. Mega schools have bigger enrollment than large schools. Now, when we talk about the strengths in safety implementations, it follows that orientations, visible safety infrastructure such as CCTV, fences, secured entry points, and trained personnel during drills build awareness and confidence in protection. There are also challenges that we identified, such as the weak visitor management, low drill participation, poor parent involvement. That's why, based on the result, the um, the indirect recipients of our safety and security services have low engagement compared to our students and employees. There are lapses in classroom security and there are unclear reporting protocols. That's why the effectiveness is limited. When we talk about policy priorities, we should prioritize stricter enforcement of security protocols. We have to include the stakeholders in safety drills and even in planning. And we have to have clearer communication of guidelines through multiple platforms. And we were able to conclude the following. Safety and security services were rated high in both awareness and implementation across institutions. And the school ground domain showed the strongest performance because of the ID policy and its compliance and the presence of security personnel. The weakest area is on the area of the stakeholder engagement, particularly and crisis planning, indicating that we need to improve our participation and preparedness as well. Differences in rating are seen between our stakeholders. Students and employees consistently rated safety and security services more positively than parents and external assessors. Our external assessors are composed of the men and women of the Bureau of Fire and the Disaster Risk Management, which actually monitors schools' preparedness for safety and security. Institutions classified as large school demonstrate stronger ratings compared to mega school. This suggests that school size influences perception and implementation effectiveness. Third, a strong positive correlation exists between awareness and implementation of safety services. What does it mean? It emphasizes that effective orientations, regular training, and clear communication significantly strengthen institutional safety practices. And also through our interview, we were able to identify the best practices that the four HEIs already have. This includes the presence of safety personnel, and they are well trained, the visible safety infrastructure, which contribute to higher confidence and compliance among stakeholders. While there are best practices, there are also gaps and areas that we need to improve, which includes the weak visitor protocols, limited stakeholders participation, and inconsistent enforcement of safety procedures, highlighting areas that require policy reinforcement and standardized guidelines. Now, for my study, I am indebted to the following as my references, since we are also an educational institution that offers basic education and college education. We are reliant to the regulations imposed by the Commission on Higher Education as well as the Department of Education, and they serve as basis actually in the making of the instrument which was used in data collection for this study. Now, this study is very important for us to make the UC-SAN a safety and security manual. Filipinos actually are known to be resilient. Philippines is known to be, one of the countries struck most by natural disaster as well, being in the Pacific Ring of Fire. And we are known to be very resilient. But for us, as school administrator, resilience is not the best option. We will go back to the basic mindset of prevention is better than cure. That's why it is important to prepare and enhance our safety and security services. Thank you so much for allowing me to share to you the results of my study, and I am now happy to hear your thoughts and insights about this topic. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Roxanne Covarrubias, for your insightful presentation. That important presentation emphasizing safety, preparedness, and institutional responsibility is truly interesting. And the floor is now open for our panel of reactors for their insights or maybe questions.
Hello, good evening. Congratulations, Ma'am Roxanne
Dr. Bernard.
Cabarubias, for your presentation, which highlights how Catholic institutions balance faith-based values with modern safety standards. So this is another aspect of research. Why? Because it highlights Catholic higher education institution. So it is good that this kind of research was presented, no, in this conference. So again, congratulations.
Thank you, Ma'am Bernardo.
Again, congratulations, Ma'am Cabarrubias, and thank you so much, Dr. Bernardo, for the insights. Okay, so thank you so much for waiting, dear participants. We are now on the last paper present, and our final paper for today addresses a highly and a timely issue, which is the impact of infodemic on local government tertiary institutions. Without further ado, we will now give the floor to our final presenter, Mr. Joselito Yu. Sir, you may start your presentation. Sir Joselito.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Is my
Yes, sir. Good
voice
evening.
audible? The last shall not be the first, and the first shall not be the last.
Yes.
Thank you for waiting, and then thank you for staying with me. Ciao,
Sir,
boy
kindly
toy.
put
Ciao,
your
boy
presentation
toy.
on slideshow po.
Okay, I will now plunge with my research title, The Impact of Infodemic on Local Government Tertiary Institutions.
Yes.
So for the abstract,
Sir, may I request you to please put your slides on slideshow?
put this into slideshow. Wait a minute, ma'am. Slideshow.
Yes, sir, for full screen.
Full screen. This one here. Move it here. This one, move it here. So bigger screen. No.
Sir, on your right side. Yeah.
Bigger screen. I think that is correct. Positive. Here. Going there. Okay, how about this? It's so big. How about this one now?
Sir, you may
click
click
the
on
icon. You click the icon for the minus sign. Yes, sir. Next. Next, sir. Next. The other one. The other one. The fourth icon, sir.
How do you make it? This one here. I think this one here.
Yes, sir. You
Is
got
this
it
okay now?
correctly. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you
You may now
for.
proceed.
Okay, so for the abstract, this study examines the localized impact of the infodemic, defined as the rapid spread of false, misleading, or harmful information within a Philippine local government tertiary institution, Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, TFCAM-CLP. So drawing on the global frameworks of information disorder, this investigation examines how misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation impact faculty perceptions, institutional communication, and organizational operations. To continue, a mixed method approach supported by stratified random sampling of 44 faculty members reveals that communication gaps, leadership inconsistencies, and policy ambiguities exacerbate the vulnerability of institutional processes to information distortion. Differences in perception between full-time and the part-time faculty highlight importance of inclusive communication practices and equitable access to verified information. The study also identifies structural and demographic factors such as tenure and role positioning that affect susceptibility to infodemics effects. So my study is anchored on Wardle and Darakshan's 2017 Information Disorder Framework. The research contributes a localized lens to understanding infodemic vulnerabilities in academic settings. The study ultimately proposes a strategic work plan, including digital literacy initiatives, policy reforms, and technology-based interventions aimed at enhancing institutional resilience, academic integrity, and critical information practices in response to evolving information challenges. So for my introduction, within the Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, digital connectivity, institutional practices, and leadership communication shape how information is shared and understood. When misinformation infiltrates these channels, it can weaken decision-making, confuse policies, and erode faculty trust. Furthermore, differences in faculty demographics and employment status influence how information disorder is experienced, yet these factors are rarely examined in existing studies. So these studies addresses these gaps by exploring how infodemic-related issues affect institutional communication, operations, and faculty experiences at DFCAM CLP. It investigates the spread of misinformation, highlights differences between full-time and part-time faculty, and examines how institutional structures contribute to vulnerabilities. The findings aim to inform strategies for strengthening academic resilience and provide a localized framework for managing infodemics in public higher education. And finally, this research aligns closely with SDG number 4, quality education, by addressing misinformation. Institution can protect teaching, learning, and research integrity, promote digital literacy, and ensure equitable access to reliable information. So key components of achieving inclusive, high-quality education. For the methodology, although the research collected both quantitative and qualitative data, only the quantitative results are presented. Using stratified random sampling, the study surveyed full-time and part-time faculty of the DFCAM CLP through structured questionnaire that measured demographics, communication perceptions, and institutional factors contributing to information disorder. So by the way, this information disorder is composed of the misinformation, disinformation, and the malinformation. So data were analyzed using descriptive statistics. These are the frequency, percentage, and the weighted mean. And the inferential tests using the t-test and the ANOVA to identify patterns and differences across faculty groups. This approach provides a systematic assessment of institutional vulnerabilities and supports the development of targeted strategies to strengthen communication and resilience. So again, the study involved 44 faculty members of the EPCAM CLP for the academic year 2024 to 2025, consisting of 29 full-time faculty and 15 part-time instructors. They are stratified random sampling to ensure balanced representations. Participants varied in gender, age, and teaching experience, providing diverse perspectives on how the infodemic affects faculty communication and institutional processes. So the instrument used, as I reiterated earlier, is the structured survey questionnaire to measure the impact of infodemic on the EPCAM CLP faculty. For the data analysis, the study analyzed survey data using structured quantitative approach. Responses collected through Google Forms were organized in Excel and examines using descriptive statistics to profile respondents and assess perceptions, communication, and organizational factors. So for the factors contributing to the infodemic, faculty members agreed that institutional communication is easily distorted, especially through gossip, false statements, and biased interpretations. Organizational issues such as unclear policies, weak procedures, and perceived favoritism also intensified misinformation. Leadership style played a key role. Demographic leadership helped reduce infodemic risks, while autocratic or rigid approaches allowed misinformation to persist. So for my discussion, the study shows that the infodemic significantly affects communication, operations, and faculty engagement at Dr. Pilimon C. Aguilar Memorial College. Misinformation spreads easily due to institutional gaps, unclear policies, and leadership dynamics. The faculty profile reveals a largely experienced full-time workforce alongside newer part-time instructors, highlighting unequal access to institutional information. Findings indicate strong agreement that distorted communication, fragmented channels, so these are disconnected, and informal networks fuel misinformation. Organizational weaknesses and leadership styles also influence how information spreads. With democratic leadership helping reduce risk, ANOVA results show age-related differences in perceptions linked to varying digital literacy levels, while gender and employment status showed no significant impact. Okay. So for my, already said my discussion. So for my conclusion, the study shows that the infodemic significantly disrupts communication, operations, and faculty engagement at Dr. Pilimon C. Aguilar Memorial College. Misinformation and fragmented communication hinder policy clarity and information access, affecting full-time and part-time faculty differently. Leadership style influences how misinformation is managed, with democratic approaches promoting transparency. Faculty often rely on informal channels, increasing the risk of false information, strengthening policies, enhancing digital literacy, and implementing structured information management are essential to building a more informed and resilient academic environment. And lastly, for my recommendation, to strengthen institutional resilience against the infodemic, the college should be given the implementing should begin rather by implementing digital literacy training for faculty, enabling them to identify and verify information effectively. At the same time, number two, clarifying and updating institutional policies will reduce ambiguity and ensure consistent communication. And the third, establishing an information task force will further help monitor and manage misinformation, while collaboration with agencies such as the Department of Information and Communication Technology, which is the DICT, and the Presidential Communications Office, the PCO, can provide fact-checking support and reliable information resources. Additionally, promoting transparent and democratic leadership will build trust and facilitate accurate flow of information across the institution. Ultimately, these steps emphasize the importance of institutional preparedness, highlighting that proactive measures such as training, strengthened communication channels, and rapid correction systems are essential to protect academic integrity and maintain high educational standards. So for my conclusion, the study shows that the infodemic significantly disrupts communications, operations, and faculty engagement at Dr. Pilimon C. Aguilar Memorial College. Misinformation and this fragmented communication hinder policy clarity and information access, affecting the full-time and the part-time faculty differently. So again, leadership style influences how misinformation is managed. With democratic approaches promoting transparency, faculty often rely on informal channels, increasing the risk of false information. So by strengthening the policies, enhancing digital literacy, and implementing structured information management are essential to building a more informed and resilient academic environment. And lastly, now that you were able to listen to the different types of infodemic disorder, go ahead and share this with your neighbors. This is our defense against fake news. Remember, our words are powerful. Before posting anything, make sure it's correct and true. I am quoting the words from Cara David for the Media and Information Literacy Project of UP Diliman. Thank you for listening and good evening to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations, Sir Josely, to you. Your study is interesting, sir, and thank you for that timely and insightful presentation on managing information challenges in tertiary institutions. So do we
Kamsahamnida
have
naman.
any
Maraming
insight
salamat.
from, yes, sir, insight from our reactor, Dr. Bernardo?
Hello, good afternoon, Sir Jose to you.
Yes,
So thank
ma'am.
you for your presentation, which addressed a timely and critical issue, which is the spread of misinformation and its effect on education governance, which is very true and very timely nowadays, especially no, not only in the Philippines, but uh, in every part of other countries. So it provides valuable insights into how tertiary institutions can safeguard academic integrity in the digital age. So we all know that this is very important, not only academics, but also the psychological effect of those digital social media accounts, spread issues, misinformation to our students, and also for the institution. So again, congratulations for addressing this concern through your research study. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our final session for today. So, thank you very much once again to all the presenters for sharing their valuable research and insights, to all the participants, and to all our panel of reactors for their engaging questions. And today's session highlighted a rich diversity of perspectives from entrepreneurship, sustainability, and operations management to education, healthcare, safety, and informational challenges in higher education. So all of the studies presented not only deepened our understanding of these important issues, but also demonstrated the relevance of research in addressing real-world problems across different sectors and institutions. So thank you very much once again, and we'll see you tomorrow for our face-to-face conference. Sir Priyas, do you have some reminders for our participants? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sherry Ann, for graciously accepting our invitation to become one of our session chairs for the fourth ISMS. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And that concludes the third session of the fourth ISMS. Thank you very much to all our presenters and to all the participants for your active engagement, questions, comments, and feedbacks. And once again, thank you to our session chair, Dr. Sherry Ann Medrano Bacolod. Hope to meet you in person soon, ma'am. And at this
Yes,
point, we
sir.
are honored. Yes. At this point, we are honored to recognize the efforts and contributions of our session participants. It is now time to announce or to provide the certificates before we announce the winners for day one. Let us just wait for the certificates to be flashed on screen. I know and I understand it has been a long day for everyone. You deserve rest after this, a good rest after this. You earned that for today. You know, all of your efforts have been paid off, I would say, because writing a paper is not an easy task to do. It requires hours and hours, or maybe months to finish one. So congratulations for making it here. And we hope that as authors, as educators, we continue to look around and see something useful or see something that needs action, that needs improvement, because that's how research papers are birthed, right? When you see a problem, you have to somehow find a solution. And this one, we are being gathered to work on different approaches, whether which discipline are you coming from. It's multidisciplinary towards a sustainable society. All right, there you go. I am now seeing the certificates on screen. And there you go. So our first certificate is okay, there you go. The certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Honorable Desiderio R. Apag III for serving as our keynote speaker for today. Let us give a warm virtual round of applause to Commissioner Apag of the Commission on Higher Education Philippines. Next certificate is a certificate of presentation hereby given to Dr. Scott Tabayan as presenter for today. Next certificate is a certificate of presentation given to Barak Alcalde of Southern Academy of Higher Education Australia for presenting his paper today also. Let's give our presenters a virtual round of applause. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Pooja Taplial for being a presenter today as well, all the way from SP Jain School of Global Management, Australia. The same certificate of presentation is given to Dr. Zaira Adnan of Southern Institute of Higher Education, Australia. Another certificate of recognition is awarded to Associate Professor Zhu Fei for being our keynote speaker for today. Let's give him a warm virtual round of applause. Certificate of recognition is hereby given to Dr. Lualhati A. de la Cruz for serving as our session chair for today also. Let's give her a virtual applause, please. And the next certificate is a certificate of presentation. Onto the next slide, please. Certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Roel Bandaod of Central Philippine State University, Candoni Campus. And another certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Andy Luhur Prianto as keynote speaker. Let's also give him a virtual applause. Another certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Jonathan Alfonso Comilang of Dr. Filemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. The same certificate of presentation is given to Dr. Johan Albert Cabardo, also from DFCAM, Philippines. Certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Kaniz Selim of the Universal Business School, Sydney, Australia as presenter. Certificate of presentation is given to Dr. Pilipinas Maria Jareño of Central Philippine State University. Another certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Sherry Ann Medrado Bacolod for serving as our session chair. Thank you, ma'am. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Miss Luciana Paudel of Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Grishma Dakal from Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia as well. And another certificate of presentation is awarded to Suyo Gaimir, also from Melbourne Institute of Technology. On to the next, please. Okay, certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Paul Melcar Paglumutan of Cabancalan Catholic College Incorporated, Philippines. Certificate of presentation is also given to Dr. Jenica Grace Inchausti of Cabancalan Catholic College. A certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Roxanne Cobarubias, also from Cabancalan Catholic College. Okay, and that's it for the certificates. Congratulations to all the recipients, and thank you once again for your participation and dedication to advancing multidisciplinary approaches for a sustainable society. So following the awarding of certificates, we will now proceed to the final part of our program. We will now proceed with the recognition of outstanding scholarly contributions through the presentation of the best paper, best presenter, and the Young Research Scholar Awards. So these awards are given in acknowledgement of exceptional research quality, originality, and excellence in presentation demonstrated during the conference sessions. The recipients exemplify academic rigor and meaningful contributions to multidisciplinary research for a sustainable society. For our Best Paper Award, in recognition of outstanding research excellence, originality, methodology, and significant contribution aligned with the goals of sustainable development. Our Best Paper awardee is none other than Ms. Pooja Taplial or Dr. Pooja Taplial on the paper A Sustainable Leadership Framework for Human-Centric AI Adoption in Small and Mid-sized Businesses or SMBs in New South Wales. Let's show some love. May I see some hearts, applause, reactions on the Zoom? Let's shower them with love. A well-deserved win, right? I was actually impressed that there was a sustainable leadership framework for human-centric AI, which makes sense at this time, right? So congratulations for coming up with such amazing papers, such great work at that. Our next award is given in recognition of exceptional clarity, organization, engagement, and effectiveness in delivering research findings during the conference presentation. So this is the presenter who really made an appeal and made an impact to the audience, to us, while delivering his or her paper. So our best presenter awardee is none other than Dr. Filipinas Maria D. Jareño on her study, a phenomenological study of women living with HIV in the Philippines. Wow, let's show her some love. Such a deserved win as well, right? To have a study with such, people living with stigma, people living with discrimination. That's a really, you need a strong heart to go into that. And she did just that. So, such a well-deserved win as well. There you go. I'm seeing some love here in Zoom. Thank you so much, everyone. And lastly, definitely not the least, is the Young Research Scholar Awardee. Our Young Research Scholar Awardee is none other than Miss Soluciana Paudel for her paper titled From Classroom to Startup, Entrepreneurial Intention of Business Graduates for a Sustainable Digital Future, a case study of Sydney, Australia. Wow, what such well-deserved win as well, right? To be able to come up with such concept of a sustainable digital future. Who would have thought that sustainable and digital can go together, right? I mean, amazing work on that. These only proves that you guys are of great minds, of great resumes, given with your experiences and your backgrounds. It really shows on the paper that you are able to create, right? And it also makes sense that we are diverging into these paths for a sustainable society. We have a lot of paths, but in the end, our goal is aligned and it's always in relation to and in achievement of the sustainable development goals set forth, of course, by the United Nations. So can I see some heart reactions if you agree with me on that? I'm loving the energy here in Zoom. It's so fun to see all the hearts, all the reactions popping. I know you guys have had a long day today, but no worries. I am ending the agony here. I am no longer prolonging the agony here for your well-deserved rest. So as we come to at the conclusion of day one of the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, please indulge me and please allow me. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations and sincere appreciation to everyone who has contributed to the success of today's program. My deepest gratitude on behalf of Academia Research Lab goes to our distinguished keynote speakers for their insightful, thought provoking, and inspiring presentations, which definitely set a strong intellectual foundation for our discussions today. I also commend our session chairs for their effective leadership, our panel of reactors for their valuable perspectives and commentaries, and our presenters for sharing high quality research that enrich the academic discourse. You guys deserve the warmest round of applause for what you have accomplished. To all our participants, both on site in Vietnam and here in Zoom virtually, thank you for your active engagement, also your well thought questions, and your continued commitment to scholarly collaboration. We would also like to acknowledge and thank our partner institutions for their collaboration and support, as well as the organizing committee for their dedication and tireless efforts in making this hybrid conference possible. And of course, a special note of appreciation is extended to the Academia Research Lab team under the leadership of engineers such as Smita Priyadarsani, ma'am, and to Engineer Darshan Suryasahu, sir, for their professionalism, their coordination, and unwavering support and guidance throughout the conference preparations and execution. And also to my senior, William Smith or Adarsh, thank you so much, sir, for everything that we have worked on together for this conference. You deserve a big round of applause also for your such hard work and patience. I know that. And to everyone, again, who contributed their time, expertise, and energy, thank you for making day one a meaningful and successful academic gathering. Despite of all the setbacks, all the technical difficulties that we've encountered today, we were able to push through and somehow make it still successful, right? Because that's what this is really for. And with that, I officially conclude the first day of the fourth International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. We look forward to welcoming you again for day two tomorrow as we continue our shared journey together toward knowledge advancement and sustainable development. This has been your host, John Christopher Prias from the beautiful islands of the Philippines. Mabuhay and Sen Chao, Vietnam. Goodbye for now.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
The group picture, don't forget.
Okay, let's take another picture. You may open your cameras. Actually, we have already had a lot of pictures earlier, but we can take more.
Yes, of course, we
Okay,
need it for documentation.
yes. We can survive without proper documentation. Everything has to be documented. Okay, there you go. Yeah, thank you so much and see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Dr. Saeed, thank you. See you soon.
Thank you very much. Take care. Enjoy yourselves. Very good, guys. Congratulations to all of you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye,
everyone.
Dr. Prias.
Let's manifest that.
Of course, you should.
Dr.
Dr.
Priya.
Prias, Mr. Joselito, you has a message.
Yeah, my certificate is not flash on screen. I hope I can get one.
Oh, okay. Sorry po, sir. We will send an email. I will send an email to your person.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Hi, Dr. Priya. See you.